Hey, Fromaholics! Welcome to JulieBDeepDives with our special guest, Doug Hughes. Thank you so much for being here, Doug.
Pleasure to be here as usual.
Yeah, always a pleasure to have you here. And of course, co-host Scarlet echoes and our guest panelist, Grant Gregory.
Hello.
Evening all.
How's everybody doing? Everybody, Grant and Scarlet, you doing all right?
Yep, happy to be here.
Yeah.
Tip top.
Yeah.
I got me right socks. I'm good to go.
Are they rope right or you got a left sock?
Oh, double lefts. They're always the best way to doing it.
Yeah. Sorry we're late. We had some I had some technical difficulties as usual. But we're here. That was Grant's earlier. Oh, Taryn was here earlier.
Doing his ghost impression.
Taryn was saying 2 hours from now, can I stay awake this long? He's on London time, so I don't know what time it is over there, but it's
5 hours ahead of us, so it is now 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I bet he's probably asleep by now, but nice of him to pop in the chat anyway. He must be new around here. We never start earlier than 10 o'clock. Hey, Drace, welcome. Nice to see you. Hey, good morning, Dieter. Saw you were trying to get my attention. I was having some issues getting started, but we'll catch up with the chat here. Let's see. Hey there, Amy. Nice to see you, Amy. And welcome, Scott. Nice to see you. Martin, nice to see you. Hope everybody's doing well. Why is my phone is ringing and no one ever calls me, especially at night. Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
It's the FBI, look out. So yeah, I hear you've been watching Severance, Doug.
Yes.
How you been finding it?
I love it. I think it's great. It's so visually stunning, among other things. I mean, and I love the writing. I love the spareness of the writing, the economy. It's very, very, and like it's got that incredible attention to detail. It's a fascinating story. It really is.
Yeah, they there's a reason that Julie loves doing deep dives, and the reason why her longest streams are the Severance ones is because they pack so much little details into every little thing. I mean, you're not up to this latest episode, but this last episode was the shortest one, but they still packed a lot of stuff into it.
Yes, she talked at length about that without going into any detail about it. She's been very careful not to give me any spoilers at all. So,
do you have a favorite episode?
A favorite? Oh boy. It's hard to say. I'm sort of halfway through. I just finished episode 5.
Mm-hmm.
I like the end. I like the finale of season 1. That was very cool.
Oh yeah, that was fantastic. Yeah.
I liked episode 4 a lot too, of season 2.
Yeah.
And 5, because some of the stuff that was left up in the air in 4 got resolved in 5. But no, I love the whole thing. I think it's really, really smart TV.
Wait until you get to episode 7. It is there's a reason that there's a certain way in which you should learn to become a director. The person who directed episode 7, she's a world-renowned cinematographer, and it's probably one of the absolute best episodes, not only visually but storytelling wise. And it was her directorial debut as well. To do it as well, and yeah, it's the highest rated episode, so I just can't wait for you to get to episode 7.
Well, I'll probably get to it tomorrow, so I've got episode 6 queued up, so
it's truly a work of art. It's exquisite.
They use real filming parts like they did in the old days.
Yeah,
because the
16 millimeter.
100%, and she understands it as well because she's the cinematographer for every other previous episode. Well, except for maybe one, I think it was. So she knows the ins and outs of working with the crew and everything like that, and just stepping into a director for a first time. I've never been more impressed by anyone in my life.
I'm amazed to see how many different writers are contributing to it too. I mean, there's quite a stable of writers here, you know.
Without it being jumbled either. That's the weird thing. It seems very cohesive.
Yeah, there. My first experience of that, because my writing partner and I tried writing separately from one another, you know, working on the same piece, but doing different parts of it. And we learned very quickly that we just couldn't work that way because our voices are so different. And then you look at guys like George S. Kaufman and Moss Hart, who wrote several plays together, and they wrote completely separately. They didn't sit in a room and work together at all. In fact, every time there was a love scene, George would leave the room. He'd say, "Okay, Moss, you're on," and he would go away. And yet you read their stuff and it's absolutely seamless. You can't tell where one starts and where one leaves off and the other one starts. It's just, that's amazing to me that they could manage that, you know? Tito's calling me Snoop Doug. That's awesome.
Snoop Duggy Doug.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So, Julie, are we going to do the thing of taking sort of calls? Is that what we're going to do tonight?
Yes. So if so we're going to do something a little different tonight. If there's anybody who would like to call in with a question or comment for Doug, I'm going to post the link. Actually, no, what I'm going to do, so most of you guys are probably already in my Discord, just to as an extra safeguard, because I've seen some things go sideways when the link is posted publicly. I'm going to post my Discord link. And if you're in there already, I'll DM you the link and you can ask Doug a question or offer a comment. And so I'm going to do that. I'll greet a few more of you guys first, and then we can do that. So, oh, Taryn is still here. Taryn, it's like the middle of the night for you. Bonjour.
Hi, Doc.
Bonjour to you too, Taryn. Thanks for being here. Let's see. Real Therapy. Hey, our friend Real Therapy, aka Grow and Thrive. She just launched a channel. So
hi. Congratulations, Real.
Yes. Nice to see that. Always nice to see. Samuel, nice to see you. Hey there, Aunt. Nice to see you. And Mr. Grant Gregory's better half here, Miss J's Reviews. Hello.
Hi, Miss J's.
And Michael, thanks for being here. The gang's all here. Yep. The gang's all ear, I guess, with your accent there. Hey there, Wolf Spear. Hello, Mr. Doug Hughes, our man in yellow, he says.
Hey, Wolf Spear.
Hey,
Martin's asking, what's my record of how many I've smoked in a day? Boy, have you got the wrong guy.
Yeah, not your thing, huh, Doug?
No. I've tried marijuana exactly twice in my life. The first time out of pure curiosity, because I had no interest in it really, but I thought, well, I can't go around denigrating something that I have no experience of myself. So one night I finally decided to try it, and it was the most miserable evening of my life. It was like everything that was wrong with the world was my personal responsibility. It was just like misery from start to finish. I just hated every minute of it. And I think part of it was because, like, when I first noticed, it's like, okay, you're officially stoned. I was on the streetcar on my way home with my best friend, and I was watching the stores going by, and I started to realize that it was taking every ounce of concentration I had to get the names of the stores to register. And I thought, oh my God, this is so much work. I don't have to work at this. I could just look and the store name just registers. But now I have to like figure them all out. I hate this. And then I got home, and the next day I was driving across the country. I was driving out to Alberta with a friend of mine. And I remembered that I had to phone her to coordinate what time I was going to be there with the car. And this was a long, long time ago. And the place I was living, they had a rotary phone. And I remember picking up the handset and looking down at the phone and thinking, and it was a long distance call. And I was thinking, how am I going to dial all those numbers? And I finally got all of them done. And I put the phone up to my ear, and I felt like I just finished the Boston Marathon. And thank God she answered the phone. I thought, oh, good, I didn't get a wrong number, because I wouldn't have been able to do it again. And her name was Bonnie. And she said, hello. I said, Bonnie, it's Doug. I've got the car. I'll be there at 10 tomorrow, okay? She said, okay. And I said, okay, bye. Click. And the next day when I got to her place, she was like, are you mad at me or something? I said, no, why? She said, you were really weird on the phone last night. I said, oh, I was stoned. And she said, oh, okay, I get it. But I went to bed that night, and like I said, it was like everything that was wrong with the world was my fault. And I just lay there tossing and turning for what felt like 3 or 4 hours, but was probably 15 minutes until I finally fell asleep. And fortunately, when I got up the next morning, I was okay. And the second time I tried was about 16 years later, because a lot of people said to me, that can happen if it's your first time. Maybe you smoked too much or you were in the wrong frame of mind. It was like, no, I was in a totally positive frame of mind. And I thought, oh, what the hell? I'll try it again. And the second time was no more fun than the first. So it was like, no, not interested. Altered states in general are just not for me. So no, don't do that stuff.
Yeah, it's not for everybody. I had one bad experience myself because I never smoked it, but I did try edibles because I was told they're good for pain relief, and it didn't help me. It actually somehow seemed to make my pain worse and cause weird burning pain in my face and head. And I had this one bizarre episode where I accidentally took too much of an edible, and somehow I went from my chair and found myself standing upstairs in front of my dresser and didn't know how I got there. It was very unsettling. It was like I story walked upstairs. I don't know what happened, but it wasn't a good feeling. I went back down to my chair. The next thing I knew, I'm standing in front of the refrigerator, and I didn't know how I got there either. So it wasn't for me.
That's the problem with edibles. They don't creep up on you. They hit you all at once. Like if you were like, I've dabbled a little bit in my time, and we used to do a thing called I can't remember the name of it now. That's how bad it was. We used to get really high just before bed, and we'd get up at like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and then go for a really long run. And because it metabolizes in your muscles and in your fat, so then by the time we got home and sweat, we were just like euphoric all day. It was great. It was a completely different style of high. But yeah, I've had friends who have tried it once, and then all of a sudden they're like, "What are you looking at?" I'm like, dude, paranoia is a normal thing. You just got to try and push past it. You're all right. And he's just like, "Nah, someone's out there." Like you'd hear trees, and that would be it. He'd be like, "Someone's here to get me." And I'm like, "Yeah, you're not the sort of person that can do substances. Stick to decaf."
Well, and this is the thing. When I describe my experience to a lot of people who smoke dope, it's like, you were paranoid. It's like, no, I wasn't paranoid. I had an overdeveloped sense of responsibility. That's what I had. And the other thing was, they'd say to me when I talked about, trying to get the names of the stores to register, they would say, yeah, but see, that's the whole point. Like, you don't worry about that stuff. I said, yeah, but I do. That's the problem. I can't let go of that stuff. I remember when I was a couple of years before this, I was in theater school and I was doing a class with this woman, and she had me over for tea one night, and she was living in one of these big old houses, sharing a space with like 4 other people. And one of them was this veteran drug dealer who joined us at the table and started regaling us with stories of drug addicts he had known and loved. And they were very entertaining stories. But at one point I said to him, I said, I've always stayed away from drugs because I've always been afraid that I'm that guy that, the first time I try Coke, my heart's going to explode. Like, I'm just really not interested. And he said, well, I don't know you from Adam. I just met you tonight. But from what I've seen, if anybody ever slipped a tab of acid in your cup of coffee, I'd nail the fucking window shut. I said, thank you. That's all I need to know. So just stayed away from it ever since.
Yeah, I get angry when I've smoked it. I smoked it 2 or 3 times. It makes me very angry. So I'm more of an absinthe kind of girl, because it was that National Absinthe Day 2 days ago. On March 5th.
Yeah.
But no smoky.
Yeah. It's not for everybody, but hey there, Doc. Doc will be joining us later. He's still at work. Hey, Muncher Luncher. Dr. Doug, does ignorance come at a cost too? Well, I would say hell yes it does. Hell yes it does. And that's all too true now more than ever. I'll leave it at that.
Can I tell them about my neologism?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure someone else invented this word years ago, but I just thought of one the other day. Ignoramus, which is an ill-informed and poorly educated asshole. So I share that with you for what it's worth.
It's perfect. There are too many of them out there. It seems like there are more than ever. We're surrounded on all sides. So I love it. It's very apt for the times that in which we live. Hey, Kimberly.
Hi,
Nice to see you.
Kimberly.
Hey, Mr. Frogman.
Evening, Frogman.
And so I posted the link to my Discord. If anybody wants to call in with a question or a comment for Doug, you can. If you're already in my Discord, you can just go to my Discord and DM me, and I'll privately DM you a call-in link. And if you're not in the Discord, all you have to do is click the link and join, and it's as simple as that. If there's anybody who really has issues and doesn't know how to navigate Discord, just let me know, and I'll just drop the link in the chat. But ideally, I kind of like to avoid doing that, just in case, you get the occasional weirdo or troll. You never know. I've been lucky so far; it hasn't happened. But yeah. Hey, Just Me is here. Hey, Just Me.
Hey, Just Me.
Just Me is loving Doug's plays. She's read Who's Underwear. That was the next one she just read after deadline. So she's loving it. She had to buy the whole collection. Let's see. Taryn had a question. I saw something. Wait a minute. Let me go back up a little. Where did I see that? I swear I saw something from Taryn, and now I'm not seeing it. It would help if I had my glass.
10:30.
Here it is.
I can ask it for you. Okay.
I found it. Taryn said, "Thanks for keeping."
He actually has a question other than this one. This one's not a question.
Oh, okay. Well, he says, "I wonder if
maybe.
Doug could rank." It kind of is. He's
okay. I found one that's actually has a question mark at the end, but we'll get to that one too. Sorry.
Yeah, we can get to both. Sure. And you're welcome. We love keeping these going. We're having a great time. So we're going to keep it up as long as Doug is willing to grace us with his presence. We're happy to have him. He says, I wonder if Doug could rank social media platforms by order of preference for consuming from content.
Well, I don't know if I've been on enough of them to answer that question yet. But in terms of the interviews that I've done, well, I've been here more than anybody else, and for very good reason. I think Julie B is awesome. And I just love being here, and I love the people that frequent the channel as well. So I guess I'd have to say this is my favorite spot. In terms of the interviews that I've had, I had a really good time with Tony Teflon. I thought he did a great job. Actually, the first one I did was quite nice too. Monday Morning Critic. We had a good time, and that's really all I can think of at the moment. I mean, it's all a bit of a blur now.
You seem to spend the most time in terms of social media, like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Are you on Instagram or Facebook groups more often, Doug?
I guess it's about the same. Like whenever I post anything on Instagram, for example, when I'm doing pictures of this little guy over here, I always put them on Instagram and on Facebook as well. So everybody gets sort of the same stuff, and that always produces a lot of responses. And it's kind of split right down the middle, Facebook, Instagram, it's about the same. They're really the only two social media platforms aside from this that I'm involved in. I don't bother with Threads. I won't have a thing to do with X, thank you very much, since the Johannesburg jerk-off took it over. Yeah.
What does your little guy have in his hand?
He's wearing a Chicago Blackhawks hat, and I've got my T-shirt on tonight. So
But what does he have in his arm?
Oh, he's got his arm around his buddy, the T-Rex. I'll bring here.
Oh, okay. It's a T-Rex. I couldn't see it really well.
Here we go.
Doc will appreciate that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, they're very good friends, these two. They get along very well.
Love it.
Oh, they're conspirators. Inspiring.
I see Taryn DM'd me, and Taryn also had a question too, but I guess I can just okay, Taryn has a question, and I'm going to well, first I'll highlight his while I'm sending him the link, the question, because I found it from 10:30. He was asking, he said, "Hi Doug, I think many of the severed were once implanted in animals. What do you think in terms of severance?"
I have no idea what to think about that.
Maybe it's like as test subjects, like the goats. Maybe I think maybe the
Oh,
goats.
yeah, maybe.
Yeah, because I mean, I don't know why else the goats are there. Like, I think maybe it's just a more whimsical thing that they thought of instead of lab rats. Let's have goats. That's my theory on that. Because we don't know yet. We don't know yet.
Yeah, well, I mean, and the people looking after them are such a weird crowd too. Like, you got to wonder what's going on there,
I miss them.
I mean, it would make sense that when they were developing the technology that they would probably start with animals before moving on to human beings. But who knows? That's I mean, that's the thing about a lot of theories. A lot of them are unanswerable questions. They're open questions, and unless they happen to sort of hit the nail on the head, and it's something that is ultimately revealed later on, you're just kind of left spinning your wheels, kind of thing.
Yeah, there's still a lot that we don't know. We still don't know what the deal is with so much, including the goats. So it's a weird feature of the show, honestly, but it's fun to theorize and just go on the journey.
Yeah. By the way, Julie, I got something special for our next Severance on Monday. A special little sound effect.
Oh, really? Did you get a goat noise?
No, I'm not saying.
Okay.
Everybody have to show up on Monday.
You can surprise us. So
yeah.
So again, if anybody wants to jump on and ask Doug a question or offer a comment, since we have 4 people on the panel here, we'll just do one at a time and keep it organized. So but Taryn would like to, so I'm sending Taryn the link right now. There, I just sent him the link. And thank you, Amy. You're sweet. I see your comment in the chat. And Just Me said that she's reading Too Many Cooks. Doug's play Too Many Cooks right now. Nice. I'm gonna that's on my reading list as well. Yeah.
I'll be curious to hear what you think of it.
Yeah. Just Me, if you want to call in and make a comment on anything too. I mean, I know some people are a little shy. I don't know. No pressure on anybody, but if anybody wants to, just call in and say something or ask a question. If you have issues with Discord, you can just let me know and I'll just post the link in the chat. I mean, the odds that we're going to have a troll are pretty low. We don't have a ton of people, watching. During the height of From season 3, it was riskier. There were a lot of people. When you have a show that's actively running, you have a lot more people coming, and the risks of a troll go up a lot. So you just never know what's going to happen.
We usually know the people who are here. As long as they've got the same name as someone in the chat, it'll help.
Yes. Here's Taryn.
I promise I'll behave, guys. I promise I'll behave. No trolling from me, I promise.
I trust you, Taryn. No worries.
So thanks for having me on.
No problem, Taryn. What's on your mind?
Well, it's very cool to be on a live with one of the actors on the show. I've never experienced that before. So hi, Doug. Very, very nice to be on a live with you. And Julie, thank you very much for continuing. I do pop in, believe it or not, I do pop in every now and again or rewatch when I'm having a meal or I'm cooking a meal. I'll put it on in the background and listen to Doug's stories. So yeah, no, very cool. My question really was to all of you, and the question was, do you believe that it's possible, not that it's going to happen, but it's feasibly possible for somebody or a group of people to solve the entire show to the point where they could make a relatively accurate prediction of how, say, the final season of From might go?
My answer to that is, what would be the point? I mean, I understand that, the mystery box element of the show is a big part of it, but, and I've said this from the beginning, for me, that really takes a back seat to just following the journeys of the characters, and the way the relationships, the way they develop between them, and the way all of them are dealing with the incredible trauma and stress that they're under all the time. I mean, that's what fascinates me about it. And I just think you know, like if I did sort of, you know, figure out what the mystery was beforehand, it would just end up being a disappointment. Sort of, I mean, I suppose there's a certain satisfaction in going, hey, I got it right. But I mean, I would much rather be surprised. I'm perfectly happy to just go with the journey and see where it leads me, you know? And I know that there are a lot of clues that are dropped in the show that are intended as clues because there is a mystery box element. But there are also lots and lots of other little grace notes that I don't think are clues at all. You know, for example, people have made a great deal about the literary references, like the Gordon Pym book, for instance. I don't think that's there because it's pointing to anything that's going to happen necessarily. I think it's there because it was probably one of the books that John Griffin or maybe somebody else on the writing staff read when they were developing the characters and developing the story and took some inspiration from. And this is their way of sort of, you know, paying a nod of respect to this source of information for them, you know, that it's much more that kind of thing. I mean, I know when the finale of season 3 came out, there was all this speculation about the King in Yellow. Everybody was convinced it was the King in Yellow, you know, this was all a big deal. And this was before John Griffin did the interview where he told the actual story of where the idea of the King in Yellow came from, that it was in fact a real thing that happened to him in his life. He was driving up one of the main streets in downtown LA, and he saw this guy one day dressed in this brilliant yellow suit, standing there looking like some kind of angelic vision. And he was so struck by this guy. And I can't remember if he said he was singing or if he was dancing or something, but he just looked and went, oh my God, there's something almost angelic about this guy. And then several years later, he's driving down a different street in central LA and he sees the same guy. And it's clear that this guy has fallen on very hard times because now he looks like a piece of street life. And John's looking at this guy going, what the hell happened to you? And it was just, you know, starting down that journey of what happened to that poor man that ultimately culminated in the Man in Yellow. And whatever other influences he picked up along the way as he tried to figure out that guy's journey, whatever they are, frankly, who cares? I don't care where he got his inspiration from, or if he got any, or if it's entirely just, you know, out of his head. That stuff to me is just so secondary to the final result that they've created. And whatever the ending is, you know, I'm going to let them solve it for me.
Good answer. Very good answer. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Julie, what do you think?
I think that it might be possible to predict the way the entire thing is going to end, like this, not how everything is going to end, but like since the showrunners said that they planned the ending from the beginning, that they did have the ending in mind, they know right now, they know how it's going to end. It might be possible to predict that. I don't think it's possible to predict the entire sequence of events because the way that they've described their writing process, they've plotted out major plot points along the way, kind of like destinations on a road trip. You know where you're starting, you know your destination, you know certain spots that you're going to stop at along the way, but then you take little detours, you explore as you're going. So I don't think it's possible to figure out everything because they're still figuring it out. But it might be possible to deduce the way the entire thing will end. Unlikely, but it could be possible, you know, just for the sake of argument. Yeah, I mean, but very difficult to do because they're still figuring out so much. It's just the ending that they know. They even said that they know where they think the characters in the world of this show would go after, like what would happen to them after, and whether that's going to turn into spin-offs or comic books or even just some like little journal entries for themselves just for their own enjoyment. They're not sure, but they're just enjoying the ride as it is. So that's my answer to that, Taryn.
Very cool. May I read you guys a quote just before? I'd love to hear from Grant and Scarlet, but I just wanted to give you a quote from Jeff Pinkner himself, where he said, "Will some people guess it? Maybe. And they'll be very pleased with how clever and astute they were. And that's a direct quote from him. So I do believe that Jeff Pinkner believes that it's possible to predict the ending. How much detail you can predict, I think, is debatable. But I do think they believe that if you're smart enough and you do enough research, you can predict it. That's just my opinion there. But I'd love to hear from Grant and Scarlet and hear what you guys think.
Yeah, well, I mean, for me, it's the theory crafting is the journey. Like, if I was to figure it out, and the problem with figuring it out is you don't know that you're right until after the fact. So even then, even if you did get it right, you're like, oh, I got it right. That's cool. But if I knew for a fact that I got it right, I wouldn't like that. It's the idea of trying to guess. It's it's as I said, it's the journey, not necessarily the destination. Why the destination is important. For me, it's these sort of things each week where we get to sit around and talk and do things and craft our own little stories and narratives and everything like that, because those are the things that I remember more when I'm thinking about the episodes. And when I'm thinking about stuff from season 1 and season 2, I can remember conversations that I've had about what happened in what episode and everything. So for me, it's a good way of gathering my thoughts, and ultimately I would love to be able to guess it, just to say that I guessed it, so I could, quote unquote, feel clever about it. But I don't want to know if I'm right. I just want to know that that's the thing. Like when everyone finds out the ending, that's when I want to find out the ending 100%. Because I think otherwise you're spoiling it. And if I did know for 100% fact, I wouldn't tell a single soul. I wouldn't do a video, because I don't want to ruin something that someone's been looking forward to for, by the time this is finished, 5, 6, 7 years. They've gone on that journey themselves. So who am I to try and take that away from them?
I'm one for the David Lynch school of ambiguity, so I don't care if there's a solution or not. I can subjectively take what I want from a series. But I'm going to ask you, Julie, who was in our chat that had the picture and he was predicting the seasons from the cave drawing? You remember?
Oh, David Agile. David Agile had a very clever interpretation of how each season could play out based on the cave drawing, telling a story from left to right, and I find that fascinating. He pointed out something that I had never noticed, which was it now that I've seen it, I can't unsee it. It looks like a dragon to the right of the big symbol, the blood symbol. To the right of it, there is what looks like a dragon, and he thinks that it represents what's going to come in season 4. The showrunners have said shit's about to hit the fan in season 4, so I wouldn't be surprised if that cave drawing could be telling a story from left to right, how it ends. So we might be able to draw clues from that.
And this harkens back to what I was saying earlier, that there are obviously clues, and I think that David's right, and I think you're right that is intended as a bit of a roadmap for people who are paying attention. The danger with that kind of stuff, though, is you start applying that principle to everything, and a lot of this stuff, it has nothing to do with that. I think I told this story in one of the interviews I did with you, Julie, but Marcia, my writing partner, and I had some personal experience with this. Back in, a little over 30 years ago, we were writing our second play. It's a murder mystery called A Party to Murder. And it's very much sort of Agatha Christie style whodunit. And we had been working on it for about a year. This was in the fall of 1994. And she called me up one day and she said, they're doing an Agatha Christie at the Shaw Festival. They're doing And Then There Were None. We should go down and see it. And I said, yeah, it's a good idea, because I had seen a couple of Agatha Christie's like years ago, but I didn't really have that solid a background in her work. So I said, yeah, by all means, it might be helpful, So we go down. I called the Shaw Festival and I booked a couple of tickets for a Sunday matinee. We got there on the Sunday afternoon, and somebody goofed. I had asked for tickets for the matinee, but they had booked us for the evening show, and the matinee was sold out. So they had nowhere to put us. So they said, well, we can put you in the latecomers booth. And we said, that's fine. We just want to be able to see the play. And it's a good thing they put us in the latecomers booth, because 5 minutes into the play, the two of us are looking at the stage going, oh my God, we stole Agatha Christie's play and we didn't even know it. I mean, our play takes place on an island where a group of people gather, and for a very specific reason. And then they all receive these letters, these kind of ominous letters. And then there's a power failure, and everybody's walking around with candles so they can see where they're going. And then they all start dying one by one, which is exactly what happens in our play. And we were just devastated. We had never seen this play. We had never read it. We didn't know the first thing about it. So when it finished, we went across the street to this Italian restaurant, ordered dinner, got a bottle of wine, poured a couple of huge glasses, and just sat there just shattered, thinking, what the hell are we going to do? And I said, well, I'll tell you this much. We're not going to trash a year's worth of work. We got to find some way around this. So we talked about it, and we finally decided that the best thing to do was to get out in front of this thing, this connection, this apparent connection between us and Agatha Christie. In our story, it's about a group of people who get together every Halloween to play a murder mystery game written by their host, who is this internationally known mystery novelist. He's very famous and very wealthy, and he writes these games for his friends for fun every Halloween. So that's what they're doing there. So we decided we would call their group the Mousetrap Society. And when they finish the game, right very early on in the book, they have a little ritual toast of this portrait of Agatha hanging on the wall. And when they do the toast, a little plot point happens. And then later in the play, when the power failure happens, they light a bunch of candles, and someone's looking for something to read to pass the time, and they pull a copy of And Then There Were None off a bookshelf, and a little secret compartment opens. Now, what we were trying to do was just pay homage to Agatha Christie, just to acknowledge the apparent connection between the two plays. But I think now, these days, in the era of theory crafting with Thrum and all that, if the From crowd got a hold of this news, that we had written this play, and somebody got a hold of Agatha Christie's And Then There Were None, they would read this play and go, oh my God, they totally stole this play. I mean, the connection is incredibly obvious. Nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it at all. Absolutely coincidental. And I think that's the problem with a lot of the connections that people are making. I mean, another thing I saw very shortly after the season 3 finale dropped was suddenly every character that wore yellow was being pegged as that's who the man in yellow actually is. You know, it's Boyd. No, it's Ethan. No, it's Randall. It's, you know, like, because, and then I look back and I went, you know what? If you go far back enough and look at the show, everybody wears yellow at some point. I mean, who are we kidding? And it's that kind of stuff. That
You're saying everyone is the man in yellow. That makes so much sense now. I get it.
Yeah, well, you know, and that's the problem. That's the logical extension of this kind of thinking. I mean, yeah, it's fun to theorize and all that, and like I say, they are intentionally planting some clues in the series, and so that stuff's kind of fun to play with. But I think, you know, to me, that's really secondary. I'm just much more interested in the story and just watching where it goes and letting them tell me, you know.
Yeah.
I think that's a choice many people will make.
I'm sorry?
I was just saying, I think that's a choice many people will make, in that many people will avoid theory crafting and theories and simply watch it on TV and not get involved in that sort of thing and focus on the characters. And I do think, you know, many people will adapt, just like Agatha Christie, like you were saying, Doug. You know, people will adapt a film where, you know, you can look up the ending before you watch it if you wish. And you could spoil yourself, but most people don't. So I wonder if that's also part of it as well.
Well, I think the interesting thing about the theory crafting is that it involves a really detailed examination of the series. And I think it deserves that, you know, that there's such an incredible, like Severance. I mean, I think these two series have the same thing in common, in that there's an incredible amount of detail involved in crafting both of these stories. And it's a lot of fun to poke around with that stuff and put it all under a microscope and that. I just think that, you know, sometimes the theory crafting side of things can get a little bit out of control as a result. But talking about the themes of the piece and, you know, just yeah, there's a lot of fodder there to examine. But yeah, that's basically it.
No.
Cool. Well, thank you for answering my question. I shall now go to bed. And yeah, I appreciate everyone's thoughts. So yeah, good night, everyone.
It's cool you stayed up so late to talk to us. That's so cool.
Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah.
Yes, such a smooth voice. I'm jealous.
What? You're jealous?
Yeah, such a smooth voice. Yeah.
He does have a smooth voice. Yeah. He does. Yeah. Yeah, just me. I don't think we can get it all right either, but yeah. Taran has very detailed theories and he puts a lot of time and effort into it, which is impressive. Hey there, Jay Sleek.
Hey,
Nice
Jay
to see
Sleek.
you. And
David makes an interesting comment. He says many stories are iterations of the original story, the monomyth. That's why some archetypes and narratives, just different stories, characters, and settings. Absolutely. I mean, that's one thing that resonates with me when I watch the series. That there are so many of those archetypes that translate into millions of stories.
Hero's Journey is a prime example.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the Chromonocle, for God's sake, that's exactly what that's all about, and that stuff is really interesting to examine too. I have a good time, sitting with that stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And David, David, I really liked that that point that he made about the way that he had analyzed the cave drawing too. And he thinks, like you said, it's the journey of the self. We have to become the snake and transform, shedding our skin. And I think maybe the dragon is represented by the man in yellow, like Real Therapy said. That could be it. It could be because the man in yellow has emerged and all hell's about to break loose. Very well could be. Yeah, could be a metaphor. Fan of Frumley had a question here. Doug, how was your time at Michigan State University? I don't know what that
I did not go to Michigan State University.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
No, because I was from Michigan. I was curious about this question. I guess
No.
Yeah, I didn't think you did.
I knew you were in Chelsea, Michigan, at the Purple Rose. I didn't know you took a little sidetrack, but I guess not.
No, I wasn't actually at Purple Rose. They were. It looked like they were going to be the first people to produce Deadline, actually, and then COVID hit. And part of their process is to have a public reading of plays that they're considering for production. And we were supposed to go down there and do a reading at a local library, which is where they do these things. And then COVID happened, so we ended up doing it as a Zoom call, and it was just deadly. I mean, reading a murder mystery on a Zoom call is a great way to kill a play. It's just,
Yeah.
I mean, the audience seemed to appreciate it, but Marcia and I were just destroyed by the end of it. It was just felt incredibly boring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then because of COVID, that forget about live theater for a while, so that all fell apart, and then it ended up getting picked up by the folks in Dayton.
But you never ended up at MSU for any reason.
No. I went to Ryerson University in Toronto. It wasn't called Ryerson University at the time. It was called Ryerson Polytechnic, but yeah.
What did you take as a major?
Theater, acting.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if maybe you took something else and theater was your minor.
No. It was all, they have a dedicated theater program there, and that's
okay, cool.
Yeah. By the way, I have the photos uploaded, Doug, if you wanted to tell any of the stories related to the photos.
Oh, yeah. Well, we were talking the other day about celebrity encounters, and I thought, well, yeah, I have worked with a few celebrities along the way, or at least, met them in passing kind of thing. And I started thinking about that, and it reminded me of something that happened several years ago. I guess this was about, 7 or 8 years ago, maybe. They were doing a production of Who's Underwear at this theater in Sonning, which is just east of London. They have a pretty little dinner theater there called the Mill at Sonning. And Marcia and I were both going over to see it. And Marcia went before I did, because her mom, she grew up in London. Her mom lives in London. So she went over for like a month. And she was there, I think, for about a week before I arrived, so we could go to see the show together. And a couple of days before I left, she sent me an email and she said, you're not going to believe who bought the property right next door to the theater. There's a house next door to the theater. It was George and Amal Clooney. And I said, well, that ought to help with ticket sales, And then a couple of days later, I went onto Facebook, and there was this picture on my feed of this actress with a bouquet of flowers in front of her. And I think you have that picture there, Julie.
Yep. I'll pull that up while you're
I think she's sitting in the green room of the theater in front of this, or behind this big bouquet of flowers. And I went, oh, what's this all about?
Yes, I got it right here. Hold on. Here we go. Yeah, there it is. Can you see it?
There she is. Yeah.
Yeah.
What the heck is this? And she's holding up a note in her hands. And then I page down to the next message, and it's the second picture that you've got there. And I don't know if people are going to be able to read it on there.
I can zoom in a bit. It might be a little tough to read, but I'm going to zoom in. Right here. Yeah, there it is.
In the past of a party to murder, we just wanted to say, send our thanks and appreciation to you all for a great evening and a great show. Congratulations, all the best. Amal and George, your next door neighbors.
Wow.
Very cool.
This was on my feed, and I read this, and I immediately posted a message that said, "This is great. The next time George Clooney's name comes up in conversation, I'll be able to go, yes, apparently he loves our work."
That's amazing.
Now, there's a coda to this story. Marcia was over there just a couple of years ago because they did a production of a play that she wrote with another friend of hers, this thing called Bellyful. It's all about middle-aged belly dancers. And it was playing at the same theater. And George Clooney came to see the show while she was there. So the two of them ended up spending the night in the bar one night together, chatting and having drinks all night long. And I really envied her because I was not there to take part in that. But anyway, so that was the first one. The other picture you've got there, well, I sort of have to tell the backstory first before I get to the celebrity. Back in 1987, I did a production of a Canadian play, a comedy called The Black Bonspiel of Wooly McCrimmon. And for those who don't know anything about curling, a bonspiel is a big curling tournament. And this is a play that was written by a very famous Canadian author and playwright. His name was W.O. Mitchell. And I think he originally wrote this as a radio play back in like the 1950s. And then eventually, around the late 70s or early 80s, he turned it into a stage play. And it's about this, it's set in 1930s Alberta in this little tiny town. I can't remember what it was called, something like Red Rose or something like that. Anyway, there's this local guy, Wooly, this crusty old Scot, who runs a cobbler shop, a shoe shop. And he's an avid curler. And the big bonspiel that happens every year in Alberta, at least in the play, it's totally fictional, is this thing called the McDonald Briar. And all Wooly has wanted his entire life is to win the McDonald Briar. So one day he's in his shop, working on a pair of boots. And in walks this very well-dressed but kind of sketchy-looking guy who we eventually learn is the devil, who comes to Wooly with a proposition. He says, look, I'll make you a deal. You want the McDonald Briar? You can have it, but I get your soul. You come down to hell and you play third on my curling team. A curling team is made up of 4 guys, a first, a second, a third, and the skip, who's the boss. And obviously the devil is the boss of this team. And Wooly's kind of intrigued, but then he says, yeah, there's one problem with this idea though. I'd only be third on your team, who's kind of like the right-hand man. He said, I'm not really interested in playing for a team that can't beat the team that I'm now in charge of, that I'm the skip of. So I got a counter proposal. How about I have a game against your team? If my team wins, I get the McDonald Briar, no questions asked. If your team wins, I come and I curl third for you for all eternity, and you don't have to give me the McDonald Briar. And so the devil says, okay, so the match is set up. So the devil shows up in Act 2 with his team, which consists of himself, Judas Iscariot, Guy Fawkes, and Macbeth. And Judas spends all of his time just jingling this bag of coins and looking guilty. Guy Fawkes is going around lighting everybody's cigarette. And Macbeth spends the play misquoting lines from the play and changing them all to things about curling. Like, is that the curling rock I see before me? And stuff like that. There's one scene in the play where Wooly is trying to get inside Macbeth's head. So he walks up to him and reminds him that, if the devil's team wins, he's going to get kicked off the team because he's the third, and that's the position that Wooly's going to play. And so Wooly explains all this to him and says, and you know what this means, don't you, Macbeth? And Macbeth says, Macbeth shall sweep no more. So, anyway, so I was Macbeth, and you've got the picture there if you want to put it up.
Yep, you got it right here. Hold on a sec. Here it is. Oh, wait. I've got to share my screen again. Hold on. There it is.
There we go. The guy on the left there is Guy Fawkes. The one with the goatee is the devil. The scary looking guy with the crown and the broom is me. And this guy on the right is Judas Iscariot. There
That's
you go.
fantastic. Oh, I love
So-
it. Oh my gosh.
So we
Wow,
do
I
this
didn't
play.
recognize you.
This is the spring of, oh, and you should have seen the hair. I had like this shoulder length wig. It was very cool. Anyway, we did this play in the spring of 87. And shortly after I got home, I walked into my agent's office one day and he was on the phone talking to a casting agent. And all of a sudden he looked up at me and he covered the phone and he said, "How tall are you?" I said, 6'1". He said, "What do you weigh?" I said, 165. He said, "What's your neck size?" I said, 15 and a half. What's your sleeve? 35. And he's getting more and more excited. And I thought, what the hell's going on? And he says into the phone, he says, "Deirdre, listen, how about Doug Hughes?" "Okay, fine." And he puts down the phone. I said, "What the hell's going on?" He said, "They need someone to be Jeremy Irons' stand-in for this new movie. It's going to be called Twins." And I said, "I don't want to do stand-in work." And he said, "Shut up, idiot. Listen to me. This movie, Jeremy Irons plays the two twins. They need someone to be the other twin. You would have to do every scene with Jeremy Irons. It's like 12 weeks of shooting. You're going to be spending every day doing scenes with Jeremy Irons, you moron." I said, "Oh, okay, fine." And this was being directed by David Cronenberg. So the next day, suddenly I'm sitting in David Cronenberg's office reading this scene with him. It's like somebody pinched me. And the day after that, who should arrive but Jeremy Irons? Just flew in from London to come and I didn't know this at the start. I thought that he had already been booked to do the movie, but no, Cronenberg was bringing him over because he wanted to show him at the time, the high-tech split screen technique he was going to use to, put the two twins together. So we actually had to shoot a few scenes, and then he was going to show Jeremy Irons what these things looked like, and let him see how impressive all the tech was. So the next thing I know, I'm walking up and down in this huge soundstage running lines with Jeremy Irons. And when we first met, he introduced himself and said, "How do you do?" and all this. And he had just flown over. He just finished the show the night before. And I said, "What were you doing?" He said, "I was playing Macbeth at the Haymarket." And I said, "Oh, that's interesting. I just played Macbeth myself." He looked at me like, how do I respond politely to that? And he said, "Really? Where was this?" And I had to explain that it was this silly W.O. Mitchell play and that I was this guy from hell. And the relief on his face when he realized that I wasn't actually playing Shakespeare's Macbeth was like totally palpable. Anyway, we got over that hump and then we did the scene and it was all lovely. But I'll never forget the look on his face. It was like, "Really? Oh, how nice for you." Anyway, that was the first. That was the second celebrity encounter. There have been others along the way, but most of them are even more boring than that story. So
was that for the movie Dead Ringers?
Yes, it was. It was called Twins
That's
immediately. Initially, it was called Twins,
Mhm.
but then there was a holdup with the funding, and he couldn't get the cast he wanted and stuff. So the whole project was held up for a year. And in that time, the other movie with Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito, Twins, that was
Oh
released.
no.
So they had to change the title to Dead Ringers.
You don't want to get those two movies mixed up.
Yeah, no kidding. But it was shot the following year, and I wouldn't have been available to do it anyway because I was working at the Stratford Festival that year. So that was the luck of the draw. Yeah.
Right.
But it's one of the weird things about doing this for a living. Like every once in a while, stuff like that just drops out of the sky without any warning whatsoever, And the next thing you know, you're sitting in a room with David Cronenberg and Jeremy Irons going, "How the hell did I get here?"
That's
A
wild.
good place to be.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have I couldn't have picked you out in that photo though with that costume and that get up. I couldn't tell which one was you. That's hilarious.
Well, if you go on my Instagram, like I posted a whole bunch of pictures from shows that I've done in the past on my Instagram page, primarily for that reason, because like it doesn't look like the same guy in most of those pictures. I mean, some of them you can tell pretty easily, but some of them was like, who the hell is that? There's one of them I look like Mark Twain, for God's sake. It's amazing what little hair and makeup can do for you.
That's
But,
awesome.
You haven't done any Mark Twain one-man shows?
No, I wasn't actually playing Mark Twain. I was playing a character in a British play, actually, by a writer, Harley Granville Barker, who was actually an actor. He was in a lot of George Bernard Shaw's. He played a lot of George Bernard Shaw's leads in the original productions of things like Man and Superman and I can't remember which other ones, but he was apparently a very good actor. But he was also an incredibly talented playwright, and but his plays were very political and stuff, and very set in their time, and he didn't have the same kind of cachet that George Bernard Shaw had, but was easily as good a playwright as George Bernard Shaw. And I've done a couple of his plays, and he's a brilliant playwright. So anyway,
Nice.
I'm going to excuse myself for a second because I'm all out of water, and this talking is drying my mouth out. So I will be back shortly. Talk amongst yourselves.
Have you seen any David Cronenberg films, Julie?
Not that I know of. Name some examples. I don't think so.
He did a what was the one on Burroughs? He did Naked Lunch. He did Existence, which I really like. He did The Fly. Did you see the new Fly? Well, the new
Surely you've seen The Fly.
Nope.
Brett Goldblum and Gina Davis.
You haven't seen that one?
Oh,
Did you see the Vincent Price one, Julie?
No.
Oh, you haven't seen any Flies?
I haven't seen a lot of classic films. It's embarrassing. Yeah, I have a lot of viewing to do.
I would recommend a lot of David Cronenberg films. They're great.
That reminds me, we've got to do a Young Frankenstein movie watch.
Indeed.
Absolutely
100%.
we have to do that. I can't believe you've never seen this movie, Julie. You will die.
It's fantastic. They even use some of the old sets and old equipment from the original movie because
I was going to say that.
It was actually from The Bride of Frankenstein.
The Bride. But you've seen Bride of Frankenstein too, right, Julie?
I've seen the original Frankenstein.
Yeah, let's see the set from that.
I took a film class in college, so I didn't see, the basics. Obviously, oh God, wow, it went right out of my head now. The one, oh my God, it's so embarrassing. I can't even remember the name of it. It's like the quintessential classic film that every film student has to watch. I can't remember the name of it.
Seven Seal?
No.
Ingmar Bergman?
No. Oh my God.
I know the movie, and it's like right on the tip of my tongue, and I can't think of the title. Rosebud.
Oh, Citizen Kane?
Citizen Kane.
Thank you. Yes.
That's it. I could only think of Rosebud too. That was the only thing Rosebud was coming up.
Every time I watch that movie, I fall asleep. So I can't ever watch it all the way through.
How dare you?
I don't know why. It just happens. It's not that I'm disinterested. It lulls me into sleeping. It's a comfort film.
If you want to see a really good Cronenberg film, he back in the early 2000s, he did a comic book adaptation. It's his only comic book adaptation that he's done. It's called A History of Violence.
Yeah,
it's got Viggo Mortensen in it.
Oh, that was a brilliant film.
Yep. And I can't remember which brother it was, but he got nominated at the end. Jeffrey Wright. I can't even remember his name now. He was only in it for 5 minutes, but his performance was that good that he got nominated for an Academy Award. Can't even think of his name.
William Hurt was in it.
William Hurt. That's who it was.
Yeah.
I was like, it wasn't John. It was the other one.
Yeah, all his films are good, and he has a son that does films too, and all his son's films are also good and highly recommended by me. Especially the one where he had like the celebrities that were making meat off their own bodies and selling them, and you could inject yourself with an illness that a celebrity had. I can't remember which one that was called, but it was really good.
Yeah, I have a lot of viewing to do. We should definitely plan a Young Frankenstein watch party in the Discord. I want to see this.
I know that movie by heart. I could probably recite it line for line. It's so good.
Same here. Sedative. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
I noticed Amy said something earlier about how she would be too shy to actually have a conversation out loud with a legend like me, and I'm like, oh please, Amy, for God's sake, if you're too shy to call, if you have a question, just post it in the chat. We'll get to it.
Yeah,
please call in.
I wish you would. We had a lovely little chat the last time when we were the only two people in the Discord channel waiting for this to go up.
Are you in the wrong Discord channel?
No.
What's that? No, we were just early. We were there before everybody else.
Yeah, there was a mix-up as far as what night it was supposed to be.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
The watch party was supposed to be Wednesday, but it got scheduled for Tuesday by mistake. So Amy and Doug were just hanging out for maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes or something, and then Amy let me know, so I came in and we did the watch party. So Amy, yeah, there's nothing to be afraid of at all, but no pressure. You can always just say whatever you want in the chat, and I'll highlight it, of course.
Doug won't bite you. This isn't Bloodline.
What was that, Grant?
I said Doug won't bite. This isn't Bloodline.
No, this isn't Bloodline. So no, Doug is not really a vampire, and he's not going to rip your throat out. Like, so you don't have to worry. And hey there, TJ. Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, TJ.
Yeah, nice to see you. And he says also, Doug, love your performance.
Thank you very much. It's very kind of you.
Yes. TJ is one of our regulars. So, got 34 people. Thank you for watching. We appreciate it. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. And if you have any questions or comments for Doug, you can click the link at the top of the chat and call in and say it, or you can type it in the chat and I'll highlight it. So no pressure, but yeah.
Michael, I get that reference. Hippo Birdie 2 U's. I know where that comes from.
Oh, yeah.
It was a Boynton birthday card.
Oh, really?
Yeah. With a hippopotamus and then a little bird and 2 sheep.
Oh, the birdie with a little blue balloon.
Hey there, raging Satanist. I had a question, but it can't come on stream. Well, feel free to ask it in the chat. We'll highlight it. You can ask your question in the chat too. Shirley 378, hi to Doug, just made it in the chat and wanted to say how much I enjoy him on From, and I want to check out more of his work for sure. Well, that's lovely.
Thank you. Thank you. Someone was asking earlier, have I actually been doing this for 47 years? And yes, I have. I started my career in the summer of 1979. In fact, the last one of these we did was when we talked about that summer. Was it not? When I played Dracula?
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes. Yeah. It's the
Yeah.
only other horror I've ever done.
Did you enjoy that, Doug, playing Dracula?
Oh, God, I loved it. Are you kidding? And, you know, the funny thing about it was just because I was playing the role for the brief time, and it was summer stock, so we were in rehearsal for a very short period of time, and it only ran for like a week. But for the very brief time we were working on that show, suddenly, for the first time in my life, I was like a total chick magnet. They were coming out of the woodwork, and I thought, maybe I just need to buy myself a cape. I don't know, like
yeah, that's Bela Lugosi vibes.
Yeah. But no, it was lots and lots of fun. I loved doing it.
Oh, my cat. Boo, can you please? You know, sometimes I let her get in the shot, but usually later when things wind down. Boo likes to make guest appearances sometimes. So
Nothing wrong with a surprise kitty.
yeah. So okay, we have a question here. The Raging Satanist. Would you would you ever act in one of your own plays? Which character, if you did?
I would love to, and I've never had the opportunity. You know, my writing partner has directed several of our plays, but she's never seen fit to cast me for some reason. I initially, you know, we used to get that question a lot when we wrote our first 2 plays, and my attitude was like, no, I'm not really interested in being in them. Like, being in one of my own plays would feel kind of like sleeping with my sister, you know, like it just didn't feel right. But with the passage of time and getting distance from them and stuff, it was like, no, I would be happy to be in one of them now. In terms of whom to play, I've actually used, I think this is the only speech that we've written in all of our plays that would be long enough to qualify as an audition speech. So there's a long speech in Too Many Cooks right at the climax of the play. And I've used it for a few acting auditions, and it's a part that I could totally play. It's you know, I'm the right age, right type, totally, but haven't had the opportunity to do it. I I'm getting a bit long in the tooth now for one of the husbands in Who's Underwear, but I could do that. There's lots of parts in our plays that I could play, but no, the opportunities just never presented itself.
Do you remember any of the lines of them? Could you give us a little taste?
Oh, I might be able. I don't know if I'll be able to get through this speech because I've only done it a couple of times and it's been a while since the last time I did it. But let me see if I can get through this. This is the speech from Too Many Cooks. This is right at the climax of the play, okay? And I won't give you any of the setup because most of it is actually in the speech. What happens is the speech is he basically recounts the entire plot up to this moment. But what's happening is there are these two Chicago gangsters pointing guns at him at this moment, and they're about to blow his head off. And this is what he says. You want to know what's the matter with me? I'll tell you what's the matter with me. When I got up this morning, the only thing on my mind was opening my new restaurant. And then I find out that our friend Mickey has stashed 500 cases of your bootleg booze in my basement. And then you two show up threatening to shoot everybody in sight. On top of this, I've got some woman from immigration threatening to deport my communist French chef, who turns out to be neither communist nor French, nor my chef for that matter. I've got the Mounties trying to arrest me for a murder I didn't commit, the gunfight at the OK Corral playing out on my front lawn, and a neon sign I'll be paying for the next 5 years, lying in 1,000,000 pieces on my doorstep. And what have I done to deserve all of this? Nothing. I have bent over backwards to accommodate you people. I have lied for you. I have cheated for you. I've risked going to jail for you. And what do you do to thank me for all this? You stick a gun in my face and tell me you're going to kill me. All right? You want to kill me? Go right ahead. No, you know what? I'll save you the trouble. I'll do it myself.
Wow.
Well, that's it.
Nice.
But you get the idea.
Bravo.
Nice.
Oh, he seems like he's a happy chap.
Oh, he is. He's just in a moment of extremis, you know? Like,
Or people coming into the chat right now and they'll be like, what's going on?
what the fuck is this? Who is that maniac? Anyway.
That's
They'll
awesome.
think you guys you're talking to us, and they'll be like, "Oh wow, Doug's really going off on them."
That was
Yeah,
great.
sorry about your neon sign, bro.
Sorry about that sock, Doug.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted. There's like 1,000,000 questions going by in the chat here. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's
Good
starting
those
to-
questions.
It's jumping right now. I'm
Scott's
sorry.
asking, what was it like doing Dead Ringers, please? Well, I didn't actually do it. There was another actor who got cast because I wasn't available, and I don't think they would have used me anyway because the day that we shot the stuff, I was supposed to be him, but when they shot over my shoulder, you could tell I was watching the footage, and you could tell it was a completely different person. And I thought, no, they need somebody whose head and stuff is like more shaped like him. So I don't think I would have ended up doing the gig anyway. But doing it there that day with him was fascinating. I mean, we got to do it for a day, just as a kind of screen test. I'd never done anything like that before. And it was very odd because, we had to shoot the scene twice. Like the first time I would feed him cues and they would have the camera on him and he would do all the lines. And then they would turn the camera around. We did it the other way. How do we do this? Oh, I know what it was. We would shoot it from one angle and I would feed him the lines. The camera would be on him. And then we would change chairs and switch around the other way and he would be the other twin. And they would shoot over my shoulder again. And he'd be doing the lines that I was just feeding him. And I would have to mouth the lines that he was doing in the last take without actually saying anything. But I had to look like I was, saying the lines. So I was kind of lip syncing without making any noise, which was a very strange thing to do. But he looked at me at one point and he said, "You're very good at this." So that was kind of cool. Yeah, it was unlike anything I'd ever done before or since.
That's awesome. I saw another question too that was going by quickly. Hockey from away, welcome. I have a question. Which play of yours could do with a modern reinterpretation as a new play or a movie?
I don't think any of them would really need a modern reinterpretation. I mean, we wrote Who's 30 years ago, and doing it today, you kind of have to do it as a period piece because, societal attitudes have changed quite a bit since then. And so it works better if you set it in the 90s. But that one aside, most of our plays, that's not really an issue. You could just do them as is. In terms of doing them as movies, we've actually converted our fourth play, Jack of Diamonds, into a screenplay, which we haven't managed to sell yet, but hope springs eternal. And Deadline, I think, and I know Julie agrees with me on this one, I think Deadline is a sure candidate for a screenplay. And our newest play, which we've just completed, Sucker, Succour, for those of you keeping score at home, would also translate very well into film. So hopefully down the road, those two might end up in front of the cameras, but we'll see.
Yes, I hope so. That would be amazing. Deadline, and it would be a way for me, it's unlikely I'll ever get lucky enough to get to see Deadline, live somewhere because it's difficult for me to travel around, and I mean, it would be like winning the lottery if it actually came to my area. But if it would turn into a screenplay that was produced, it'd be a way for me to actually see it play out. That would be amazing. I would love
Well,
that.
I'm sending an email to that company in Providence that we were talking about the other day. They're getting it. I'm sending emails out to a whole whack of American theaters, and our literary agent is sending out a bunch too. So you never know.
You never know. We have a nice Trinity Repertory Company in Providence. We have a nice theater there, so who knows? It would be wild stroke of luck if it turned up there. It really would. Yeah, everyone was amazed by your performance of that little monologue. By the way, chat was going crazy.
There was someone that just turned it on. He's just like, "Why is he yelling at me? I've done nothing. I just wanted to watch Julie."
Someone just popped in suddenly. Yeah, they'd be confused. Yeah. Let's see. Just Me said, "Who's underwear? You could play Sebastian or Paul."
I could not play Sebastian. Sebastian's like a 25-year-old male model, for God's sake.
Well, are you saying you're not 25?
I'm
You think you
certainly
know,
not 25. Yeah, that's right. I've been in the business for 47 years, but I'm somehow only 25. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a time warp thing,
Well, that's what employers want. They want a 20-year-old with 30 years work experience.
Hi, Faith. I'm sorry you're not feeling well.
Yeah, she wanted to come say hi, though. Hi, Faith. Always nice to see you. Sorry you're not feeling well. Hope you feel better soon. Yeah, and good night. Hello and goodbye. Good night. She said, "Doug, you're a cutie too."
Oh, bless your heart.
Yes. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for your support. Asking people to hit the like. We very much appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you for the kind words, Martin. I see you in the chat. So let's see. Yeah. Yeah. What are you
Laughing at Grant's comment, something that came up in our interview. He says, "No, Doug is a cinnamon bun."
Oh, I remember that from the interview. Yeah. Doug is a cinnamon bun. Yeah.
I have to say, that's one thing about the Russian language. I just love the poetic nature of it. Like they have the most poetic ways of saying things. They're just lovely phrases. And I had never heard that one before, but I bust a gut when I saw it.
Yeah. It's an adorable term of endearment to call someone. I like it. So for those who don't know, we're going to be doing a stream pretty soon to discuss Doug's play Deadline. And that's what we were just referring to a couple minutes ago. That would translate well into a screenplay, and a number of us have read it. Dieter dropped the link in the chat a little while ago, so if you haven't read it yet, you have time before we talk about it with Doug. If you're a fan of From, I think you would love it. I see some new people in the chat, so I'll just briefly say what it is about. It's about two playwrights who get trapped in the murder mystery that they're writing, and they have to figure out a way to write their way out of it before they get killed themselves, and people are dropping like flies around them. So it has elements that are strongly reminiscent of From, and so I think From fans would really enjoy reading it. Dieter just dropped the link again, and it's also, if you're listening on the replay, it's in the description of this video. You can go on playscripts.com and actually read a free sample of it, 32 pages. The whole thing is actually only 70 pages total, so you'll get a very clear idea of what you're going to get, and I know you're going to be hooked like I was. You can get an e-copy, or you can order a physical copy, whichever you prefer. E-copies are good if you're international too. You don't have to worry about the import fee that you might have or shipping. So that link is in the chat, and it's in the description of the video for Doug's Play deadline. We'll let you know when we have a date. Doug's writing partner, Marcia Kash, will join us, and we're all going to have a discussion about it. So it's going to be a good time. Anyway.
Keith has a question here. He says, was it difficult for you to adapt to voiceovers? Yeah, that's the one. And it's a really interesting question because I kind of backed into doing voiceover work. And when I was at the Shaw Festival, I guess this was about 20 years ago, 21 years ago now, I was told one year that I was not being asked back the following season. So I thought, okay, it's time to do something else. And I've been told for years, people were saying to me, you should do voiceover work. So I finally decided to invest in getting an audition CD together. And most of the people in Toronto who cast voiceovers also have a sideline where they will, for a fee, where they will put together audition tapes for you. So I went to see this woman in Toronto. Her name's Kim Harden. She's Kim Harden, pardon me. She's one of the leading voice cast people in Toronto, voice casting people. And we had a session together, putting this CD together, and we really hit it off. We had a great time together. And so I got myself a voiceover agent and started auditioning for things, and very slowly started to get the odd thing here and there. Didn't get a lot of voiceover work, but I really enjoyed it. And then in the last few years, had a couple of opportunities to do stuff like Far Cry 6, which Kim was directing, actually. Kim directed me when we did that one. And I discovered, I had a feeling, this is one of the reasons I wanted to get into doing voiceover. I had a feeling that I would enjoy it. And I cannot tell you how much fun it was doing the voiceover for the video games, because it's an incredible acting exercise. We talked about this, I think, in an earlier live. It's so fast paced that you don't have time to think. I mean, my biggest problem as an actor, like a lot of actors, is getting inside my own head and getting in my own way. Well, when you're doing voiceover work for a video game, there's no time to do that. You don't have time to think. It's like you read what's on the screen and you have to react. And sometimes it's like really incredible emotions you have to come up with, like at the drop of a hat. And doing it at that speed, I found myself able to access stuff that normally would take a lot more work than that. Like it just starts to come out naturally. And it's a fascinating acting exercise doing voiceover work. And I would love to do more of it. I've done a little bit for kids shows as well. And that's been fun, playing different characters and doing silly voices and that kind of thing. It was interesting auditioning for Far Cry 6 because I was actually up in Thunder Bay when I got the audition, which is like about 2,400 kilometers northwest of here. It's about a 20-hour drive from Toronto to Thunder Bay. And so we had to do the audition by Skype. And there were no visuals. It was just voices. So there was the casting person and me, and there was all the voices I had to do either had Hispanic accents speaking English, or they were speaking in Spanish. And they sent me the script and I worked on it for a bit. And so they had a Spanish dialects coach there. And I mean, he speaks perfectly unaccented English. I think he grew up in the Toronto area, but his family is Spanish. So he speaks both languages perfectly fluently. And so we ran through the stuff a couple of times. And, you know, as I say, we couldn't see each other. It was just voices. But after I did the audition, he said to me, he said, "Your Spanish is very good. Where did you grow up?" And I said, "Richmond Hill, which is a suburb of Toronto." And he was like, "Really?" And I'm like, "Yeah, totally, man. I'm like as white bread as they come." But it was just, I don't know, there's something about dialects in particular that I've always had an ear for, and I really enjoy doing them. And it was one of the fun things about working at Shaw. We were constantly doing shows with dialects. And we had a genius dialects coach there too, who's a good friend of mine now. I don't get to see her anymore because she lives in England, but she was just a joy to work with. And I just had a ball doing them. And it's kind of like doing dialects. It kind of requires an ear, kind of like having an ear for music, you know? And it's just something that I seem to have had an aptitude for. And so I love it when I get a chance to do a part with an accent or even use a little bit of another language.
Which is your favorite one to perform?
Favorite one to perform? Hard to say. I would say the one I'm probably most comfortable with is just RP, received pronunciation, standard English accent, you know, the sort of thing you would hear on the BBC. But I've done lots of regional British accents. Cockney is another one. I had to do Australian ones for an audition for Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. It's been a long time since I did that one, so it's not exactly up to scratch at the moment. But I've just...
It's right. My Canadian's terrible as well, so...
Oh, well, there you go. Anyway.
Well, did you have a specific part you were auditioning for in Priscilla?
Yes. Was his name Bill?
Huh.
Yeah, I think it was Bill. It was years ago now.
Yeah.
But when I lived in England for about 6 months shortly after I got out of theater school. I was looking for an apartment, and I bumped into this other Canadian at Canada House who was doing the same thing. And so we decided to team up and try and find a place together. And we were walking down the street and we went by New Zealand House, and there was an ad in the window, just as luck would have it, that somebody had a flat to rent. So the two of us went in, and it was the receptionist sitting there behind the desk, and she was on the phone talking to somebody. And the first word I heard out of her mouth was, "No." And I went, "Do that again." No. It had like 17 vowels in it. How do you do that? It's just such an amazing accent. And yeah, we ended up living in this place, like sharing this place with her and her boyfriend, who was an Aussie actually, but she was a Kiwi. Her name was Gaywin, a very New Zealand type name. And I just loved listening to that accent. It just made me crazy. She called me Douglas. Douglas, do you have to work till 7? Yes. Yes, I do. Anyway.
Wait until she tells you about fish and chips. It's fish and chops.
Fish and chops. Well, and hers wasn't like that. It was more like her short E's were like short I's. You know, like I say, yes became yes.
Oh, yeah. So she's a Northern New Zealander then.
There you go. Yeah. But I just a gorgeous accent. Really musical. I loved it.
Some accents are just like ASMR to me. It's just lovely to listen to, you know. Yeah. I totally understand what you're saying. Like I relate completely. Kimberly,
certain languages have a really heavy emphasis on the pronunciation of words as well, like Jamaican patois. Like while most of it is very similar to English, you have to say it in the way in which they pronounce their words and with their tone and dialect, which is really funny when you see a white guy going "yeah, brad," you know, like sort of thing like that. But that's the way that it is. It's a core fundamental of the language as well, which is really unique.
I used to work in a jewelry store in this big mall in downtown Toronto called the Eaton Centre, and the boss was this Bayesian, this guy from Barbados. His name was Wayne. And he had that one of those island accents, and I was just a joy to listen to him. You know, he'd say things like, "I had a lady come in the other day for an ankle bracelet. She had a leg like a cow." Killed me. Yeah, and we had a woman that worked there in the store. Her name was Caroline, and she was quite rotund, and he always called her Lina. And I said, "Why do you call her Lina? Is that short for Caroline?" He said, "No, it's short for Ocean Lina." I was like, "Okay, that's not very kind." But that's a story that may factor into another story I was going to tell you anyway. But if we have any other questions before I get into that might not be a bad idea. I don't know if you saw anything there, Julie, that...
Let's see. There were a few things. This one just from Kimberly. Grant said he can help her with that. I noticed in the chat she's having some kind of issue with opening the link for the e-copy of Deadline. Thank you for purchasing it. And Grant said he can assist her with that issue. So.
Oh, goody! I'm glad, because I would be no help to you at all. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but thank you for purchasing it, and I'm sure
I got you.
We can get that sorted out. Just Me said, Deadline is definitely worth the read. 100%.
Thank you, Just Me.
TJ said, I want to get Doug's book. Well, sadly, it's not published, so it should be, but he sent me and Grant copies of it to read. So we've been reading it and just loving it. But
yeah, the only way you can get a hold of it is by being really nice to me.
Yes.
Or pestering him like I did.
Yeah.
Hockey from Away has got a comment here. He says, so you could play that person in your new play, a little meta but fun. Well, that's the whole point. The play is totally meta. I was going to say, when Julie was describing it, the other element of this play is that it works on two entirely different levels. And I'm not going to go into detail about the other level because a lot of you haven't read it yet. But when you read the play, you'll go, oh yeah, I see what he's talking about now. Yeah, it's meta is kind of the play's middle name.
Right. Oh gosh, yeah. I that's one of my favorite parts about it. I love meta things. I enjoy that. So that would be the number one word I would use to describe it. So it would be perfect.
Hey Doug, do you have a favorite Canadian comedian?
That's really hard to answer. Yeah. I guess if I were forced to pick one, it would probably be Martin Short.
Oh yeah, because you like Only Murders, right? You watch that one?
Oh, loved it. Love it.
Yeah, it's great.
I mean, I think that Jim Carrey is a brilliant comedian. I think The Mask, his performance in The Mask is like impeccable, but I get the impression the guy's a real dick. So I was kind of reluctant to say him. Although I don't know, like lately he seems to, the little bit that I've seen about him in the press, he seems to have gone on quite a spiritual journey. So who knows?
Yeah, it happened after his missus passed away.
Yeah, that would explain it. But yeah, before that, I mean, I just got the impression that, he was one of those guys where, hey, it's all about me, and that stuff just drives me batshit. So, yeah.
There's somebody in the chat.
I thought you were going to say someone like Norm Macdonald, because that's like Norm Macdonald is my comedian hero.
Oh, great. Norm Macdonald was screamingly funny. Yeah. Yeah,
I like all the SCTV people. That's why they mentioned John Candy in here, but I like John Candy and Eugene Levy and Catherine O'Hara and all those.
I was just reading about John Candy today. Somebody posted a thing on Facebook. They did an interview with like 10 different actors who had worked with him, and they all just said the same thing. He was just a lovely, sweet guy and extremely funny and one of the kindest people they'd ever met. So, yeah, I wasn't personally crazy about him as an actor. He's a very funny guy, absolutely, no question. I always found his stuff a bit too large for the screen, but there's no question about the fact that he was just a lovely human being. Sorry to see him so young.
Very first comedian that I ever saw do a stand-up thing, he was doing a small thing in Australia, was Phil Hartman. And it was just before he got the gig on, I think it was News Radio. He also does a lot of the voices. He did the voices on The Simpsons, like Troy McClure and all these other ones. Really good guy. His wife had some issues, and she unalived him and her at the same time. But yeah, he was the very first comedian that I saw, and he's Canadian.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh,
yeah,
interesting.
Dieter had a question earlier that I starred, and I never
Russell
got back
Peters.
to.
How about Russell Peters? Oh my God.
Do I recommend any movies that are recent? It's funny, Dieter. I used to go to movies all the freaking time, but ever since COVID, I've kind of gotten out of the habit. But I just saw Conclave last week and loved it. I don't know if any of you guys have seen it.
Haven't heard of it, actually.
Oh, it's a brilliant film. It was one of the ones that was up for an Oscar for Best Film.
Oh.
It's Ralph Fiennes and
the Pope one.
the Pope one. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Very fascinating film. Julie, I think you would like it a lot, actually. It's
Yeah.
a really, really smart movie.
Awesome. I'll have to check it out. What's it called again?
Conclave,
Conclave.
which is the name of the cardinals that gather to elect the new pope. You know, it's all about the pope dying, and they have to put together a conclave to and Stanley Tucci's in it, who's one of my favorite actors. I love Stanley Tucci.
Oh, he's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'll definitely have to check that out for sure. By the way, Amy had said she's reading Deadline and loves the personality and the characters thus far in the play.
Oh, thanks, Amy. Well, Mara and Dawn are basically Marcia and me, so you know they're pretty easy to discern.
They are. Really, it's like it's so spot on. It's really reading it. I mean, and you made that deliberate choice to make your names similar, Doug and Mara versus Doug and Marcia, and it's so obvious that they're based on the two of you. It's just it makes it that much more entertaining because it's a window into your writing process together as a team, and it's quite entertaining, I gotta say.
Oh, that very opening scene of the play is like a leaf out of our autobiography. I mean, that's like a day in our life, you know, like totally.
Yeah.
So if you want to know what Marcia's and my relationship and our work life is like, just read the first 10 pages of Deadline, and you'll know everything you need to know.
Absolutely. Yeah. And by the way, yeah, you can read it the first 32 pages for free. So you'll know what it's like before you consider purchasing a copy on the PlayScripts website. Just a reminder on that. Aussie ASMR multi-layered. Hey, welcome. I don't really have a favorite ASMRist. I just like ASMR in general. I don't know. Is that something you're into, Doug, at all?
No, I have never touched it. Never done it once. Yeah. I know what it is. I just have never had occasion to use it.
Yeah, it's nice. It can be relaxing. But
Yeah,
I don't really like
absolutely.
Dieter's asking if I like Drake. No, not particularly. I've had very little exposure to his stuff, but yeah, it doesn't really.
I hear he likes him young.
Sorry?
I hear he likes him young.
Say
He's
Drake.
About that.
Say Drake. Yeah. Well, you know, just because Doug's Canadian doesn't mean he's going to be Team Drake. It's like not everyone is even into that genre, so it's good to know. I'm not a Drake fan myself.
I was just joking.
What, Scarlet? Sorry. What did you say, Scarlet?
I was just joking.
I couldn't hear what you said, though. I think I talked over you.
I was just joking.
Oh, okay.
I've said this like 5 times now.
I don't know what you were joking about, though.
Drake's Canadian. It was fun. Joke. Fun now.
Okay. That I didn't know what you were joking about.
Going away
I
now.
got you.
Martin's got an interesting point here. He said, I should have a Geordie accent, but it's more American thanks to the content I consume, and Xbox friends being American also. I actually had to do a Geordie accent once. They did a production of Billy Elliot, the musical, here in Toronto, and I auditioned for it. And in the script, in the movie, I think they made him Scottish, but in the script, he's actually a Geordie. And that's a really difficult accent to do. I remember the very first time I heard one was when I was in theater school. I was working as a security guard to put myself through theater school. And my first boss was a Geordie. And I couldn't tell where he was from. It was like, it sounded sort of part Northern English, part Irish, part Scottish, part Swedish. I mean, it was all over the place. I'd never heard an accent.
Drunk.
You know? And then I had to do it for this audition many years ago for Billy Elliot. So I called up my friend, the dialects coach from the Shaw Festival, and said, "Can you help me out with this?" And the only line I can remember for the audition was this, and I don't know how accurate this is going to be, but Martin, you'll be in a good position to judge. The line was, "When sleep is as bent as a 9-bob note, son." I don't know, Martin, what did you think?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. Yeah. How was that, Martin? Martin also said, "Oh, really, Doug? That's cool. Did you say we?" I can't remember how to say that.
I said Wayne Sleep. Wayne Sleep. He's a guy. Wayne Sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And the
I
guy's
remember-
bent.
What was that, Grant?
And I said, and he's bent.
And he's bent. Bent is a nine bob note, son.
Mm.
Yes.
God, you're a whiz at accents. It's really incredible.
Well, I don't know. Ask Martin about that. He might say, no, that sucked.
He said that the end part was good, and how you said "son" was spot on.
Yeah. It's a very tricky accent.
Yes.
If you want to hear a Geordie accent, there are two guys in the movie Love Actually. When Bill Nye's character goes on the TV show, when he's flogging his Christmas song, and he's interviewed by these two guys. They're quite well known in Britain. They're like straight up Geordies. So if you want to hear a Geordie accent, just watch that scene in Love Actually.
I haven't seen that in years. Yeah. I'll have to rewatch that one. It's a good movie. Oh, I saw a question here.
Oh,
from
Ant and Dec. Sorry, yeah, I just remembered who it was. It was Ant and Dec. Is the two guys.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Let's see. You said on your interview, Doug, you were going to have Donna and Dale over for dinner. No, I don't think he's done that. Have you, Doug?
I haven't had a chance because they've been busy tearing my place apart, but I hope to do it sometime over the next couple of weeks. I want to do it before I go to Europe. So yeah, hopefully before the end of the month. I'm thinking possibly next weekend, but I have to give them a call and see.
What a mouthful. Mr. Bigwig Majig Lig. I can't even say all of it, but that's hilarious. Yeah, that will be so cool for you guys to connect like that. And you know, you're gonna be hopefully maybe in a couple of months, maybe you'll all be, well, maybe not Dale unless he's Ghost Dale. Maybe Cliff won't be shooting with you guys, but Liz Saunders will be shooting with you hopefully. And
Hey, you never know. Cliff could be back. You never know.
he could be back. I'm still holding out hope for a Ghost Dale. It could happen. It could really happen. He could be annoying Donna. Oh, it would be hilarious, especially.
It would have to be annoying Donna.
He would be annoying Donna, I mean, especially given that they're a married couple and the way they played off each other on the show. It would be perfect.
He could be my sidekick.
Yeah, that would work too. You have something in common that I know I picked up from the first time I watched the first interview I ever saw of him and the first I ever saw of you with Tony. And in both cases, it was that you seemed like the nicest guys. I couldn't believe you both have like these great smiles and just seem so kind and so nice. And yet you're so good at playing like the nastiest people. So you both have that in common. It's just stellar acting for you.
Well, and like me, Cliff's done lots and lots of comedy. I mean, the first time we worked together, we were doing Kiss Me Kate, which is a musical, but he and this other guy, Steve Ross, who is another joy to work with, were playing these two gangsters, and they're kind of the comic relief of the show, and they pretty much stole the show. They were just great. Yeah, he's a great guy to work with.
He seems like it. I couldn't believe I had never seen him smile because I don't think he ever smiled once on the show. So I was like, oh, wow, that's what a smile looks like on his face. He was on
He
with
smiled
Tony.
just before he got into the tree. The only time I saw him smile was just before he got into the tree.
Just before he went in the tree and into the pool
Well-
wall. I called in and spoke to him, and that was the live with Tony when Liz popped on screen with her face stuck in the hole of a
In a
cardboard
box.
box. Like pretending she's stuck in the wall. I
And the
was
face
dying.
she made was like.
And I was on the phone with them. It was amazing. Yeah. That was phenomenal. Yeah.
Do you sing in musicals, Doug?
Oh, yes. Yes, I've sung in many musicals.
What have you sung in?
Well, the very first one I did, the very first one I did was, we talked about that last time, was South Pacific, which is
Oh,
where
yeah.
I met Marcia. I was just singing all the stuff that the chorus was singing. I wasn't, well, I guess I had a character role, but I just sang with the chorus. So yeah, I sang lots of songs in that. I was astounded that I was hired for it in the first place. didn't do another musical for 18 years. And then at the Shaw Festival, the musical director there decided to start sticking me in musicals. And I think I did 3 there. The first one was The Mystery of Edwin Drood. And then I did Floyd Collins. And I was very briefly in Happy End, which was also a musical. I think that was it for Shaw. But I've done several since leaving there as well.
You did Sound of Music, right?
I've done Sound of Music 3 times. But I didn't sing. I only sang in the last one. And again, I wasn't playing a singing role, but at the end, they had a lot of choral stuff that even those of us in the wings were singing along with it. So I did some singing, but all 3 times I did Sound of Music was a non-musical role. I played Henry Higgins in My Fair Lady.
Oh, nice.
Had a ball doing that. That was great fun. And I did another musical, which I quite loved. She Loves Me. This was about 10 years ago at a theater. It was the same theater where I did Sound of Music a couple of years ago in Gananoque, Ontario, which is a beautiful part of Eastern Ontario. It's called Thousand Islands, that area, because it's all these little lakes and islands. It's right on the north shore of Lake Ontario, and it's beautiful. Cottage country. Great fishing, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Do you have a favorite song that you like to perform?
Do I have a favorite song I like to perform?
Song that's got you?
If you're trying to get me to sing for you right now, that's probably not going to happen.
No, I'm not.
I told this story actually on one of these lives a little while ago. At the Shaw Festival, they do this thing not every Saturday night, but in the Royal George Theatre, which is this small opera house that they have a bar in the basement. And on Saturday nights, they do this thing called Saturday Nights at the George, where we have like an after hours cabaret, and people get up and, do skits and do songs and do whatever they want. It's just people in the company having fun. And so I got a chance to get up. Initially, I just got up to play blues harmonica. That was my first thing. And then I got roped into doing blues tunes with other guys. And so I'd end up singing sometimes. And then sometimes I'd just get up with other people playing instruments and I would sing. But the most gratifying experience I had doing that, I think it was the year we were doing the musical. We were doing The Mystery of Edwin Drood. I got to sing Tom Waits' song, On the Nickel. And in the original, it's him singing with piano, a string quartet, and a glockenspiel. We didn't have the glockenspiel, but I had the string quartet from the band and our music director on piano accompanying me, singing this song. And it was one of the most joyous experiences of my career. I mean, I was just singing for my colleagues. It wasn't, anything other than that, but it was just to get to sing with a string quartet and a piano accompanying me. I'd never had an experience like that before. And it's a gorgeous, gorgeous song. If you don't know it, go on Spotify or iTunes or whatever, check it out. It'll tear your heart out.
What's the song called again?
On the Nickel.
On the Nickel.
Tom Waits.
Yeah.
It's about the homeless, basically, but just check it out. It's a brilliant, brilliant tune.
Kind of like Another Day in Paradise, that one really hits you, just talking about, all the suffering of the underprivileged, Amy here said, I would love to see a video of his plays. Me too. Oh God, if there were videos, I would be all over that. If I could get in a time machine, I would go back and watch Doug and all these awesome productions he's told us stories about.
Unfortunately, Amy, the only videos that exist of plays are archival videos. They're not allowed to videotape shows for contractual reasons, because of copyright and all that kind of stuff. But they do, most theaters, and there are very strict rules in terms of how you film the archival video. The camera has to be at the back of the house. There has to be a string running down the middle of the lens so that it's not the quality of the thing is compromised. In other words, you can't market it that way. Like, they make sure that it can't be used for anything other than archival purposes.
Right. It's just, it would be amazing to be able to actually see you performing these things. Yeah, that's the thing about theater, I would love to be able to see that. Oh, here's Here's another lovely screen name. It's hilarious. Obtuse Rubber Goose Green Moose Guava Juice. I know that reference because I grew up with that cartoon. It's from a cartoon. I'm from Nickelodeon. How was the work on, what is this? The Scientist and the Psychic? What is that?
The Scientist and the Psychic is an audiobook that I did. It's a nonfiction book. It was written by a Toronto guy. He is actually a scientist, and his mother, back in the 70s and early 80s, was a famous local psychic, and apparently quite gifted too. And so the book is all about his relationship with his mother. It's kind of an autobiography, but it's also about him trying to reconcile her abilities with his being a scientist, trying to take a scientific view of what she did. And his mother was a real character. It's a fascinating character study. So I loved it. It was a really interesting book. And doing audiobooks is really challenging because it demands tremendous concentration, and you really have to prepare too. I mean, you have to be reasonably familiar with the book before you sit down to read it, because otherwise you just make so many mistakes that it would be an editing nightmare. So you really have to prepare for it. But when you're recording, it's a really intensive experience. And typically they don't do recording sessions longer than about 2 or 4 hours at a time, because you just get so fried doing it. So it's difficult work, but it's really rewarding. And I really enjoyed the book. That one it's a very cool book. So, and speaking of accents, the author sent me an email because when he got the audiobook, his mother she's quite elderly and she's living in a home. And there's a bit in the book where I had to do her mother's voice, and her mother was from Northern England. So I had to do a North Country accent. And she was apparently tickled pink when she heard that bit. She said, "Oh, he sounds just like my mom." She was very excited.
That's awesome.
So that was
a woman's voice. Wow.
What's that?
You can even do a woman's voice.
Well, I just sort of pitched it up a little bit, but I think it was more the accent. She's like, "Yeah, that's her," and I just thought, "Oh, that's so great," because I have no idea. I've never heard this woman's voice, But
awesome.
Just to know that something that you've done has landed with somebody like that, it's very gratifying to know,
That's awesome.
Yeah, Dr. Smith.
Yes, that's him.
Dr. Christian Smith, yeah.
Yeah. Grant dropped the link to that one in the chat. Goodreads. That's cool. Okay. Thank you, Grant. Dieter said to Doug, if you could play any historical figure in a film or a play, who would it be and why?
Whoa, really interesting question. I would have to think long and hard about that. Yeah, it's kind of like Grant when we had our interview. So many of those questions you asked were really cool questions, and then I just draw a complete blank. If I had time to think about this, I know I would pick someone other than this, but the first name that came to mind was Maurice Ravel, just because he seems to me to be like a really fascinating character study, and quite a different guy from me by all accounts, like a really, really odd guy.
So you're not a French pianist?
No, I am not. I am not a composer. Eric Satie is another one. Eric Satie was another composer who was incredibly eccentric. He apparently only ate white food. He had many copies of the exact same outfit, and he wore the same thing every day. And he had all kinds of like weird eccentricities like that. And those kind of guys fascinate me, and I would really like to, pick them apart psychologically and take a stab at maybe playing them. Yeah, that would be an interesting thing to look into.
White food, that's really interesting. There's not a lot of white foods out there.
No, I mean, you start thinking about that, you think that's a really limited diet when it comes right down to it.
Well, I like zucchini. I'm wondering if I peel the peel off, it's technically white on the inside. Would that count?
Yeah, or a cucumber, you might get away with that. Yeah.
Gosh, yeah.
He loves mayonnaise.
And a whole closet full of the same outfit. It sounds like a cartoon character. Like that's like something right out of a cartoon. They always wear the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, you never have to ask, does this look good on me? You already know. Like, I mean, I can understand that.
Um, yeah, I can't imagine. I can't even think of that many white foods. Dieter has another question. What's a role or project that pushed you outside of your comfort zone the most?
Oh, that's such an excellent question. Oh boy,
Dieter's got the good ones tonight.
he sure does. That's such a good question. I think I hesitate to answer this one because ultimately this was a role that took a lot of work to sort of get there. But when I did get there, I realized that this guy was actually totally in my comfort zone. But that wasn't the feeling when I first read it. I mean, when I first read the part, I went, oh my God, I would love to play this. This would be a really great challenge. But, and it's this play by Terence Rattigan. It's called The Browning Version. It's a one-act play. It's about this guy. If anybody knows the movie, this is an old movie called Goodbye, Mr. Chips. He actually wrote the screenplay for that one as well. And they both have something in common. They're about a teacher who's retiring. The difference is in Goodbye, Mr. Chips, I've never actually seen the movie, but I think he's a popular teacher. In the Browning version, he's a guy who teaches ancient Greek to these adolescent boys who care about as much about ancient Greek as they do about, I don't know, learning how to crochet. I mean,
Modern Greek.
Yeah, modern Greek, that'll do. And he's a brilliant teacher. He really knows his stuff. When they hire the guy, they're thrilled to have him because he's such a brilliant scholar. But he has like zero people skills. And as a teacher, his biggest talent seems to be alienating his students who aren't interested in the subject matter to begin with. And so it's a story about a guy who has had to come to terms with the fact that he's a complete and utter failure. And it all happens on the day when he's retiring because he's got some unspecified illness. It's never said exactly what it is. My personal take is that he's actually terminally ill, and he just hasn't even admitted that to anyone, including his wife. But he's not long for this world. And he spends the entire play suffering one indignity after another, and yet still manages to kind of come out victorious at the end of it. It's a fascinating piece of writing, a really interesting character, and one that took a lot of work to get my head around. But ultimately, as I say, it did end up being in my comfort zone. I realized I had a tremendous amount in common with this guy, but it took a long way to get there. So
Was that the one that you spoke to me about?
I'm sorry.
Was that the one that you spoke to me about when it was like a closed off one? You're only in front of like 100 people.
Yes, it was this was not for public consumption. It was a guy at Shaw, one of the actors who wanted to try his hand as a director. And so it was a little project of his. And we did 2 performances of it. And I think there were about like 60 people at each one or something like that. And that was it.
Because they wanted Christopher to do it originally, right? Is that correct?
Yes. It was the year that Chris Newton was retiring from Shaw. And so the guy's original concept was to have Chris do it, and Chris turned it down. Then he offered it to somebody else who also turned it down, and then it came to me. So yeah, lovely piece, just amazing.
Okay. Banana Facts with Banana Dave has a unique question here. What is your favorite fruit or berry?
Concord grapes, hands down.
Yeah.
Close second would be Neologisms.
What's a Concord grape? I've never heard of a Concord. Is that like a local grape?
They're only grown, as far as I know, I mean, they might be grown in other parts of the world, but in North America, you can only find them in like Southern Ontario, maybe into Quebec, and in parts of like New England as well. And they can probably grow them, I would think, in places like New York and Pennsylvania as well. They look like a big blueberry. They're the same color as a blueberry. They're the same shape. They're just bigger, and the flesh inside is green, and they're really tart. They've got this lovely tart flavor, and a great consistency. They're just, I love them. Yeah.
Nice. We've got some random food questions here. Samuel, how do you like your steak cooked?
I'm going to alienate every purist on the planet, but medium
Don't
well,
do it,
I
Doug.
would say.
Oh, you said yeah, right. I thought you were going to say well done with like ketchup or something. I was going to be like, no, Doug, don't.
No ketchup. And in fact, I just about never eat beef. I could not tell you when the last time was that I had a steak. I quite enjoyed steak, but I've kind of gone off it just for environmental reasons. I don't eat a lot of meat to begin with, but I try to stay away from red meat. My guilty pleasure now is the occasional bit of lamb, which I discovered thanks to the Kiwi and the Aussie that I was sharing a flat with in London, England. That was the first time I had roast leg of lamb.
It blows my mind. It's such a staple over here. I think the rest of the world has lamb as well.
The only reason we didn't have lamb in my house is my mother couldn't stand it. So I never got to try it. I didn't know what it was until I had my
It's
first.
delicious.
In England. Oh my God, I love it.
Yeah, that point that you made though about environmental reasons, it reminded me of your the protagonist of your book, The Poor Player. You know, he talks about Harry. You know, he's very environmentally conscious, and the subject comes up about how most people don't realize it, but consuming a lot of meat, it's taxing to the environment. So for in some cases, you know, environmentalists become vegetarians. So
yeah, but on the same time, it's just so delicious. And I don't think what I eat would affect anything. So
yeah.
I love me beef.
Yeah. Scott had asked Doug, "What's your most favorite role you've ever played, and why? Do you have one?"
It's so hard to pick just one. I'd have to
pick a favorite child.
I'd have to give you half a dozen answers to that question. I loved playing Henry Higgins. That scene I did one of the last times I was on here from that play Ed's Garage, this guy Nick, another one. The one that we were just talking about, the Browning version, was another one. Playing Dracula was an awful lot of fun, even though I was only 21 years old at the time. I've talked earlier about the Canadian musical, The Drowsy Chaperone, which I got to do twice. I was playing this Broadway impresario named Feldzig, which of course is a play on Ziegfeld, and that was a great one too. There have been too many to just pick one.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, in your long career in theater, there have been so many that I can't even imagine how you could pick just one.
Well, even as I'm saying this, I know that I'm leaving some off the list where I'm going to go, oh yeah, that too. That was so much fun.
Right? Yeah, I can imagine. My gosh, I wonder, like.
Oh yes, one of my all-time favorite shows at Shaw, actually. You Can't Take It With You. I played this guy Ed. That's where I had to play the marimba. Just the most adorable creation. That was a Moss and Hart play. Yeah, and I was lucky in that it was a show that they brought back the following year for another run, so I got to do it twice. So yeah, I was doubly blessed with that one.
Yeah, I mean, with your long career, I can only imagine how many productions you've been in, how many roles you've played. It's got to be an enormous number, so it'd be very difficult to narrow down. You know, and then you have your day player roles, of course, in movie, in TV, and film. But I know theater is, it's really the heart of your career, and you have an incredible body of work in theater.
Well, and in terms of TV and film, there's not a lot to choose from because most of the roles I've played have been pretty, sort of functional with, not a lot of stuff to grab onto. But I guess I'd have to say The Man in Yellow. Really,
yeah. Yeah, I think actually that question came up last time, which was your favorite role in TV or film, and it was easy. You didn't even have to think about it. It's The Man in Yellow and From. It's an amazing role to sink your teeth into, I'm sure, as it's going to expand next season. We can only imagine. I'm sure it's going to expand, and it's going to be so fascinating to see. Oh, Scarlet is back. Off.
So how does doing stuff like with your audiobook work? Like you've got I can't even remember what it's called now. The Price of Freedom. What's it called?
Yes.
How does that compare?
It's The Weight of Freedom.
The weight of freedom. Yeah. How does something like that with such a heavy like subject matter? How does that differentiate from playing, say, like a fictional sort of character?
It's tough because you kind of have to go there. You can't help but go there when you're reading this stuff. The Weight of Freedom is written. It's an autobiography. Thank you very much. Yes, another scotch, please. By a Holocaust survivor, and I've done 2 books like that. The other one, the title always goes out of my head when I try to remember it. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but they're almost identical stories. And in fact, I think both of these guys were in Auschwitz.
By chance alone?
Yes, by chance alone. Thank you very much. And both of them were in Auschwitz, and both of them were on that sort of forced march that the Germans did as the Russians were coming from the east. They were trying to get away, so they just forced everybody out of there and frog marched them all to Western Germany. And of course, many of them died along the way. And both of these guys were part of that march. They may, in fact, have crossed paths together because doing those 2 books, the parallels between the two, they're unbelievable. I mean, their experiences were so similar. But yeah, it's rough doing that stuff. It's really tough. They were also challenging from a linguistic point of view because in The Weight of Freedom in particular, there were lines in Czech, in Polish, in German, Hungarian, Russian, Ukrainian. And so I had to, they actually got the guy who wrote the book, God bless him, to send me pronunciations of some of the stuff, so that I could get them right. No, actually, that was both books involved a lot of different languages, but it was the first book, By Chance Alone, where the author actually recorded some of the place names and some of the stuff written in other languages for me so that I could get the pronunciation down, which was awfully kind of him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you always nail pronunciation of these of foreign languages amazingly well. It blows my mind. I can't even do regional accents in the United States. I can't even fake an accent from some other part of the U.S. You can do all these foreign accents.
Sorry, I'm terrible with my US accent as well, so you're not alone.
Yeah.
That was one thing I loved on the bike trip, was hearing the accents. And it's fascinating when you go from sort of California and across the Southwest, the accent doesn't really change all that much. Like it does change quite a bit, but the change is so incremental that it sort of sounds like the same thing. But then when you realize, when you get as far as like, East Texas, for instance, it's not the same accent you were hearing in southeastern California. There are a lot of similarities, but it in fact has changed.
Mhm.
I think, Julie, did I tell you the story about the day I went from Laughlin, Nevada to Kingman, Arizona on the trip, the day I had to go up the side of the mountain? Does this ring a bell?
Yes, you did privately, but you never told it on the stream.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll do that one because it's got a fun accent in it. I was going from Laughlin, Nevada, which is almost at sea level, to Kingman, Arizona, which is at about 4,000 feet elevation. And I didn't know that at the time because I was just looking at road maps. I didn't have topographical maps. And so I was getting the bike ready that day, getting ready to go, and people would see the bike with all the bags and stuff, and they knew I was going on a long distance trip. So they'd come up and they'd say, "Where are you headed?" And I'd say, "Oh, I'm going to Kingman." And they'd say, "Oh, you're going up the mountain." And I'd be like, "Am I? Oh, I'm going up there, am I?" Okay. The first 15 miles of that day was 3,500 feet straight up the side of this mountain, just going up this switchback highway all the way up the side of this friggin' mountain. And once you get to the top, then it's all plateau, and the rest of the day was fine. It was like flat as a pancake, and I had the wind at my back, so it was great. So, and as I was going up the hill, I mean, I was stopping every couple of kilometers to just catch my breath and have a bit of a drink. And I kept taking pictures of the city of Laughlin as I got farther and farther up the side of the mountain, and Laughlin kept getting smaller and smaller. But then I got over the top, and then it was great the rest of the day. And then towards the end of the day, I was just on the outskirts of Kingman, and I decided to stop and get a picture of where I had climbed that day, because the mountain I'd come up was now on the western horizon. So I pulled off the road, and where I got off the road, there happened to be this dirt road that led down to these two trailers that looked like they'd been there since about the Second World War. And there was a gate across the dirt road with a no trespassing sign on it. So I thought, well, I guess I won't be hopping that fence. So I was busy parking the bike and getting my camera out when this pickup truck pulls up beside me with these two guys in it who looked like something straight out of Deliverance. And they pull up right beside me. And the guy in the passenger seat leans out the window and he looks at me and he says, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Oh, I'm just getting a picture of where I came from today." And while I'm answering them, the two of them are getting out of the truck. And the guy in the passenger seat is now standing right beside me. And the guy who's driving has come around the front and he's standing on the other side of me. And he says to me, "Where's that?" And I said, "Laughlin." And he turns and he looks at the horizon and he goes, "You come up that hill on that thing?" I said, "Yep." And he goes, "You are one major dude." Thank you very much, and please stop touching me now.
Oh my God.
Got back on my bike and said goodbye, and off I went.
That
But
sounds
I
so
will-
terrifying.
I will never forget that. You are one major dude.
Oh my
Man.
Yeah, I would be terrified. Yeah, thankfully they meant you no harm, but
No, but the whole time I was just like, this is it. I end up buried in a ditch. Yeah, it's all over. Yeah. Oh, it's not. Oh, okay. See ya. Oh, you know.
that's what an odd accent. Where were you when that happened again?
Kingman, Arizona.
Wow, weird. Yeah, there's so many different regional accents in this country because it's so gigantic. It's
Well, his accent was kind of a cross between your sort of generic Southwestern US accent and surfer boy. It was kind of a bit of both, like it really sounded, parts of it sounded like a California accent, but part of it just sounded like that standard sort of Southwestern twang,
Oh yeah. I know the Cali boy surfer dude type of accent. That one I got very familiar with that one. Well, by the way, welcome Doc. Doc is here.
Hey, Doc.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, Doug. Hi, Scarlet. Hi, Grant. Oh, my cat's being mischievous.
No, I got one of those too. Yeah, I know what that's like. Keith had a question for you, Doug. After hearing all your knowledge on lit, how do you think you would do on Jeopardy, Doug?
Not particularly well, I don't think. No, I really don't. I don't think I would. I think I'd be out in the first day.
Me too, honestly. I marvel at people who, clean up on Jeopardy. And some of these people who are, who win over and over again, have streaks going too on top of it. Yeah, I don't think I would do particularly well either.
Amy's asking what my favorite ice cream is. I had two. They were both Baskin and Robbins. You can't get them anymore. One of them was pistachio almond fudge. And the other one was this stuff called Mandarin chocolate sherbet. And it was sherbet, but because it was chocolate, it had a consistency it was more like gelato. And it was so dark brown, it was almost black. So, and I really love dark chocolate anyway, and it's laced with mandarin orange. So that combination was just like awesome. But
I didn't know they could make chocolate sherbet. I was going to say.
Me neither. The first time I saw that, I was like, chocolate sherbet? Seriously? Yeah, but this was like decades ago. I have not seen either of those flavors for like forever.
Yeah. I'm just more of a traditional, like like my basic Ben and Jerry's. Like my guiltiest pleasure is Ben and Jerry's cookie dough, which is it's like the most fattening, unhealthy ice cream you can eat. So I almost never eat it because it's like crack to me. Yeah, I've never done drugs, but I mean, from what I've heard, it would be my crack, and I can't do it. I can't have it around. I can't even go there. So maybe once a year I'll have some, or because if I buy it, I will probably eat most of the pint in one sitting. Luncher had a question. Hey, Doug, why does everyone ask who is the man in yellow, but no one ever asks how is the man in yellow? I mean, I've wondered how the man in yellow does what he does. I've wondered it, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. Some people have asked variations of that. Absolutely.
Sure.
You know, I mean, one of the first people who asked that question, I think, was me. Trying to figure out how to play this guy. It's like, what sort of entity is he? And I never really got an answer to that question. I never asked the question. I asked myself. I just sort of made up my own mind about him. And that's where the whole thing about damage came in and all of that. But I, to this day, don't know what the nature is of his, you know, like what type of being he is. It's clearly something supernatural, but beyond that, no idea.
Yeah.
I thought they made it like a joke, like it's always what is the man in yellow, never how is the man in yellow. Like, how are you doing? How is the man in yellow doing?
And I took it that way too when I first read it. And if that's what you meant, then he's fine. He's great.
How's the little guy behind you? Is he doing
Just ask him. He'll tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're sailing. By the way, he's coming with me to Europe, so there'll be lots of
He's got to
photos.
see the sights.
Oh yeah, there'll be a total travelogue for sure.
Nice. Well, you even have a way to bring him with you when you bike around like that. How do you carry him around when you bike?
I just put him in I had one of my bike bags with me. I just stuck him in there, and then when I went to take the picture, I stuck him in my jacket.
Okay, yeah, because I was like, do you actually ride with him in your jacket like that?
No.
He's got a really good grip strength, if you can remember from the series. So you can hold on.
You'd be surprised. He opens all my jars.
Yeah, I bet. I love him in that hat back there. It's cracking me up every time I look back there.
Well, I thought the two of us should match, you know, so.
Yeah, two amigos there, you know. Hey Shorty, yeah, we missed From too, but that's why we're still here. We're the only ones. This channel is the only one still doing consistent From live streams. So if you're feeling like you're getting From withdrawals, we do From rewatches every week, and we go back through the episodes, and it's still fun to talk about, you know. And we have Doug here when he's able to join us, and we do some From talk in addition to other fun stuff. So. Now we'll get through the long wait together, and it may not be so long, Shorty, because last time Doug was here, he was telling us that there's some word on the street. They could potentially start shooting From in June, which is earlier than we thought, earlier than we were hearing from the showrunners, who said originally they were looking at fall. So it's possible, this is not confirmed, but it's possible that we could start. They could start production of From in June. We may. If we're lucky, we could even get it by the end of the year. It's not out of the realm of possibility. So there's a little good news for you, for what it's worth.
Here's a question from Film Nerd TV. He said, "Did you ever give back the neighbor's leaf blower in Lemonade Stand Romance?" No,
that was me. I was actually I was on my phone. It was my old account, and I was just like, "Wait a minute, that's my old account. I better put it on the right one."
That was you?
No, he doesn't get it back in the movie. And there's a happy ending anyway, so you know.
Yeah.
Thank you, Peter, for your comment. By the way, that's very kind of you.
Dieter, this is very sweet. I love it that you are in this channel weekly. You are amazing. yeah, Doug lifts me up a lot for sure. You know, just being in his presence. Yeah, that's very true.
Dieter's asking, are you coming to Europe? Are you coming to Belgium? You know what, Dieter? My plane from Madrid to Warsaw actually has a brief stopover in Brussels, but it's at the airport and it's only 45 minutes. So I'm basically going to be going from one plane to the other. But I instantly thought of you when I booked the flight. I thought, oh, Dieter's going to be disappointed. We're going to be like, just ships in the night, you know?
Yeah. Oh, that's so close. Yeah. Oh, that's the thing about Europe. I mean, it's everything is so close together. Like the countries are so much smaller than the U.S. So, you know, travel between countries once you're there, it's so much easier.
It's an Australian. It's weird because like to get to any other country, it's like either a 4 or 5 hour plane trip or like a 12-hour boat ride. So the idea that you can literally walk to another country still blows my mind.
Yeah. That's craziness. Yeah, right. Yes, surely the Man in Yellow is a next level character in From for sure. I can't wait to see where they're going to go with that, where they're taking that character. I can't even imagine, honestly, and I'm somebody who loves theory crafting and speculating, but I honestly don't know where they're going with this. And I like that. I don't want it to be too predictable. I think it's more enjoyable if we have a lot of surprises, and you know, obviously it's fun to try to put the pieces of the puzzle together, but at the same time, if I predicted everything, then it would be boring. So
Yeah, the fun is in the not knowing. The fun is in the wondering. You know, and that's why I'm always mystified by this preoccupation for trying to figure everything out in advance. It's like people are working very hard to do that for you. You don't need to do it yourself. I mean, I understand the appeal, and you know, I've always said that the most significant aspect of all the theory crafting is that it's just an indication of how invested the viewership is in the series, which says something about the creators, you know, that they've managed to so successfully entice that many people. And that's all the theory crafting means to me, is just it's a reflection of how rabid the following is, you know.
absolutely. Yeah, it's doing its job. That's what it tells you, you know, because it's a mystery box show. They do drop breadcrumbs for you to try to piece together, and it's working, you know. There aren't many shows that inspire a fan base that is active year round. Granted, there are the casual viewers that only show up when the new season comes, but there's a diehard fan base that's pretty rabid all year round, showing up to live streams and theory crafting and discussing the show, and that just shows what a success it really is, for sure. David Agil says, I'm looking forward to seeing the flashbacks to Victor's town massacre to see if Victor inadvertently caused the massacre and if Ethan would follow in his footsteps. We need to know more about that massacre. That's one of the biggest mysteries, for sure. I would really like to see more.
I would be surprised. I mean, again, this is just my own personal opinion, but I would be surprised if we found out that he caused the massacre. I think the point from Victor's point of view about the massacre is that he already feels responsible for it, in a sense, you know?
Yes.
And that was made so clear in the finale of season 3, how he felt about all that stuff.
Yeah.
So I think actually making him personally responsible would be kind of gilding the lily, but that's, you know, my own personal view.
Right. I don't predict that that's going to happen at all. I don't think Victor has any personal responsibility, but he carries so much guilt. That's one of the things I talked about when I got to speak to Scott McCord, that he felt like he really, you know, he had to portray this huge burden of guilt as this character who's now realizing that he you know, he kind of set off the chain of events that led to his mother leaving and dying, and he feels guilty. He feels responsible for his mother's death.
Yeah.
He literally, I mean, I told him that was just the most heartbreaking scene when he told his father, "You don't have to be my dad anymore." And, you know, because he told his dad what happened, and he said, "It's my fault. His mom went to the tree, and, you know, it's it. You don't have to be my dad anymore." It was just gut-wrenching. Oh my God. Yeah, just beautiful, beautiful writing on the part of that.
And to top it off, the great acting involved with it too. It's the icing on the cake with it as well.
Well, I was just looking at David's comment. Victor's performance as a repressed man was amazing. I could not agree more. It's a brilliant piece of work. It really is.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah. But yeah, we do need to get some more context as to what the hell happened back then, about that massacre. That's very much a mystery, as it still remains a mystery as to what triggered it, what part Christopher played in it, and what happened to him. How did Christopher die? That maybe they'll start shedding some light on it next season. That'll be interesting to see.
Doug, I've got a bit of an outward sort of question for you. Have you done any work, or are you going to be doing any work with Toni Collette?
No, I never have. And I would love that. I think she's a brilliant actress.
She's great.
But you know what? There's a very close connection. I'm like 1 degree of separation from her, because
that's okay.
Nia Vardalos was a woman that I briefly dated many, many years ago.
No way.
Yeah.
Interesting.
This was like shortly after she got out of theater school. This is a long time ago. and it was very brief. But yeah, we went out a few times, and
Wow.
yeah.
How about that? Another celebrity connection that we didn't know about.
Julie, have you seen Hereditary? You haven't.
I saw parts of it, and it was one of the most disturbing movies I have ever seen in my life. Hereditary. I watched like sections of it, and it was just enough to get the idea of what was going on and the ending, and it was horrifying. That type of psychological elevated horror to me is scarier than any other sort of horror. Midsummer and Hereditary, both of them.
I haven't finished Hereditary either.
Yeah. Doc, feel free to
I
jump in
intend to.
if you want to ask any questions or have anything to say, Doc, please feel free to jump in.
Will do.
Okay. Doc, are you feeling better?
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. About time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I still have a little bit of gunk in my lungs, but other than that, I'm fine.
Glad to hear it.
Oh, so you do have lungs.
Thank you. Yeah, I do have lungs still.
Okay.
Anyway.
All right.
Here's a question from Keith. How do you feel about series that end a season on a cliffhanger then never get renewed? Have you had that happen to you in all of your line of work, Doug?
Well, I've never been in a position to have that happen to me. Well, I guess it sort of did with my first recurring role. It was in a series called Good Sam. And I don't remember if it ended on a particular cliffhanger, but they clearly expected to be around for more than one season, and it got canceled at the end of the first season. I had a small role in it that I think was down the road was going to be developed into something. I was a lab. It all took place in a hospital, and I was like the resident lab tech, you know. But I was only in 4 episodes, and they canceled it at the end of the first season, so it never really got off the ground. But that's the closest I've gotten to that. In terms of series that end on a cliffhanger and don't get renewed, the thing you have to bear in mind is they don't know when they've shot that cliffhanger that they're not getting renewed. You know, that's always a gamble. And it's a common technique because, of course, you want to interest and entice your viewers to come back for the second season. But whether or not there's going to be a second season is rarely under your control. So, you know.
Yeah. It's one of the most frustrating things for me. Some of my favorite shows have ended on a cliffhanger and been canceled after 1 season, sometimes 2, but it's very often 1. And I think that it's actually fortunate for From that it instead of being on Netflix, it was on Epix and then MGM, because if it had been on Netflix, it would have been a goner after season 1. And not because it's a masterpiece, nothing against the show. Netflix cancels masterpieces all the time that end on cliffhangers after 1 season. And I don't know why. They just have a penchant for doing it. They did it with Archive 81, 1899. I could go on and on. The Society, really fascinating mysteries that we'll now never have answers to, and it's just a maddening thing for me. But thank goodness From was on the streaming service that it is, because I think that's why it's thrived so much. It's their flagship show. It's not a gigantic bloated streaming service that has so many hit shows to compete with. So. Anyway, let's see. Doug, who is your best crush? Wait, what kind
Oh boy,
Okay.
that's a tough one.
Is that a no-go?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a no-go. It's just hard to pick just one, you know. I fall in love constantly. In fact, I was thinking about, well, I won't get into that story. It's too long. One of my first crushes when I was like 9 years old. But you know, who I've got a crush on is Christy, Chloe. I got a serious crush on her. Man, the minute she walked on screen, I was just adorable. Like, who are you? Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's a doll.
Yeah, she's got it.
Yeah.
She has a flirtiness to her when she did the cameo for Julie.
Yeah, I've seen it.
And oozes that.
Yeah, it's just part of who she is. But I'll tell you, the very first time I saw Emma Thompson in a movie, this is a long time
Oh,
ago.
yeah.
So she was quite young at the time. It's a brilliant comedy for those of you who've never seen it. It's called The Tall Guy. It's her and Jeff Goldblum, and Rowan Atkinson plays a support role in it, and
Love
he's
Jeff Goldblum.
extremely funny as well. It's a brilliant film, and she came on
She
screen.
wears a funny hat in that one.
What's that? Sorry.
She wears a funny hat in that one.
Well, she's a nurse, so she has to wear a
Yeah.
funny hat. But she just walked on camera, and I'm like, "Who are you?" And she's brilliant in it. She's just great. She's someone I would always thought would be a joy to work with. And I mentioned in Grant's interview, I think Jennifer Lawrence slipped out of my mouth at one point because I think she's
that was if you had to be in one film trapped in an elevator for an entire film, who would you be with? And that was your choice.
Yeah. I think she's so funny and so smart and so witty and so just like regular folks at the same time. I mean, it's amazing to me. Like, I think she's hilarious. I love her to bits.
Oh, she's terrific. Yeah, absolutely. Wow, we've got 44 people. That's awesome.
Sorry, Julie, I'm going to have to head off, but before I go, I've got to ask Doug one more question.
Go ahead. Go for it, Grant.
So, Doug, is your next project that we're going to see you in something that's going to be on Netflix?
I don't know. I don't know where it's going to be.
Yeah, because I heard a little rumor that that you're in a new series that's just changed its name apparently.
Oh yeah, I don't know what it's being called, but I did a day on a series which hasn't come out yet. But
the Mae Martin series.
The which? Sorry,
is it the one that Mae Martin's doing?
I don't know. I don't know who that is.
Okay. Yeah, she was. That's all right. I just heard. I've got. I just heard something on the rumor mill. I just wasn't too sure if that was the case. The show was called Tall Pines.
Oh, yeah. No, I am in that.
Okay.
Yeah, that was shot like last summer, not long after I did From, actually. Yeah.
Right.
I think no, not the last. Might be the last episode. I'm not sure. Anyway, yeah, I have a very small part in that.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, I'll catch you guys later. It was awesome hanging out with you again, Julie, Doug,
Bye, Grant.
Doc, and Scarlet as always.
Good to see you, Grant.
Thanks.
Have a good one.
Take care.
Thank you very much for
Have a
having
good
me.
night.
Oh, it's always a pleasure. A pleasure to have you. And
Wrong
everybody, if you haven't checked out Grant's interview with Doug, head over to his channel and subscribe to Grant Gregory's channel and check out his interview with Doug. It's the most unique one I've seen out of all the interviews. Definitely.
It's a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, totally creative. Like the AI edits and the questions he asked were unique. So highly.
Peter's got a question here. He says, "Oh yeah, Doug, Chloe with her first hair or latest hair? And have you seen Chloe's cameo for Julie? Also very sexy." Yes, I've seen the cameo. As far as Chloe's hair is concerned, she could have a rat's nest on her head. I wouldn't care. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of bananas stuck to her head and it'd be fine.
Fine by me. Yeah. Carmen Miranda, any day of the week. Sure.
I don't know
I'm
why.
a gay dude, but she seems like so much fun to hang out with. She seems to have so much positive energy.
Well, and that's the thing, when you have that kind of reaction to someone, it's not just a physical reaction. You're reacting, I think, to their spirit. And I was not at all surprised when I heard that she works as a nurse, partly because as an EMT, she has such authority. And of course, it makes total sense. She's trained in the industry, so, but you just get this sense that this is a caring, giving soul by nature, and that's inherently attractive.
Oh, absolutely. It's really, that's what attracts me. It's a person's soul. It's who they are inside. That's what matters. Their character, the spirit that they emanate, that emanates from them. I mean, that's what really matters. So, I mean, it doesn't, like they can mess around with her hair. It doesn't really make any difference whatsoever. There's just something so attractive. I'm not attracted to women myself, but she's beautiful. And there was just something about her cameo. I don't know why, but it's just her natural aura, her natural like just vibe, the way that she said, hey, I hear you have a channel called JulieBDeepDives. It's like, why is this so sexy? What's going on? It's just
She
her.
was flirting with you, Julie.
Totally.
Totally
It's
flirting.
it's so sultry. Oh my god. Yeah. If I were interested in women, yeah, I would be all into that. Yeah, absolutely. But anyway,
I have a potion for that.
what Doug?
I have a potion for that.
It's
Very
called
experimental
vodka.
though. I mean, I'd also give you feathers.
Oh, so it's kind of like a bye bird, bye bird. Bye bird.
Bye-bye, birdie.
Yeah, it was. I had some help with your earthly AI, so it's a little wonky.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yep, got it. What was I gonna say? So we've got 42 people watching. That's so awesome. Thank you so much. I want to remind you again, we're going to be doing a stream to discuss Doug's play Deadline very soon. So if you haven't read it yet, there's a link in the description of the video. You can get an e-copy from playscripts.com. You can get a physical copy, either or. And you can read a 32-page sample online. We'll have a fun discussion about it. And if you're a fan of From, I think you would love it. So just want to remind everybody about that. We'll keep you posted as far as the date. We have to work out the details with Doug's writing partner, Marcia, and find a day that will work for all of us, which I'm sure we'll be able to do. And then we'll announce it and let you guys know about it. So I'm really looking forward to that. And reading the rest of your plays, Doug, too. I've got to order the rest of them. Just Me beat me to it. She's already got the whole collection. I'm too busy reading your book.
I wish Concord did what PlayScripts does and put samples of the plays up there. You know, I mean, it would be in their own best interest to do so. And I don't know, maybe they do. I've never checked it out, but I don't think that option is available on Concord, which is too bad because they published 5 of our plays. You know, so.
Yeah, it's too bad they don't. But I mean, honestly, if people start with Deadline, you get a feel for the sense of for your writing, yours and Marcia's writing style. I think that's all that they would need really to want to read more. I mean, that's why Just Me ordered 4 more just after reading Deadline. So I would recommend start with Deadline and then go from there, and you might just want to check out the others. And by the way, the link to check out his other plays is also in the description of the video at Concord Theatricals. His first 4, I think it's sweet. Is it the first 4?
First 5.
First 5. The first 5. They're all on there. So you can check that out. You can check out Doug's website. That's also in the description with loads of info on him and pictures. Make sure you check that out. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. I've been too busy trying to. I've been reading Doug's novel, so that's why I haven't gotten to the other plays yet. But they're on my list. And once I finish Doug's novel, which sadly that's not out for public consumption, but it should be. I'm thoroughly enjoying reading it. So.
Where are you at, by the way? I've been meaning to ask you about that lately. What's going on right now?
I'm still stuck at the same spot. That once you get to episode 7 of Severance, you'll understand why I was so overwhelmed.
So he's out at the place where the pump jack is. Like
Harry is getting ready to participate in he just did his stakeout, and he just kind of had a. Sorry, my mom outside. He just had a little encounter with this weird culty guy, Julian, and he's the leader of the environmentalist group. And Julian seems like a smarmy guy. So that I'm still at that point because I was so overwhelmed the last week trying to break down the most complex work of art Severance has ever put out, which is season 2, episode 7. Just wait till you get to it. It's incredible. Now episode 8 was the shortest episode they ever did. So now this next week will be so much easier. I'll have time to read again.
Well, I'll probably be seeing 7 tomorrow because I just was about to start 6 tonight before we got going. So I can probably do that tomorrow, 6 and 7, maybe all 3. Yeah.
It's beautiful. Yeah. Beautiful. But yeah, I want to get back into it. I started to just read it on the treadmill you know, because that's been the only time I've had to get to it. Oh, and Dieter dropped the link to Concord Theatricals in the chat too. That's where you can find Doug's first 5 plays. Thank you, Dieter.
Thanks, Dieter.
Appreciate it. Yeah, they sound terrific. Too Many Cooks. I can't wait to read that one. That sounds hilarious.
Oh, I think you'll get a kick out of it. But I had a story I wanted to tell you. It's actually 2 stories in one. Back in 1986, I did a production in Calgary of the play Noises Off. Are you familiar with it?
No.
It was made into a film, actually, a few years after it came out as a play. It's written by a Brit named Michael Frayn. It is the most brilliantly constructed farce ever written. It is hilarious. It's also one of the most difficult farces to pull off. There have been lots and lots of failed productions of this play because in order to do it properly, you need to know what you're doing. And it's a send-up of the genre is what it is. The conceit is, the first act is that this play starts, you think you're watching the play, and then somebody dries on a line and she's not sure what she's supposed to, she's got some business she has to do and she doesn't know what it is. And so she's like, do I take the newspaper or do I leave it and take the sardines? And this voice from the house goes, you leave the sardines and you take the newspaper. And some guy gets up out of his seat and starts walking up towards the stage. And eventually you realize what you're watching is a dress rehearsal. It's the dress rehearsal of this farce called Nothing On. And in the first act, you learn that this play is opening tomorrow night and it has no business opening anytime soon because they're clearly not prepared for an audience. And there's all kinds of stuff going wrong. And we learn a little bit about the people involved. The director is this guy named Lloyd Dallas. And we learn in the first act that Lloyd is having it off with at least 2 women in the company, if not 3, and stuff like that. And then in Act 2, they turn the set around, and because you basically see the first act of Nothing On in the first act of Noises Off. Then Act 2, they turn the set around, and from backstage, you watch the play. They've now been on the road for about 4 weeks, and all of the sort of drama going on between the various members of the company is manifesting backstage while they're trying to perform this play. And so you watch the act that you just watched, except now you're watching it from backstage and you're watching all the shenanigans going on there. And then Act 3, they turn the set around one more time and you now watch the act after they've been on the road for like 3 months and the play has completely fallen to rat shit. And it is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life and the funniest thing I've ever been a part of too. I played the role of Tim, who's the stage manager for the company, you know, and in the first act, the running gag is that Tim has been up for the last 48 hours because you know what it's like if you're a stage manager, you know, you don't get any sleep because everything is all very last minute and blah, blah, blah. So every time Tim comes on stage in Act 1, he falls asleep in the middle of whatever it is that he's doing. Anyway, there's a scene in Act 3 where he, there's a character in the play, his name is Freddie, and Freddie goes into his den and he finds in his den a letter from the tax people, Inland Revenue, because it's set in England. And you hear him go, ah! And then he comes back on stage carrying this letter in a state of panic. Well, by the time we get to Act 3, we know that one of the other guys in the play wants to kill Freddie. And when he goes backstage to get his letter, instead of hearing, ah! You hear, ah! Crash, thump, tinkle, 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 tinkle. Silence. And there's one character on stage, the maid, who's like waiting for Freddie to come back, and Freddie's not coming out. And there's this long, awkward pause. And suddenly Tim, the stage manager, gets shoved out on stage wearing Freddie's jacket and holding the letter. And it is the biggest laugh in the play. And as Tim, I had to stand there every night looking straight at the audience while they're pissing themselves laughing. And if there was ever a danger that I was going to corpse, that was it. That was the hardest thing. Trying to keep a straight face through that scene was the hardest thing I had to do in the play because they're screaming with laughter, you know? And one night, and the other thing was, I got this bright idea in rehearsal because the guy playing Freddie had a mustache. And I thought, okay, Tim in his misguided attempt to try and look like Freddy, would try and put on a mustache. So I took 2 pieces of black gaffer tape and put them on as a mustache. I did this in rehearsal one day, and the director, just like Peter Pants laughing, she said, "Okay, that's in." So on top of, the fact that the audience was killing themselves laughing, this was something that I personally thought was really funny. So keeping a straight face in that scene was like required superhuman effort. But one night I came out, we were a couple of weeks into the run, and I came out and they're peeing themselves as usual. And I'm looking at them and I'm managing to keep it together. And I thought, I think I'm going to get through this without cracking a smile. I'm feeling pretty good about myself right about now. And all of a sudden, half of the mustache peeled off and fell onto the floor.
Oh no.
They went out of their minds. And I looked at the woman playing the maid, and what does she do? She picks it up and tries to put it back on. Well, I was done. Like,
Nice.
taxi, get me out of here. But
That's amazing.
But there's a reason that I mention the play, because in Act 2, when the set gets turned around, traditionally when people do the play, they write lots of graffiti on the back of the set, because apparently that's a thing in England. I've never seen it here in North America. I imagine it probably happens somewhere, but generally with Noises Off, that's what you do. You write lots of graffiti on the back of the set. And so I thought, okay, I'm going to write a limerick just for fun. So I came up with a limerick about Lloyd, the director, and it went, "A promiscuous fellow named Dallas told his girl, I don't mean to be callous. When some tart says, let's go, I just can't tell her no. I was born with my brains in my phallus." So,
Very good.
so that went up on the set.
I love it.
Bravo.
And this long and boring story is preamble for another story, and that is at Shaw, my second season there. One of the shows I did was a lunchtime show, and it was a play by J.M. Barrie, the guy who wrote Peter Pan. And it's called Shall We Join the Ladies? And what it is a kind of a proto-murder mystery. He wrote this before the genre even existed. But if you watch it, it's like the first act of a murder mystery, straight up. The only problem is the first act is all you get. It's a one-act play. It ends with a cliffhanger, and there's nothing after that.
Oh.
So it's a real tease, And it all takes place at the dinner table. There's 13 people sitting at this dinner table, and we're all done up in our finery, our dinnerware, like white tie and tails and all that stuff. It's all very shishi. And the opening of the play is just these 13 people chatting amongst themselves. No dialogue that the audience can hear. It's just a bunch of rhubarb. But the director, it was Chris Newton who directed it, the artistic director. He wanted the woman that I was chatting with to laugh at a certain point after the lights came up. And there was nothing in the soundtrack or anything like that that we could use as a cue as to when he wanted the laugh. But I quickly figured out that if I told her a limerick, limericks were generally exactly the right length for the laugh to come on cue for where Chris wanted it. So every day we did the show, Lisa, the actress I was chatting with, got treated to a new limerick. So when the show finished its run, because the lunchtime shows only ran for a relatively short period, one night we had one of our Saturday nights at the George in the bar downstairs. So I got out all the dirty limericks that I had recited to her through the show and read them to the audience. So if you're interested, I could read you a few of those right now.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes. Please.
Hey, just a second, I gotta grab something here. Most of these, well, one of them is another one that I wrote myself, but most of them came from this book, 1700 Body Limericks, which is kind of like my Bible. So they include things like, there once was a plumber from Bree who was plumbing a girl neath a tree. Said the girl, stop your plumbing. I think someone's coming. Said the plumber, still plumbing. It's me. There once was a man from Dumfries who said to his girl, darling, please, it would give me great bliss if while playing with this, you would pay some attention to these. There once was a man from Madras whose balls were constructed of brass. When he banged them together, they played stormy weather and lightning shot out of his ass.
It's doubly after dark now.
There once was a girl from Aberystwyth who took grain to the mill to grind grist with. The miller's son Jack laid her flat on her back and united the parts that they pissed with. And one of my personal favorites, just because I think it's so literate and it breaks the form, which is kind of cool, is this one. There once was a girl named Llewellyn, whose breasts were as large as a melon. They were large, it is true, but her twat was big too, like a full-color bifocal aerial view of Cape Horn and the Straits of Magellan. Is that not genius? I love that one. Anyway.
Wow.
Because it was long and large.
Yes, it's like I say, it breaks the form. If you know what you're doing, you can do that and get away with it. But, the last one is another one of mine. You remember the Bayesian guy in the jewelry store and the fact that he called this woman Lina? Well, we made up a limerick about Lina. I did, I should say, and involves a couple of Toronto place names, so they won't mean anything to you, but it goes like this. There once was a woman named Lina who possessed an enormous vagina. You could stretch it with luck from the Bloor Viaduct to the corner of Queen and Spadina. So,
I know where Queen is.
Oh my god. That's fantastic.
A lot of these
Doug.
rhymes are expected.
yes, indeed. Yeah, you can see them coming. That's half of the fun sometimes.
I bet your name rhymes of a body part. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Now, the ones that I love most though are like the girl from Aberystwyth. Like good luck, rhyming Aberystwyth for God's sake. And
Right.
Yeah.
there's a whole sort of subset of limericks that are all about that. Come up with a really unlikely place name and rhyme that. So anyway.
I love it. That's
You're
hilarious.
gonna get like a Ogden Nash kind of rhyme if you do that.
What's that? Sorry?
I said you're gonna get like a Ogden Nash kind of make your own word up kind of rhyme.
Yeah, well, and sometimes you do. Sometimes you have to, sort of massage them a little bit to make them work.
Yeah.
Oh, here's another one. It's talking about place names. The place Worcester, Worcestershire, in England, they usually just say Worcester.
That's what we say. Worcester. There's a Worcester, Massachusetts nearby.
There you go. So there's one there. It goes. There once was a woman from Worcester who dreamt a young man had seduced her. She woke up to find it was all in her mind. It was only a bed spring that goosed her. Anyway, that's the last of those. I think
That's fantastic. Thank you for sharing. That was hilarious.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
You have a talent for limericks. Wow.
Oh, I adore limericks. I think they're kind of like the poetic equivalent of short stories. They're a challenge because they're so brief. And the rhyming structure is and the meter is so specific. You've got to get your message across within. It's kind of like haiku. You've got to.
I was just thinking that.
I was gonna say sexy haiku.
Well,
I was just thinking haiku.
They don't necessarily have to be sexy either. I mean, I remember I was living in this house with a whole bunch of guys. It was owned by one of my instructors from theater school, whose name was Jack. And we bought a phone machine. He didn't have an answering machine. So we bought a phone machine one day and we had to record a message on it, So I did a limerick version and it went, all the guys that live here at Chez Jack are all gone or else still in the sack. So when you hear the tone, if you tell us who phoned, we'll call when we're up or get back. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
So, no dirt in that one. But again, it's just the challenge of like getting the message across, having a nice little punchline at the end, and yet fitting it in that really tight structure. I love them. I think they're awesome. So there you go.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, that's the challenge. You've got to fit it in that structure and yeah, I mean, with your wit and creativity, yeah, your mind is just perfect for creating limericks.
Yes, it's stuck in the gutter. You're absolutely right. My mind is perfect. Peter's asking, Doug, do you think Kenny is going to get ass one day? God, I hope so. The poor dear. I tend to think not, just because Kenny seems to be. He's kind of like, is it Eeyore that's constantly getting rained on?
Yes.
Yeah. He's like the Eeyore of From, the poor guy. My heart goes out to Kenny. I mean, God bless him. He's got more fortitude than any of them. The stuff that he's had to deal with, and yet he's still standing. I take my hat off to him. But
some interviewer asked, I think it was either John or Jeff or both in one of the interviews, why do you hate Kenny so much? What do you have against poor Kenny? And they said, well, we gave him such a challenge at the very beginning of the series with the death of his father, and he did such an amazing performance that we just kept throwing more at him.
Tragedy at him.
To see if he can handle it.
He's too good at it. So he brought it on himself,
Well, I would suggest to John and Jeff at this point, I would say, I think the biggest challenge that you could hand Kenny right now is to give him some good news for a change. He won't know what the hell to do with it.
Right?
See if he can take that.
Hook him up with Acosta.
Yeah.
Well, somebody posted a picture of the two of them lounging on the chairs in Colony House on one of the fan pages. And that's what I said. I put in a comment. I said something like, I knew there was something going on between those two.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, come on. They're on a first name basis, and he's calling her Danny now, too. Got the nickname. Yeah. Something's going on there. And Tony Teflon likes to say Kenny's stealing his girl. He's got a little crush on Acosta. So he's been joking since season 1 that Kenny's never getting any ass, and now he's stealing Tony's girl. So it's like the creators screw you to Tony. Screw with him. Yeah. Kenny wants to move to Colony House. That's true. He did move to Colony House. So, hey, I think things are going to look up for him. And, it's a swinging place there. It could open up a whole new world for him.
Yeah.
Hey there, AA, one of our regulars. Nice to see you. Oh, man. You just missed Doug's amazing limericks. You're going to have to check the replay for that. It was hilarious. He treated us with some... you never know what you're going to get, one night we had an amazing blues harmonica performance. We got monologues, we got a Shakespearean sonnet another night. And
next time it's going to be interpretive dance, I think.
Oh, right. Do you have like a unitard and everything?
Oh, totally. Oh, yeah. I'll get into my bike shorts. I'll do it in that.
All right.
That's it.
And now Amy's sending me her phone number.
What?
I'm kidding.
What is that? What is that number?
Oh, yeah.
It's a phone number from a pop song is what it is.
Oh, 867. Oh, I think it's
867-5309.
but yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Jenny.
you're right. It is. But
you're not going to get Jenny with
4 and
that.
5 are very close together on the keyboard. So,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I love that. I love that song. Yeah, it's a fun one. Yeah.
It is shit. Oh, that reminds me of the other story I was going to tell you. And then I promise I'll get out of here and leave you to yourselves. But that same year that we did Shall We Join the Ladies, my other show was an Agatha Christie mystery, in fact, one called The Hollow. And I was the murder victim. I got killed at the end of the first act. I was playing this guy named Dr. Christo. He was this Harley Street MD, very shishi practice. He had a gorgeous wife and he was having affairs with 2 other women at the same time. So, of course, when he ended up dead, it wasn't a big surprise. We had lots of suspects. He gets shot and he's just lying there dead on the floor at the end of Act 1. And the act ends with the butler picking up the phone and saying, "Get me Dr. Johnson," or someone. And the lights begin to dim and down comes the curtain. So we're in the dress rehearsal. I'm lying there dead on the stage. And the guy playing the butler picks up the phone and he says, "Get me Dr. Chepstow," which is my name. In other words, get me the dead guy. And some of the actors, I'm lying dead on the stage. I'm keeping it together, but I could hear some of the other actors starting to snicker. But I'm holding it together. I'm very proud of myself because, again, I'm not going to court, And then as the lights begin to fade and the curtain starts to come down, Jack, the guy playing the butler, goes, "Shit!" And that was it. Gone. Everybody just fell on the floor, killing themselves laughing. So, including the dead guy. So, thank God it was a dress rehearsal and not an audience. But
Oh no, you were laughing while playing dead.
Well, I couldn't help it. I mean, I could handle, get me Dr. Chepstow, but it was just like the conviction and the volume with which he did it. It wasn't just like shit. It was like right out there from the back row, you know, all those folks up in the cheap seat. Shit.
That's great. Eh, Actually, that brings up a thought to me. Have you done a lot of death scenes? Like, what is it like having to like pretend to die? You know, in a production, is it challenging? Like, or is it just fun for you? Like,
Something's coming to mind. Something where I did have to be dead, and I can't think what the hell it was. It was for film. Yeah, I can't remember what it was. I had to die in something. And yeah, it's, you know, you become very conscious of like, okay, can't blink, can't move at all. My heart's still pumping, so my chest is moving up and down very, very subtly. Hopefully they can't see that. It's a really strange state. I got killed as Dracula, of course, but you know, then I got killed in a coffin, and then they like closed the lid, so nobody got to see the actual death. But yeah, I think that's it. That's it.
yeah. I always marvel at how people do it. It's got to be so difficult to, you know, to do that effectively and, you know, keep from breathing long enough. And you know, it's got to be a challenge, I think, I would imagine, you know.
It depends on the circumstances. I mean, most of the time, you know, it may look like someone's doing that for a very long time, but generally those things are cut up into relatively short bits so that you're not doing it for, you're not, you know, being forced to hold your breath for like 2 or 3 minutes or something like that.
Of course, yeah.
Mm.
But I mean, even just making it look realistic and not corny, I would imagine would be tough, especially on TV and film when you can really see it. On a stage, well, the audience is at a distance from you, so you have that benefit. You don't have like a camera right in your face.
Actually, I had to die in a production of King Lear that we did at Stratford when I was in the Young Company. I was in a sword fight with a guy who like cut me down the middle. And then, and as luck would have it, when we were rehearsing the play, I had to have some surgery done, some topical stuff at the local hospital. So I was asking the surgeon as he was working on me, I said, okay, if I've just had like my aorta severed, what would the symptoms be? You know, and he said, well, your breath would be very rapid because your heart wouldn't be getting enough oxygen. And so your breathing would automatically try to pick up to compensate for that. And from the wound that you described, you would be incapable of speech. And I said, yeah, well, unfortunately, I have to spout a speech in iambic pentameter. And he said, okay, artistic license. But,
No.
you know, you would be getting cold and clammy, and you would have a tremendous sense of apprehension, you know. So all very useful stuff from an acting point of view, except for the not being able to speak thing. But yeah, so.
A death, wow, dying while speaking in iambic pentameter. Yeah, that's definitely not going to be true to life, of course, but that's by necessity. So,
Yeah, I can't remember the speech, but I remember it began with, "Villain, thou hast slain me," you know.
nice.
You know.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, you would be I can imagine you'd be amazing doing Shakespeare. Just the way that you recited that Shakespearean sonnet that night, it's just absolutely beautiful, eloquent. So I mean, perfect for Shakespeare.
Nobody gets to die in Shakespeare without talking about it, pretty much.
No.
Unless they die off stage, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, it's always a big dramatic speech. Yeah, it has to be. Yeah, absolutely. Brandon K wanted to say hi. Love the stories. Glad to see all of you, he says.
Hi, Brandon.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, I recently had to do, well, I didn't actually have to do it. I was auditioning for a video game. And because of the nature of the character, they gave me dialogue to do. But then I asked them if I could do a brief Shakespeare speech because it was so suited to the character. And they said, yeah, sure. So that was the last time I actually had to do Shakespeare in an audition. It was a speech from Richard II, which is it's a lovely little bit. He's just found out, he's just come back from Ireland, and he's discovered that he's been usurped, that he's no longer the king. And he's surrounded by all his supporters. And he's just dealing with the shock of the moment, finding out that, essentially his life is over. And I won't do the whole speech, but I'll do a little bit for you.
Oh, okay.
This is the end of it. For God's sake, let us sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the death of kings. How some have been deposed, some slain in war, some haunted by the ghosts they have deposed, some poisoned by their wives, some sleeping, killed, all murdered. For within the hollow crown that rounds the mortal temples of a king keeps death his court. And there the antic sits, scoffing his state and grinning at his pomp, allowing him a breath, a little scene to monarchize, be feared, and kill with looks, infusing him with self and vain conceit, as if this flesh which walls about our life were brass impregnable. And humored thus, comes at the last, and with a little pin bores through his castle wall. And farewell, king. Cover your heads, and mock not flesh and blood with solemn reverence. Throw away respect, tradition, form, and ceremonious duty. For you had but mistook me all this while. I live with bread like you, feel want, taste grief, made friends. Subjected thus, how can you say to me I am a king? So there you go. There's a little soliloquy for you.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Wow.
My God. Love it, Doug.
Glad you liked it.
Oh, I could listen to you read Shakespeare all day. Thank you for
I
treating
love that speech, and I actually used that speech when the first time I auditioned for the Young Company in Stratford. This was back in like 1984, and I'd gone out the night before the audition with a friend of mine and gotten drunk, and twisted my ankle going down a flight of stairs, and spent like 4 hours in Emerge getting my badly sprained ankle wrapped up, and they gave me a cane. So I walked into the audition on a cane, which threw the director completely. This very proper British guy named Michael Langham. And I give him my resume and he looks at it. And at that point, it was all like school tours and summer theater and stuff, most of it happening out in Western Canada. And he's looking at this and he looks up at me and he says, "Were you born out west?" I said, "No, I'm from here." And he said, "Oh, did you go to school there?" I said, "No, I went to school here in Toronto." See, couldn't make head nor tail of that. Anyway, he finally put it down and he said, "Okay, do your pieces." And he said, "But just one thing, I will stop you at some point. Don't let it throw you. I just may stop you and give you some direction. So let me know. Let me know if that's going to throw you." I said, No, that's fine. So I did that speech. He let me get through this whole thing without a single peep out of him. And then I was about to start the second speech, and then he stopped me and he said, I'm just one question. This isn't going to be another introspective speech, is it? I said, no, this one's a little different. He said, "Okay, fine, go ahead." And he proceeded to let me get through that one without any interruption at all, and then kick me out of the room. So I walked out of there and I thought, oh, well, so much for that audition. I then found out months later that I apparently made the short list.
Oh.
And this was the year that Colin Feore started there and Shauna McKenna. I don't know if you know Colin Feore, but if I started listing all the movies he was in, you would go, "Oh, that guy." He was also a regular in the series 24 one season.
Okay.
He's got a resume as long as your arm. He's famous in Canada. And Shauna McKenna She was often cast opposite him. The two of them were like the stars of Stratford, for forever.
Yeah.
And I got like that close to being in the same company as them. But it was one of those auditions where I walked out, thought, well, I'm never going to hear from those guys again. And apparently I got on the short list. So you never know. Anyway, on that cheery note, I got to get the hell out of here. I got to get to bed. But it's been lots of fun, as always. And we'll do it again soon, no doubt.
I hope so. Yeah, it's been such a joy and a pleasure, as always. We love having you, Doug. What is this Dieter says here? I asked ChatGPT for a funny nickname that has something to do with the man in yellow. Answer I got is Banana Phantom, the Mellow Yellow Fellow, Sunshine Stalker.
They're all good. I think
They're all
somebody.
alias. They're all aliases for you, Doug.
Well, somebody in a message on Instagram or Facebook actually, I think, did the Mellow Yellow Fellow thing. But yeah, they're great. They're great.
Yeah, that's terrific. Yeah. Scott says, thanks again, Doug. Really enjoyed listening to you. Martin says, awesome again. So much fun indeed. Yeah, we just love this. We just love this so much. So
Always.
thank you for continuing to come back and grace us with your presence.
My pleasure, as always. All right. Well, take care, everybody. Have a great rest of the night. We'll see you all soon.
Awesome. See you soon. Have a good night, Doug.
I have to remember how to get out of here. There it is.
I had to explain to Doug how to get out of the watch party in Discord too, because he was in there. He didn't know he was still in there like all night and day. So I told him how.
Yeah, when I first joined Discord, I also had that problem, but I figured it out.
It happens a lot. It happens a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Doug dipped pretty quickly, but yes, I'll just highlight these anyway, because Doug graced us with his presence for a whopping 3 hours, and he needs to get to bed. So we are so grateful for all of his time. Yes, and sometimes he listens to the replays of like our live when like the part that he missed once he leaves. So I'm gonna highlight them anyway. Amy says it was fun having you, Doug. I love hearing your stories and your wits. AA said good night, Doug. Dieter said thank you for coming, Doug. This is awesome. Have a good night. Apparently he does, like I didn't realize it, but he does sometimes listen to our replays. So I might as well, because he'll probably listen to it anyway. Yeah, like I always have that same reaction too. Like, no, don't go. Like Jade said, it goes so quick. I could listen to him go on all night. My God,
He is a lot of fun. He's a great entertainer.
he is. He's a great entertainer. Michael says, "See ya." Scott says, "Really great by Doug." Yeah, and Martin said, "Thank you, Doug." Yeah, he does, Amy. So yeah, sometimes because I didn't know he was doing this until we talk offline, and a couple of different conversations we had, things came up where he said, oh yeah, I heard you guys talking about, I don't remember what, but this or that, um once he was gone, and even lives that he isn't on, sometimes he listens to our replays, some of it, and I forget what it was that we were talking about that he remembered and he brought up in conversation, but he does do that sometimes. So yeah, he just he likes being a part of our community, and we love having him here.
Right.
Um,
I've noticed that he's involved in a lot of stuff like online, like engaging in the From community. And it's really, I think, helping with keeping people excited for the new season in the meantime, like during the downtime.
yeah, he's the From ambassador. He's doing an amazing
I
thing.
love that.
Yeah, terrific. He's in the fan groups. He did something really sweet and went into a few of the From fan groups a few days ago, and recommended that people check out my channel here. So that was really
Oh yeah, I
kind.
saw that.
You saw that? Yeah. That was kind of him, and a bunch of people said, "Oh, thanks, Doug." And Dieter was all over it. Of course, somehow he has this radar. I don't know how he found the post so quickly, but he was like in the comments section putting the link to my channel in there, of course. Just being the goat that he is. I don't know how he even knew Doug posted these things, but he was right there in the comment section with the link. Yeah. He's a great guy, Doug, and Dieter is awesome. Thank you for everything you're doing, Dieter. Martin, I don't have one yet. I don't have a From Crochet doll yet, but I'm going to. Alexis had a whole lot of orders, so she was backlogged. But eventually, I'm gonna have one. Thanks to Dieter, as a matter of fact, a jade doll. So that'll be fun. I'm looking forward to getting that, and we're gonna be doing a giveaway on here. As a matter of fact, I got to get back in touch with Alexis on that. Oh, Scarlet has her internet issues, so she'll probably be back. Alexis is going to be doing a giveaway soon. And yeah, we'll announce when we're going to do that, and it should be pretty soon. We're gonna do the giveaway on a night that Doug is on, and we'll have Alexis come on panel with us too. That'll be nice to do. We really appreciate that she's doing that for us. Hey Nadia, nice to see you. This is she just woke up. This is my friend Nadia. She has her YouTube channel, which is awesome. Diving into all kinds of horror, film and TV, and we do a Stranger Things rewatch panel on Friday nights. Not every Friday. Lately we've been on hiatus, but we're going to be resuming soon. I forget which date offhand. We're going to be resuming that soon, doing the Stranger Things rewatch in the lead up to season 5 of Stranger Things. So if you're a Stranger Things fan, or just a horror fan in general, check out Nadia's channel.
I'm a fan of her channel.
Sorry, what, Doc?
I'm a fan of her channel. She's got a really good channel.
Oh yeah, her channel is awesome. Nadia is awesome, and all her whole crew are just awesome, kind people. Zax, The Plot Strikes
Oh
Back.
yeah, I love them.
That's the name of the channel. The Plot Strikes Back. His name is Nick. Everybody's just terrific. And Zax is
The Circle of
responsible
Jerks.
for. Huh? What?
The Circle of Jerks. I love that program.
The Circle of Jerks. Miss talking to you too, Nadia. Oh, it's this Friday coming up. So okay, wait. So a week from today, then. Okay. This a week from today, then we'll be resuming. And Dieter just dropped the link to Nadia's channel. So please, everybody, give her channel a view. Check it out if you're into horror. She has a great channel. You'll definitely enjoy it. And horror or Stranger Things, because Stranger Things is more kind of the sci-fi realm, but we do those the rewatch. I'm part of her rewatch panel, and it's a lot of fun. Just great group of people. So just I appreciate being included in that. Zax is responsible for doing the chat raids on a regular basis, and flooding my chat with new people. And it's thanks to Zax that we found Scott here. Scott dropped in, and now he's become an instant fixture here and an amazing moderator. So I owe Zax a big thank you for giving us Scott. He's terrific. Thank you for. Oh yeah, awesome. Amy subbed. Great. Thank you for doing that. Awesome. Yes. We just had Doug Hughes on again for 3 hours. That was so much fun. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Told some more great stories. Oh my gosh, it's just always the best time. It never gets old. And we may lose him for a while in a few months, not too long from now, because it's the rumor mill is saying that From is gonna, according to certain sources, it's not confirmed, but that From is gonna start shooting in June. So if that's true, they may need him. Who knows when? They may not need him right away, but when they do need him, well, we'll have to lose him for a bit. But I'm sure he'll come back to us when he can, and come back and be a guest with us again. I hope. I hope, because It's just the best time. I love it. Yeah, we'll all be sad, Amy. We'll all be sad to lose him, but we'll get to see more amazing Man in Yellow performances on From. I'm really excited to see what he's going to do with that, and it'll be especially cool now that he's our friend. You know, he's one of us. He's part of our community. So we'll be watching. I mean, this is my favorite show. We'll be now watching this show. It's going to be weird actually watching him as this villain when we've gotten to know him so well, and he's just a friend of our community now. He's part of our community, and it'll be kind of surreal to watch my favorite show on TV, and there he is, our buddy Doug, our good
I feel
friend.
like it makes it more exciting.
It does make it more exciting. 100%. Yes.
I feel more invested.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. So I wanted to so before so I don't know, it's 1:42 a.m. now, Doc. So I don't know uh how you want to do this. If you want to do some we were going to do some diving into the Boy in White, just do a little discussion on the Boy in White. We can still do that if you want. I
Yeah,
mean,
sure.
works for me if you want to do that. Um and oh, and I just want to remind everybody that all of Doug's links are in the description of this video. So if you want to check out any of his plays, I highly recommend starting with Deadline, and you can even read a 32-page sample on the Playscripts website that's in the description of this video. So that's there. The link to Concord Theatricals, where his first 5 plays are. You can order e-copies or physical copies of any of them. But Deadline would be a great place to start, especially for From fans. We're going to be doing a stream about Deadline soon, discussing it together with Doug and his writing partner. So all of that is in the description of the video. You can find all those links, the link to Doug's website and all of that stuff. And Dieter just dropped to the Deadline link in the chat. Thank you so much. You're always on top of things. Appreciate you, Dieter. Yeah, so let's see. Before we get into it, so a couple other announcements. So we don't know when we're going to do the giveaway yet for the crochet dub from Love by Alexis, but we will keep you posted on that. That's going to be soon. We're also going to be doing a watch along of a short film that Doug was in called Bloodline, with Mr. Grant Gregory. We're going to be doing that. That'll be a lot of fun. We'll let you know when that's going to be going on. I think what we're going to try to do is I think we're going to hammer out the details, but we'll record it. We'll do some kind of watch along offline and discussion, and then if possible, if the director gives the go ahead, we may be able to do some kind of like reaction video on YouTube, of course, covering the video itself for copyright reasons, if they give the okay. So we'll keep you posted. And breaking news today, I got an interview locked down for Severance. The guy who plays Kier himself will be joining
I was just going to
us.
say, praise Kier.
Yes.
Yes.
Praise Kier.
I had to run down
Yes.
the stairs in order to say praise Kier. I had to run upstairs for a second.
Yes. He's gonna be joining us, and so I just got an email before we went live. Just before we went live, he emailed me back. I had asked him if he'd rather do, what was his preference, pre-recorded or a live stream, really hoping that it would be live, and also what his availability is, and he said live is fine. How about the 24th, Monday the 24th, which is the Monday after the finale? And
Nice.
so I said, hell yes. Okay. Well, I didn't say hell yes, but I said, yes, that would be great.
Hell yes.
I was thinking,
And
hell yes.
He's a fan of From,
Uh-huh.
so that's going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we could get him on with Doug sometime too. They'd probably nerd out.
Yeah, that's exactly what Scarlet's been saying, you know?
Yeah, because they're both theater people, and, Doug's watching Severance, and Mark's watching From. It's like a perfect match.
Right. Yes. Absolutely. His name is Mark Geller. Mark Geller. He'll be joining us live Monday, March 24th, which is the Monday. So that'll be the Monday after the Severance finale, when we'll be diving into that and breaking it down. So that's super exciting. Really looking forward to that. And yeah, I was psyched about that. I emailed his agent, and he emailed me back personally. Um, just very quickly too, quick response from his personal email. So that was great. And Dieter, yes, thank you. Dieter had to push me to finally do it, and I'm glad he did because that'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, Kieran, Man in Yellow would be a good combo. Yeah, he's a fan of From, and Doug is a fan of Severance now. So, and they're both veteran theater actors. So, it would be cool if Mark enjoys himself. Maybe we could get them both on a live sometime. That'd be cool. Absolutely. So anyway, yeah, I just wanted to share that piece of news, even though it's not a Severance live, but it's channel news, and a lot of you guys watch Severance too. So, I figured um be interested to hear it. I'm excited about it. So anyway, so we were gonna just dive into some discussion of The Boy in White. We're not gonna go too crazy and stay on all night. I need to take better care of myself. My pain has been pretty bad, but we wanted to discuss something. So we wanted to keep it, since I had a really brutal week.
8 a.m.
8 a.m. I had a really brutal week, so we thought, okay, Doc had a good idea of okay, what's a topic that we won't even really have to research much, because we already have a lot of knowledge about it. We've already we have a good grasp of the concept, and we thought The Boy in White would be a good topic of discussion. I know I've done a lot of thinking on The Boy in White. It's one of
I hadn't done enough, so I had to research.
Yeah, he happens to be just one of my fixations on the show. One of the things I've really, pondered about the most. So, so that worked great for me. So, um, im- imagine Man in Yellow is actually Dieter Egan after Kier banished him. uh,
Oh, maybe.
maybe.
Oh,
Yes.
I got a DM.
Yeah. Um,
Someone's watching the show sent me a DM. So that gives me I have a question then. How much do you think this bye bye birdie potion that turns people bi might sell for? Like, people pay for that apparently? Because I got a message here from this can't be right. It says Jane Egan. It must be Jane. That can't be right. Has to be a typo. But wants to meet with me for an offer on my bye bye birdie potion.
hmm.
Sounds legit, right?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know, but that's weird. Hmm.
I think this James Egan sounds like a trustworthy guy.
Yeah, seems legit. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be a little concerned about that one. Anyway, so um, so where would you like to start, Doc?
Um, all right, so I have an AI poem here. A white-clad child amidst this veil of dread doth haunt the woods where shadowed horrors creep. Seen by the boy when kin in town lay dead, a silent specter from a troubled sleep. Young Ethan marks his hushed and pale regard, while Sarah follows where his gestures guide. Was Victor's solace after grief struck hard, or doth a darker purpose now reside? He leads to trees that shift both time and space, and whispers not, but points a cryptic way. Did he grant Tabitha a brief release, or push her further in this dreadful play? Is he a guardian sent to lend us aid, or some deep engine of this town displayed? Some deem him spirit of an infant lost, returned in white from death's obscure domain. Others a trickster, counting well the cost, who lures to hope then binds us in his chain. The man in yellow's guise, a child's soft mien, or sprung from sorrow of a shattered mind. He ages now, a wonder rarely seen, as if his nature doth new laws now find. So many reckonings, yet none hold true. This boy in white, a riddle in the gloom. What art thou, child? A mischief dost pursue? And will thy silence lead us to our doom? We watch thy form, a beacon or a snare, and pray thy purpose shall at last be bare.
That's beautiful. Wow. I
I did
love
a
it.
decent job.
That was nice. Yeah. I'm impressed. Yeah. Wow. It sounded like a theatrical monologue. Like
I asked for a sonnet sequence in the style of John Donne. It was a little bit long, longer than I expected, but yeah.
it was
So
nice. And very really encapsulates the mystique of the character too, and all the different layers and possibilities as to kind of entity he could be, and the different connections to the characters. So I love it.
right,
Yeah, very nice.
it's actually a little scary,
Yeah, it's
but
like
it was part
it's
of
like
my research AI like thing, so it had access to all the research I was doing.
yeah. Um, that's really wow. That's awesome. Muncher Luncher said it's like Shakespeare from, otherwise known as Hither. I like it. Yeah, that's great. Um,
Maybe I'll
yeah,
try Limericks for the next one.
yeah. I wonder what it's crazy what AI can do now. It's really mind blowing. How fast it's developing and what it can pull off. I bet AI could produce some good limericks too. You know. Um,
I
but
figured we could do this in a, well, I don't want to keep everyone up all night. But I was thinking we could do this in 3 parts. Do facts, what we know, then major unanswered questions, and then theories.
yeah, that works for me. Sure.
And I think some of the theory stuff is going to come up in the unanswered questions section too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So what do we know
So
about the boy in white?
yeah.
Like facts, not speculation.
He wears white.
Right? Well, yep, he
He's a
wears
boy.
white.
Oh, but he isn't a boy. Sarah said he might not be a boy, so we can't even say he is a boy.
Yeah.
Right? Well, yeah, he's a young childlike figure. He appears to be around 8 to 12 for seasons 1 and 2. And yeah, I guess 12 probably for season 3-ish, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. I mean, he's almost the teen in white now. He's shooting up like a weed, that kid.
Yeah, Victor
Mhm.
comments that he looks different.
Yep. They wrote that in. That was clever. Yeah, you look different. Well, everything's changing here. Everything's changing here. So yeah, it was clever, and I like that they did that because I would rather them find a way to shoehorn that into the show than to phase out the boy in white's presence, because that's one of my favorite mysteries in the whole show, and it's one of the biggest enigmas in the whole show. So I really didn't like how, like, season 2 only showed the boy in white for the very last minute or so with Tabitha. That's the only time we saw him. And then in season 3, it seemed like they were trying to hide him from us because of his growth at first. We saw him down the street in Camden when Tabitha was there, and they did something weird. They must have de-aged him with AI because it didn't even look like the same actor. I thought they recast him. It didn't look like his face, but they did something. Apparently, it was Vox Smith, but they did something to his face. They de-aged him, and it really wasn't a very good job of it because it did not look anything like him. But
Then they kind of shot him in the basement with Christopher, all kind of weird too. Like kind of put him in the foreground, but shot behind him.
his back to the camera. Yeah,
Yeah.
they were clearly trying to hide him from us until they could get to that scene where Victor says, "Oh, you look different," and then they explain it.
Yeah.
So
I guess they're just gonna put giant coats on him like they do with Ethan.
nah. Right.
Because he wears no jacket, just a top and some. He kind of looks like he's wearing a confirmation outfit to me.
Yeah, a
he's
little
off to
bit.
play tennis. Looks like he's off to play tennis. That's the vibe I get. So yeah, there's not much we can definitively say in terms of fact with him. Even you can point to Victor's flashbacks, but Victor's memory is unreliable, so we
Right.
can't be sure of that stuff either.
Like he said he first saw the boy in white in the 1970s, the day 2 new cars arrived in the town, and then he also saw the boy in white talking to Christopher. So I'm assuming he saw him first before he saw the boy talking to Christopher.
Right. He's got it mixed up. Like in season 1, he said that he first saw the boy in white. He said it was when the 2 cars came or before the 2 cars came, and clearly that's wrong because I would bet money Victor was in one of the 2 cars, so he doesn't even remember that he was in one of the 2 cars. He spoke about it as if he wasn't, and it doesn't make any sense to me that he wouldn't be, because Victor, I think every time 2 vehicles arrive at the same time, it's some iteration of or some incarnation of Tabitha and Jade. So it would be Miranda and Christopher, Miranda with Victor in one of the cars, and so I think Victor's memory was screwy when he said he first saw the boy in white right before the 2 cars came. That's what he said in season 1. In season 3, he said he first saw the boy in white after the massacre. 2 totally different stories. So Victor, the unreliable narrator, strikes again.
Right.
Yeah, so we can't rely on those flashbacks. I tend to trust that. I think the flashback of him seeing the boy in white with the bodies all over the street, the boy in white leading Victor to the merry-go-round, getting on it and spinning around, waving in that creepy way. I think all of that happened. I don't think they would have shown us that iconic flashback and then do a switcheroo on us and say that didn't happen. But we can't be 100% sure. Now, the stuff that happens in the present, I'd say we can assert as fact. Like when we see the boy in white appear to Ethan, okay, that's something we could say. Okay, the boy in white appeared to Ethan outside of his window. The first morning he woke up, I think it was the first morning he woke up when they arrived in town. He was standing out there staring and doing the shh, like that's a fact. We could say that for sure.
So he didn't
yeah.
want other people to know he was out there.
Yeah. Which, made him automatically creepy and sus. And I think that was the point. It was a misdirect, trying to use the creepy kid trope to make us think that he's evil, which I don't agree with myself personally, but that's still entirely up for debate. And like the other stuff we've seen him do, we saw him lead Victor and Julie to a tree on the Colony House, the night of the Colony House massacre. So that's a fact. He did that. Now his motive for doing it, we don't know, but I think it was to help. We saw him push Tabitha out of the lighthouse. We saw him, we can't be sure he really appeared in front of Tabitha in Camden because it's possible she could have been imagining it. I personally think it was real. It was an actual
I think it was
vision.
real.
I think it was a vision. Yeah. That she
I
saw.
think he was really appearing, at least in her mind there.
Right. Like a real vision, that it wasn't just her losing her mind. I do think it was real in that sense.
He seems to have a selective visibility.
Yes.
Like he can only be visible to certain individuals or like certain times. Like he can choose it. Like he's only been seen, it seems, by Victor, Ethan, Sarah. Even though we don't see him, she refers to it to Tabitha, Christopher, and Elgin in The Dream on the Bus. And I don't think he's appeared to anyone else.
No, and I don't. When he appeared to Boyd and Sarah, I don't think Boyd could see him at all. Boyd never
I don't think so.
mentioned. Boyd would have said something, or to Sarah at the very least, that Boyd didn't see him. It was only Sarah. So he definitely has selective visibility. He can control who sees him and when. So that's interesting. That's a really interesting feature. And it didn't seem like anyone else on the street in Camden could see him other than Tabitha. Everyone else was just walking past as if he wasn't there. And so I definitely think he can appear only to the people he wants to see him. Another thing about him that's really interesting is that Victor said that now of course we can always trust everything Victor says, but I believe this. When Victor met Tabitha in the cave, he said, "The boy in white told me to wait here for you. He said you'd be coming. He showed me where to hide." So he knew Tabitha would be coming down in the tunnels, which to me says that he has some kind of ability to anticipate events before they've happened, or he's been to the future, or he has some kind of psychic ability. So all I know is somehow he was able to anticipate an event that hadn't happened yet. Tabitha, like Victor, keep in mind, Victor was sent down into that tunnel. If you can believe Victor's story, I mean, I know he's unreliable and all that, but this was not a distant memory. This is something that just happened. So I trust Victor on this. Victor was missing for like 1.5 to 2 days. So the boy in white knew Tabitha was going to fall in that hole and wind up in the cave 1.5 to 2 days ahead of time and told Victor. So that's an important thing to remember. A lot of people don't seem to talk about that when these discussions come up. So I think that's an important thing to remember. And it opens up the question of why and how. Like, is he a story walker? Has he been to the future? Is that how he knew? Does he have some kind of precognition ability? Like other entities in town, like the voices that told Sarah 2 cars were going to be coming and when they were going to come, and they did. So that's another thing about him. That's something that worth discussing too,
So I've got a quick list of his interactions with Victor. So as a child, Victor saw the boy in white speak and Christopher and thought it was the dummy for a little bit,
Yep.
and led us on that misdirect. Then after the massacre in the township that killed everyone except Victor, the boy in white reappeared alongside the dog, which is some sort of Belgian shepherd dog, and instructed Victor to collect precious belongings of the deceased, bury them in the suitcase. He appears to Victor near the bottle tree in season 3, episode 9, tells him not to cut it down. It's important. He's extra vague too in that scene, and that's when they aged him up. Well, when they showed that he aged and they made those comments. Interactions with Ethan. In season 1, Ethan sees the boy in white outside Colony House making a shushing gesture. After the Matthews family settles in, next morning, Ethan sees him again outside his window, prompting Victor to confirm the boy's existence by drawing a picture, asking Ethan if it matches what he saw. Then he has interaction with Sarah and Boyd, which we just discussed a moment ago. He has the interaction with Tabitha, which you discussed a moment ago, shoving her out the lighthouse window. That was the fastest way out of Fromville. It was a little trip. In season 3, after escaping the town, she sees him across the street. And yep, those are, I think, pretty much all the major scenes with him.
Yeah. We got next to nothing in season 2, so I was glad they depicted more of him in season 3, because I got the sense that he's an important factor in the show. You get that sense from the beginning because he appears in very early in season 1 outside Ethan's window. I think
He's
it's
so mysterious.
Yes. So what an entrance that he makes when he appears outside that window it's the classic creepy kid trope, and you immediately get the sense that he's evil, which is, I think, what they want you to think at the time. There's a creepy stinger sort of thing in the musical score. He's standing out there watching Ethan making the motion, and so immediately you get the impression that, okay, something is seriously wrong with this. This is sinister. He doesn't want Ethan to tell anybody. It's creepy as hell. It's like something out of a horror movie. And but I got caught up in it myself. I until the end of season 2, I was still on the Boy in White is evil train myself, and I know a lot of people still are, and that's fine. I personally think in season 3 we saw a lot of evidence that he's actually, he may not be purely good. I don't think he is. I don't think anyone is purely good. I think everyone is ambiguous in the show. I think he's done some things that have caused harm out of necessity for the greater good. So I would characterize him as an entity that's trying to help as best he can for the greater good. Personally, my theory is that he's trying to break the cycle, make the cycles stop. And sometimes the ends justify the means, and he may have had to do some things that are, not good, that are morally more ambiguous, my opinion. But anyway, yeah, there's very little that we can definitively say about him in terms of fact, though. I love that. I say keep it ambiguous. A lot of people are clamoring for answers. Explain the Boy in White. I say no. I don't want to know yet. Drag it out.
Yeah, it might end up being disappointing when we find out. We don't really know yet. I do like that he's kind of he provides cryptic or minimal guidance, like directing people to safety, giving instructions, Victor bearing belongings, but he rarely speaks at length until the season 2 finale, when he speaks to Tabitha, and then season 3 episode 9 when he talks about his changing appearance to Victor. And he kind of explains it while saying, they need to learn for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want a showrunner to say, I was driving down the street and I saw a boy wearing white shorts and a white t-shirt.
Hopefully not.
And then there was a dog.
Yeah, there was a dog. Oh God, yeah. Martin makes a good point that Sarah and Ethan both had seizures, so maybe that's what let the Boy in White tap into them. That's a good point. Not everyone who's had seizures has seen the Boy in White, but I will say, like, everyone who has had seizures, they have a special connection with the place, that they're tapped into the place in a unique way. And so you got everyone who's had a seizure on the show has had some sort of vision of the Boy in White. So it's like, how do I put this? So everyone who's had a seizure has seen the Boy in White, but not everyone who has seen the Boy in White has had a seizure. So there's the
Right.
distinction. Well, a lot of people forget another one was Elgin. We didn't actually see it, so it's easy to forget, but Elgin saw the Boy in White in a dream, in a premonition dream on the way into town on the bus, and he had a seizure when he got into town. So the Boy in White definitely seems to only appear to people who are specifically tapped into the place in a special way, and also key players in the story, like Tabitha. Tabitha was the only exception, I think. Tabitha and Victor, but I would bet money that Victor had a seizure when he got to town, just like Ethan. I wouldn't be surprised. We just don't know about it.
Right. I think it's tied to like the idea of like these people having some sort of psychic sensitivity, and maybe tying into old beliefs of epilepsy or seizures being a symptom of psychic ability or demon possession.
Yeah, I like that. Martin wanted to do a poll. Could we do a poll on who was on the phone with Ethan? 1, Thomas saved from story walking. Okay, I'll do a poll. 2, Ethan, or 3, Boy in White. Wait a minute.
Do it.
Who was on the phone with Ethan? How could Ethan have been on the phone with Ethan?
Because he's a man in yellow.
or maybe it was the man in yellow. Maybe clarify that for me, Martin. I'm a little confused, but I'll start a poll. So let's see. What? So David says the boy in white wants them to remember and free the children. That's what I think too. But he knows he can't tell them directly, maybe because either they are the ones that sacrificed the children stuck in a loop, or it's their ancestors. I think he can't tell them directly because it made Christopher lose his mind. I think dumping too much knowledge on Christopher all at once made him snap in the last cycle. He was freaking out in that flashback and saying everything here lies. So the boy in white, he told Victor later, I tried to help. So I forget what he said. He said, like, I tried to tell. I think he said, what did he say? I tried to help more once. I think it's best if you figure it out for yourselves, he said. So I think he wants to end the cycle and free the children, but he has to kind of lead them in a more subtle way. He's trying a different tactic now. So he led Tabitha, he got her to the lighthouse. He made those Ankui noises. That's another thing about him. He can throw his voice and change his voice. He made the Ankui kid noises in the lighthouse. It was just him
That's
up
why
there.
he might have been on the phone.
Maybe he was on the phone.
I was gonna say, another question for the chat is, what's his connection to the Ankui kids? Because they also wear white.
Right? Yep, they also wear white. His clothing's a bit pristine though. There are some theories about that, like whether or not they didn't succeed in sacrificing him. He was somehow saved, and so his clothing is still white. Or that he could be like an even more powerful, some sort of more powerful than them avatar of them. Yeah,
it's possible. Yeah, especially when you consider that the merry-go-round, which is an iconic part of the show, has 8 seats. So that would be that would fit with 7 Ankui kids, and the boy in white would make 8. And I don't think that. I think that may be significant, and Miranda painted a merry-go-round with 7 kids on it and 1 empty seat. Maybe the boy in white has some connection to that. Maybe he's one of the Ankui kids who got away in some manner. He was supposed to be sacrificed and he got away. That's a theory
there could
that's
also
out there.
be there could also be multiple cycles of sacrificed children.
Yeah, I think that's possible. Like Amy says, this is how I think about it now. Like they made him creepy to make him a red herring, like they did with Tilly, making Tilly look sus. I personally think that too. Muncher thinks he is super evil. I got to do a poll actually on the nature of the boy in white. I'll definitely do one. I
like
would
that.
say good, evil, or morally ambiguous, which is what I say. But sorry, Doc, go ahead.
Oh no, I said I like that whole idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, he moves freely in and out of the town. Doesn't seem to be affected by the creatures, or at least not to worry about them hurting him. They don't even seem to acknowledge him. He doesn't even really acknowledge any of the creatures directly either. We don't really see them interacting in a scene together though. And he tends to appear at major events, and he seems somewhat concerned, but also very stoic to all the tragedy. Like when there are dead people around, he's just, spinning around on that merry-go-round.
A lot of people think that that's a sign that he's evil because he looked. I mean, granted, he looked ghoulish on the merry-go-round, smiling and beckoning to Ethan to follow, and he had, dead bodies.
Scenes.
Huh?
One of the creepiest scenes.
Oh yeah, and I think that was intended. That was an early scene of his too in season 1, and I think that was intended again to make him look sinister, with the dead bodies strewn about, and he's there smiling and playing on a merry-go-round. I look at it now as a way to distract this young boy, Victor, from the carnage. to help him, distract him from all of that. And it worked. I mean, he got Victor to stare at him instead of looking at all the dead bodies. So, there's that. Also, something else that we can say we know about him, because this came from Scott McCord, who did an interview. He said that when he sat down with John Griffin to discuss the character of Victor at the beginning of the series, John Griffin told him that Victor had been alone for many, many years, and the boy in white's friendship helped him survive. So that's coming straight from Scott McCord, who got it from John Griffin. So I think we can pretty much take that to the bank. That's another thing.
And he kind of indicates too that he's somehow tied to the faraway trees. I mean, he knows where they go to and directs people on how to use them. He implies that they are tied to freeing the children, linking him to the ritual of child sacrifice somehow.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's that connection that he has with the trees, it seems, because he seems to know where they all go to and when and where. But is that because he has an actual connection with the trees, or is it because he just happens to know what's going to happen at certain times because maybe all that weird time hijinks that are going on?
Sorry, what was that last thing you said? I couldn't catch the last little bit there.
Because of all the weird time hijinks that are going on. So like, is that why he knows everything, because of all the time stuff? Is he like a story walker, or is it something else?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So I mean, initially, before time travel, aka story walking, was introduced in the show, I thought that, well, the boy in white and the evil entity must both have some kind of precognition ability or some sort of psychic power, so that they know things that are going to happen before they've happened, and then they, like the evil entity can see and hear people and know all about them and all that kind of stuff. And now that there's time travel and aka story walking, well, that's another possibility. Maybe the boy in white is able to do that. Maybe he's been to the future, and that's how he knew Tabitha would be coming down into the tunnel and would need Victor's help. So it's highly possible, really. Let's see. Yeah, Michael has a theory that he posted in the Discord about the boy in white, and
Oh yeah, I saw that. We're gonna read all of those.
Dieter linked it, which is awesome. Yeah, I love the theories. That's awesome.
His was a bit longer.
This is a long one, huh?
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to look at Discord much yesterday. I was too busy, basically sleeping, just completely exhausted from rough week I had and lack of sleep. But I'll get in there and read the stuff that I missed.
I only just took a glance at them. This way I could make sure I can have an idea of where I'm gonna throw them in. I figure we'll throw in some of the first ones when we get to the questions that we have, because there were some of those.
Cool. I'm gonna start the poll. So
drum roll.
Let's see. Yes. So let's see. What is the nature of the boy in white? It's difficult to sum up in, just a few options, but I'm going to try. Let's see.
So we know he can appear during the day. He can touch things.
Yep.
He shoves Tabitha. He does seem to be linked to lighthouse mythology. Well, no, mythology, symbolism, like he's almost like a beacon of hope with the white, looking out for people, warning them of danger and guiding them to safety. Like he's kind of like almost like a physical manifestation of a lighthouse.
Mm-hmm. I like that. Yeah.
I don't remember where I got that from. I think it was a Reddit post.
Yeah, that's good. That's fitting. Yes. You know, he does seem to be there to guide certain people to safety who need to be protected. You know, he was responsible for saving Julie and Victor the night of the massacre, and then Tabitha, having Victor wait down there for her and make sure she got out safely. I think he's there to make sure key players. I mean, now we know Julie is a key player. We didn't know that at the time. Julie is a story walker and she's a key player in the story. So, you know, it may not be like he was just doing this for purely altruistic purposes, but also just because we needed her. She had an important role to play. So Julie had to be saved. Victor has an important role to play, apparently, and Tabitha sure as hell does. So he made sure she got out of the cave safely. And then Sarah and Boyd, well, you know, he directed them into the tree, and Sarah has an important role to play. We've already seen. She wound up helping to save the whole town in season 2. So he made sure she got to safety. Boyd, I don't. I mean, Boyd got to a pretty bad place, but I don't think that's necessarily the Boy in White's fault. We don't know if he controls. One of the unknowns about the Boy in White is if he can control the destination of the faraway trees. And
Right, can he control it or does he just know? And so if you jump in when it's not one of the points of time that he, well, one of the times that he knows where it's gonna go, then you're kind of screwed.
yeah,
Oh, but in
I,
the case of Boyd, I think he did that on purpose for some reason.
maybe because it just had to happen that way, and there's nothing he could do about it. He was just, you know, furthering the cycle of events. Now that we know time travel is a thing and there are bootstrap paradoxes, maybe he really didn't have a choice, and events needed to play out the way that they did. So he was kind
Like
of a
it's a chess
neutral.
move.
Yeah, like a neutral arbiter of just the way things needed to happen, because this is what needed to be in order to in order for the story to play out the way it was supposed to. So it doesn't necessarily mean he's evil and he was trying to hurt Boyd just to hurt him. Um, let's
He does
see.
seem to know what people are talking about in town stuff, or at least some events that are going on in town. Like he says, Nathan was right to Sarah, so he knows about like their conversations that people have.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. So I put as the options in the poll, what is the nature of the Boy in White? He is a good entity. He is an evil entity, morally ambiguous and trying to help, which is what I would say, and or morally ambiguous with his own agenda. Now you could say those last two are interchangeable, but I would say he really is trying to help, not just for his own selfish aim. So they're kind of they're not quite the same thing. Um, yeah. So I will leave that up and see where that poll goes. Already got some votes coming in on morally ambiguous and trying to help, and some saying he's good. No one has said evil yet. I'm surprised. I thought that would immediately get votes instantly. but we'll see. We'll see. I'll leave it up there for a bit. Um so so what's next, Doc? Where what else
So
we got?
well, we know that he's been seen a couple of times with the dog, but I think the dogs we can do as one of the next from academies, because that's kind of a topic in and of itself, and the Boy in White's already gonna be quite a bit of a topic. We don't have a whole lot of time.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think that's the bulk of the things that we know factually about the Boy in White.
yeah. That's pretty much all I can think of that we know factually. There's much more that's unknown versus what's known. Nightman, LOL. Someone literally asked that exact question earlier. That's so funny. That's a weird coincidence.
I wonder
Someone
if it's a
else.
meme. Is it a meme?
Maybe it is a meme. Everyone asks who is the man in yellow, but no one asks how is the man in yellow. So, um, Yeah, maybe that I didn't take it to mean what, like there are two different ways you could take that. Um, and I guess the intention might be to ask how he is, like how he's doing. Is he doing all right?
That's how I
And
take it.
yeah, I took it a different way. My mind went to, okay, how is he, like in terms of how is he able to do everything he's doing? Because that's a big thing for me. But yeah, it makes sense to go with the former rather than the latter interpretation. Yeah. Anyway,
Do we
Michael
have any questions in the chat? Oh, go ahead.
Michael said, I feel inevitably he's a good entity, but he's portrayed as morally ambiguous but helpful. Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Right. He could
Um,
the whole not knowing could just be, keeping the atmosphere of spookiness and not mystery and, throwing some red herrings in there. I mean, like you said, we don't always realize these characters going to be good or evil or until later on as we get to know them. Like even Victor was really creepy at first.
right. Right, exactly. Victor seemed creepy at first before we knew his whole story, and then context is everything. Once you learn more about the background, and Martin here said, the deeper I dive, the more I'm with Jim, and what if that's what the man in yellow wants you to think? And after hearing out loud that a boy in white is helping, that second boy in white is created by man in yellow to fuck with y'all. Second boy in white? I don't know what that is, what that means, um, but like, I tend to agree with. See, one thing that we should always go back to in terms of this show, trust what Ethan says. Trust Ethan. Ethan knows how things work. And Ethan said in the first season when they were writing questions on the wall, he said they should add the question, who here is trying to help? So I think that Randall is wrong when Randall says that there's nothing here trying to help us. I think he's wrong because I think Ethan has the right instincts and he has kind of the like the key to how everything works. And then
Right.
you would have to
Like
ask yourself, then okay, who is trying to help? Well, maybe it's the boy in white. No.
I think Randall is projecting. Randall doesn't trust anyone really, except for the nurses.
Yeah. I think
And he might
Randall
have
is
some
projecting.
ulterior motives there.
Yes. Yeah, Nightman. Somebody did make the exact joke earlier. I think it was Muncher Luncher, actually. That's funny. Twice in the same night. Anyway, um, Scott says, I think that the boy in white is one of the people there. So there's a theory I've heard now that what if the boy in
Any
white,
ideas on who?
huh?
And who might that be?
I've heard a theory that maybe the boy in white is from a different, like he's currently a person trapped there in a different time, but he's story walking. So he's actually alive, but he's from a different time, and that's why he appears ageless. He's in 1978 with Victor, and he's there now looking the same. If he's story walking, then he would be able to do that and look the same. So that's actually a possibility. That's a viable theory.
And there are plenty of theories that he's Victor and that he's Ethan.
Yeah, I don't get that. That I understand it. When I first heard the theory, I thought, I don't understand how that's, I don't get it. How is he Victor? But
I
I get
I
the
can
point
I
of
can
it.
get it.
I get it. I get the point of it. It's that he's a projection of Victor's mind. That Victor was so lonely and traumatized after the massacre that he conjured up this little friend for himself. So he's a projection of Victor, an extension of Victor. That's so like they're basically one and the same. I don't agree personally, but it's a viable theory. Yeah.
Right. It's what I've considered, but I'm not sure. There
Yeah.
are others I like a little more.
The thing of it is, one of the problems I have with him is his outfit. So if he's supposed to be
Right.
sort of tangentially related to the Ankui kids, and there's a similar ethereal entity wearing white, and another child, and there are 7 seats on the merry-go-round, and he would make the 8th. How come he's wearing this outfit that doesn't look like the same period as the Ankui kids? He's wearing that.
Cosplaying for Instagram. He wants to cosplay the Ankui kids. He's just doing it a little bit wrong because he's not worn out looking.
Right. He's wearing, I mean, I don't have a problem with the fact that he's got pristine white looking clothes, but the style of the clothes, it looks like he's off to play tennis. So that doesn't look like the same period of the Ankui kids' clothing. Those look like underclothes that children would have worn maybe back in the colonial days or something, that those little kids are wearing, which would make sense since they were sacrificed. We can probably presume they were sacrificed back in the colonial days, that era, due to the Puritan figure that Jade has seen in visions. So why is the boy in white dressed in shorts like that?
Right. Well, maybe he's like maybe he was a sacrifice in a later generation, and he's not old enough to be all dirtied up like the Ankui kids. But I don't know. That seems like a stretch.
Yeah.
So we have a question here from Zipnada on Discord. In season 2, episode 4, Sarah talks to Boyd about the boy in white. Sarah says, "I think he's trapped here like us, that he wants to help, but he's not sure how." Do we think that Sarah is right, wrong, or is the truth somewhere in the middle? If Sarah is right and the boy in white is also trapped, will it matter of setting him free? Will it be a matter of setting him free, or might they actually be unleashing something else?
Oh.
So Sarah said that she thinks he's a boy, well, that he's somewhere trapped here like us, but she's not sure how to help him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Would setting him free be good or bad?
Yeah, I think that he's probably trapped there too. He did appear to Tabitha in Camden, but I think that I tend to think that he's he's tied to some kind of spiritual entity, or a deceased child who is trapped there, but has the ability to project his image, outside of the place. He just can't leave. His spirit is trapped there, but he can get into the heads of people who are out there. So Tabitha was able to see him in a vision on the street, and Elgin had a dream with him in it. It's unclear when it was, but Elgin said it was on the way into town. In season 3, he said it was on the way into town. So I would think that means he can project himself in dreams and visions to people outside of the place, but I think maybe he's trapped there. He can just kind of project himself that way.
Right, like he can project himself, but also somehow touch things sometimes, maybe, or all the time. I don't know.
Right. Right. So I think it's kind of like the man in yellow. The way I think of the man in yellow, he I think that he had all kinds of power, but maybe he wasn't able to physically show up until Jade and Tabitha had the revelation, and knowledge comes at a cost, that whole thing. They remembered their origins, and then he was able to physically come in his corporeal form. But prior to that, I think he still was able to wield massive power, just not in a corporeal sense. I think he was present there in the form of that radio voice, of course, and probably was the one who collapsed the Matthews house. Just not visible. Like the Matthews house, it looked like something cracked the roof. Like a giant hand, invisible hand, cracked the roof and just smashed the house in. So I think maybe like kind of like the boy in white. I think they have these abilities, whether even if they're trapped there. The man in yellow may be trapped there too. As a matter of fact, I think he probably is. But anyway,
seems like.
Yeah. he might want to get out into the world and wreak havoc, but that's a whole other topic. I mean, hell, we could do a whole live on Man in Yellow theories and a whole live on Boy in White theories and go on for hours. So much. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Oh, we have a really important question from All City Big Heck that actually already got answered earlier. Does Doug know that he's stuck in voice chat?
Oh, wait, did he say this? Did he say this in
So-
Discord or in our
yeah,
chat?
in Discord. In
Oh,
Discord.
okay. Yes. Yeah, I let Doug know that he was stuck in voice chat, and I got Doug out of there, but I reminded him of, to make sure he exits the voice channel before he leave. I think he probably just left his Discord tab and forgot about it. And so he was in the voice channel for like the whole night and day, but I had him muted the whole time. I reassured him that the second I realized he didn't know he was still in there and we could hear it sounded like he was playing the next episode of Severance, I immediately muted him so we didn't hear anything more than that. So I've got his back there, and I made sure he got out of there. It's Discord is a cumbersome thing to learn, and I think he's doing great actually for someone who never used the app before. He dove into our watch parties really quick. Our From watch parties.
Yeah, I struggled with Discord for a long time, but I was determined for this channel, and now I think I have it pretty figured out for the most part.
Yes, yeah, we all struggled with it initially, like all different things about it. Everybody does, most people anyway. Yeah, you're his homie, girl. I like to think so, Amy. It's nice. We're friends. It's cool to be friends with Doug. He's an awesome person. Yeah, I made sure that I got him out of there. I muted him immediately. I would have gotten him out of there sooner, but I didn't realize he was still in there because we switched to a different voice channel to watch Severance again, and I was looking at that and I thought, oh, he left. Okay, good. I didn't realize until last night that he was still in there, but it was okay because he was muted the entire time. I muted him immediately when I originally saw it, so then I helped him get out of there. Yeah. I helped him get out of there, and I just reminded him of how to do it so he can make sure he does that. Hey, I can't tell you how many people I've seen do that when they first join Discord and they're not used to it.
It happened to me.
Right. I actually did it myself a couple months ago, and I'm very comfortable with Discord now, but I had my secondary account. I have a secondary Discord account, and I was using it to stream Severance in two different channels at the same time, and I forgot. I left my secondary account in there for like a whole day. I forgot it was even still in there, but it was muted, so there was nothing to hear anyway. It happens all the time. It's just Doug is not the first.
I think I
Anyway.
left it on while I was watching a movie, and with my fiance, I go back into the kitchen where I had the phone, and I'm like, who's talking?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
yeah, it's because I left myself in the voice chat.
Yeah. Yeah. And it sucks when people do it, but they're not muted. So it's just it's like it's awkward.
I worried.
But yeah. So I have the ability to mute people as an admin, of course. So I just if they do that and they don't mean to, I just mute them, or Dieter mutes them, and then it's fine. It doesn't cause any harm as long as they're muted and their camera is off, of course. Then so they're just in the voice channel. That's fine. We had actually we have an Etsy shop that's going to be doing a giveaway for us for Severance, and she joined the Discord, and she was in the voice channel all day too, and probably didn't know it. Magic with a K. So it
Oh, okay.
happened.
What does
Yeah,
she make?
she makes Severance mugs, t-shirts, that kind of merch with the stuff like the scary numbers. And so she actually did a
Okay.
special one just for the channel. She did a special scary number Severance t-shirt where the file name is JulieBDeepDives, which is super cool.
I love it.
Isn't that great? So she's going to be doing a giveaway for us, which is awesome. And so yeah, I'll keep you guys posted on when we're going to do that. I don't know. Maybe we'll save it for the finale or something. Yeah, or well, wait, we only have 2 more, so yeah, we'll figure it out. I'll announce it ahead of time. Dieter dropped the link to the Etsy shop for you Severance fans out there. And then we'll get back on topic. But so there's a discount code as well. If you click the link or go to her shop and use the discount code JulieBDeepDives 15, you can get 15% off any of their merch. And I'm guessing maybe we should, if she's okay with it and ready to do it, we could maybe do the giveaway Monday, since the finale, when we're going to have a lot going on with the guy who plays Kier, Mark Geller there. I don't know. We'll talk about it off stream and then we'll announce it so you guys know when we're doing the giveaway. But other than that, there's that cool discount code, which is kind of her to do. Anyway, back to the boy in white.
So
yeah, continue.
okay, so we have another one here from AGL81. I'm not sure if it ties directly in, but I'll read it here. He wrote, or she, a spiritual awakening is not a singular event, but rather an ongoing journey, one that unfolds through 7 distinct stages of deep introspection, inner transformation, and eventual transcendence. These stages, while varying in their manifestation, follow a universal path that guides the seeker from a state of separation and confusion toward one of profound unity and clarity. The 7 stages of spiritual awakening, a journey to the depths of self-realization. Journey of self-refinement involving the number 7, from separation and confusion toward unity and clarity. Remember, then grow. Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes.
Mm-hmm.
I could see some ties to that with the boy in white.
Sure. Yeah, I could see that too.
Okay. Guiding them on their journey a bit in self-realization. We have all those themes of trauma going on in the show. So symbolically, yeah, I can kind of see that.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And he definitely seems to be guiding them on their journey for sure. Yeah, I'm looking at that now. Like that's on the Discord. Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of Jungian themes in the show. I think that's really fitting. I like that quote from Carl Jung that David posted. Nice. Can always count on David for the deep thinking, really
Right.
deep, fascinating insights. Love it. So let me check on the poll, see how the poll is doing.
Yep.
So we have, let's see, I've got to refresh the page to get the up-to-date thing. What else? What else should we cover, Doc? I'll follow your lead here.
All right, the last one that we have from Discord. Oh my gosh, this is really long. I don't think we can read the whole thing. Well, let me read as much as I can. I'll try to read it fast.
You can read it. Well, yeah, I've got to go get my water anyway, so I'll be
Okay,
right
perfect. All right. MG Merkin writes, so the boy in white, someone said we were discussing tonight on live. Seems to me like he's a sort of ambiguous helper spirit of some kind. It seems like he knows a lot more than he's saying, though how he knows it is a different question. But it seems like he's trying to help as he directs Victor and Julie to a faraway tree after the Colony House massacre, and he directs Boyd and Sarah to a faraway tree when Farmville gets angry the day that Jim and Jade try their radio experiment, and a sudden storm comes up. And later he tells Victor that he mustn't cut down, oh my gosh, sorry, pause, mustn't cut down the bottle faraway tree when he tries to take an axe to it. He says that if Victor wants to help, don't cut down the tree. But why though? I think that it comes back to my interpretation of the faraway bottle tree by way of Victor's retrieved clarified memories of Jasper / the boy in white secrets communicated to Christopher. Boy in white gives the tale of how the children were born in the dark and killed / murdered in the dark. We later find out from Fatima that the townsfolk sacrificed the children in a bargain for immortality, and that two of the original parents tried to stop the sacrifice/bargain but failed. So the children, including one of the two parents' children, were sacrificed anyway. But we hear from the boy in white that someone told the children a story that gave them hope. To me, it sounds like perhaps they were told a story as they were dying or otherwise going to be sacrificed. The boy in white story says that they poured that hope into the roots that were the sign, and the roots became the tree, as in possibly the bottle tree. It seems to me that the original faraway tree/bottle tree was basically made through the child hope/wish magic, and is thus presumably a sort of magic tree. To me, this dovetails with my analysis of the mythological tropes underlying the faraway trees as a hybrid of the Bodhi tree from Buddhist mythology and Yggdrasil from Norse mythology. I'm assuming I'm pronouncing it right, Bodhi or Bodhi tree is where Buddha meditated, and after like a month or two of meditating, transcended his karmic cycle of suffering and rebirth and became an awakened being, at which point he could see the line of prior incarnations back to the beginning, which to me parallels Miranda's visions of her prior incarnations for Henry after her accidental vision quest on LSD in the park under the tree. So it seems to me like the faraway bottle tree is a kind of metaphor of the body tree, and Miranda's awakening to visions of Fromville is a kind of narrative metaphorical parallel to the Buddha. Likewise, Yggdrasil from Norse mythology is their version of the world tree, which connects to the various realms of existence. Three roots of which, in my opinion, Jade's root sign, which is basically three roots, are equivalent to Yggdrasil's three roots, which go to the human realm, the realm of giants and monsters, and possibly the underworld. So to me, it seems like the magical tree is perhaps what's powering the two parents' reincarnation/reawakening cycle and quest to save the children, which to my mind is why the boy in white tells Victor that the tree is important and must not be cut down at the end of season 3. Otherwise, potentially, their reincarnation/reawakening cycle would end, and they'd basically lose the children forever, and entities would basically win. That's his take on it. And
Mm-hmm.
oh, hold on. Oh, and okay. Oh, and then it repeated. Okay, so it got posted twice, and oh, there's some differences. Oh, hold on.
Oh,
So seems like he knows. Oh, go ahead.
So there's something wrong with my Chromebook charger, which is what delayed the live earlier, and I almost had to use my laptop instead, and now it's about to die and it won't charge. So I'm just gonna switch my laptop. So I'll just pop off and right back on.
Okay. All right, good, because I got plenty left to read.
Okay.
Well, not good, but I'm sorry, but I got plenty left to read, so I could fill that in.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right, so I thought this was another reposted, but no, sorry. So it seems to me like somehow the boy in white knows more than he's telling about the faraway trees and what all's going on with the original sacrifice, the mortality deal, etc. The question is how. And seems like he's either unable or unwilling to simply tell folks outright. He just gives kind of vague. Let me hold this so I can read it better. Gives kind of vague clues and statements and then walks away. He kind of tells Victor that like he tried to intervene with Christopher, but that went badly. So now he's keeping his hands off and letting everyone figure things out for themselves. Because shortcutting by just playing Captain Exposition seems to not be working, or seem to be leading to cognitive dissonance and bad outcomes. Presumably, only by learning things on their own and working their way through it can they perhaps get through it, as opposed to simply being forcibly spoon-fed information while they're not prepared to accept or deal with it. In any event, one still wonders what the boy in white's role is in all of this. A while back, I had a kind of offbeat thought that what if the original parents had two children, one got sacrificed, the other survived, perhaps by hiding, And what if, taking the Buddhist philosophical interpretation, he was the first to sit and meditate under the tree, like Buddha achieved nirvana, awakening and transcendence of the samsara reincarnation cycle, and a kind of perfect understanding, enlightenment to the inner working of the universe of Fromville's pocket dimension or bubble world or whatever it is, and is not working as a kind of helper spirit to subsequent generations, trying to help them along on their quest and their own samsara, like reincarnation cycles, but perhaps in some way constrained from simply giving these silly mere mortals all the answers, lest break their brains or whatever. Okay. And then we have a poem generated by ChatGPT based on what he fed it and it understands. I totally get that. All right, here we go. In a town where shadows whisper loud, a bargain sealed beneath a shroud, the children's cries a silent plea, sacrificed for immortality. Two parents stood with their hearts unbowed, one child lost, one safe yet vowed, to break the chains of cursed fate, to save the children before too late. A tale of hope they've softly spun, a story told beneath the sun. The children wept, and hope was poured into the roots the tree restored. From the earth the faraway grew, a beacon bright of skies once blue. The tree of life, of spirit's grace, a bridge to save this troubled place. The boy in white, a child once lost, transcended pain, embraced the cost. Meditating neath the tree, he saw the truth, the mystery. Enlightened now, and silent still, he learned the ways of fate's cruel will. And in his heart a voice did sing of hope, rebirth, and new beginnings. A helper spirit soft and bright, guiding those who seek the light. He watches now with patient eyes, as souls awaken to realize. For in the end, the beginning calls the tree of hope where darkness falls. With every step, the truth unfolds, the path to free the children's souls. So Tabitha, Jade, and all who dare will walk the road with hearts laid bare. And through the trials, the lessons learned, they'll heal the past and bridge the burn. In every life, a chance to mend, to break the cycle and transcend. For in the hope that children sow, the faraway tree begins to grow. That's pretty. I really like the theories here, and a lot of the information pointed out. I did see a lot of the Yggdrasil Tree of Life mythology being thrown into the show. We also have different runes and the vine rune symbols with the talismans and in the caves and stuff. I was not familiar with the ties to Buddhist mythology, though. That's fascinating.
I like it. I like it. As usual, great theory crafting by Michael. Fascinating stuff. Yeah. Yeah. And I think he's exactly right about that point that he was making about breaking the brains of these mere mortals by trying to feed them too much information at once. I think that's why it went badly with Christopher. Yeah. That it was like it was staring into the void, the void staring back. It's like it drove Christopher mad. I think he snapped as a result of it. It was too much. So now he's just kind of letting them figure it out for themselves and kind of leading them as much as he can with vague clues. That's I
I
definitely
feel like
agree.
I feel like Randall gives us a good example of like someone going kind of crazy in the town. Like, could you imagine the boy in white just appearing to Randall and giving all the exposition and telling him, oh, all about the stuff about the trees and stuff? Randall would not believe him and he would just flip.
Oh yeah, he would. There's no way he would believe him. Yeah, Randall. The problem with him is, um, he has a huge chip on his shoulder. Um, we don't know his backstory, why he is the way he is, but clearly he's been screwed over in his life, and he has a chip on his shoulder, so he has an innate distrust of everything and everybody. That's why he was paranoid. Even when he was working with Jim, he was asking logical questions, of course, but even when he was working with Jim, he started to even question Jim and his motives. So I'm not surprised he thinks that nothing there is trying to help, and he wouldn't believe anything the point would be saying to him. So, yeah. Um,
And did we get the poll results in?
so I'm looking at it now. So let's see. Right now, 44% say morally ambiguous in trying to help. 33% say he's good, which surprises me. And 11% say evil. 11% say morally ambiguous with his own agenda. So, interesting.
Okay, so
Yeah.
morally ambiguous wins by a landslide, it seems. I get that.
Yeah.
I feel that.
Morally ambiguous and trying to help. That's what I think. Um, yeah, it's winning quite a bit. I It took me a while to get to that point, though. My friend Robert Saunders was trying to get me, to convince me of that all summer when we were talking in the Discord before I had my own, and I was in Jeremy's all the time talking to him, and he was trying to convince me that he's morally ambiguous, and I just wasn't seeing it. But I think we got a lot more evidence in season 3 um to back up that argument. Because I mean, look what he did when it comes to Tabitha. If you look at it on the surface, yeah, okay, it looks like he did something wrong because he pushed her out of a lighthouse, but you got to look below the surface level of that. Look what was the result of that. Yeah, he basically kind of led her in the direction of Victor's dad's house too by appearing on the street, and she walked in that direction. When she followed him into the ice cream shop. After exiting the ice cream shop, she found herself right in front of that church, where just so happens that priest encouraged her to open the lunchbox and find Henry's address in there. I don't think that was a coincidence. So not only did the boy in white push her out there, but and he lured her to the top by making the Ankui noises at the top of the lighthouse. And then he kind of led her in the right direction to find Henry's house. I think that's a helpful gesture. That's
Helpful
a
to
connection to
her,
her past life.
but probably not
That's
too helpful to the ambulance drivers who were driving.
no. This is
Morally
why
ambiguous.
exactly. This is why I would say morally ambiguous, because there's collateral damage sometimes from things that he does. And yeah, and Tabitha herself got banged up. She wound up in a hospital, banged up, but it was to serve the greater good as a result of that action. Look what happened. She connected with the husband from her past life. She got huge insight about Miranda, her past life, and that I think laid the groundwork for her getting the revelation of who she is and being able to accept it and deal with it in a better way, in a more enlightened way than she could have otherwise. So I think that was helpful. So yeah, that that was the biggest selling point for me, and also the flashback where he was telling Christopher what he needed to do to help, and and then and then later, when clearly that didn't work and it backfired, telling Victor, I think it's best that you learn for yourselves, and walking away. And okay, that looks like on the surface he's not being helpful because he's not spilling the truth to Victor, but we saw what happened. Something seemed to have gone wrong. That's heavily implied because he told Christopher too much. He dumped so much on him that it backfired. So all of that just contributed to me shifting my perspective, and now I'm in the camp of morally ambiguous, but trying to make the cycles stop, trying to end it and free the children. That's what I think he's doing. I put out a theory video about that too, as a matter of fact, which is the link to that's in the description of this video, actually. Um, Off-season theory video. Maybe when season 4 gets closer, I'll re-release it again when more people will be paying attention. But I finally had to get that out. I just wanted to I had a theory. Part one was the man in yellow, and part two was the boy in white, because I think they're two opposing figures that are at war with each other. Man in yellow trying to make the cycle of carnage continue, and the boy in white trying to make it stop.
See,
That's my opinion, but
I think
we'll
they're the same
see.
person separated in time.
Yeah, that's another interesting theory. I've heard that.
Almost like they're severed, but by time. It's not my theory. I've heard a bunch of people have proposed different variations of it. I'm not a theorist. That's just one of the theories that I like and seems to make sense to me and be kind of poetic.
I like that theory too. Like, maybe the man in yellow is a version of the boy in white who failed on his quest, um, and
Yep.
turned out like corrupted. Yeah, golden child. That sus priest drove me crazy, but I think he was acting weird. My theory on that
It could
is
be
that the
Martin.
boy in white spoke to him in his head. Um, huh?
There
What
are
did you say?
theories that he's Martin.
Oh yeah, I know,
I don't know. I
because
don't know if I put much stock into it, but it's possible.
he has a resemblance to Martin. He's not played by the same actor. We know that much, but he does have a strong resemblance. He looks like Martin with more meat on his bones and um less of a long beard. Um, yeah, my mom is asking me to do stuff that she knows I'm already gonna do anyway, so I don't know why. Um, it's okay. It's okay. Um, anyway, anyway, I lost my train of thought now. Um, no, it's okay. She's saying sorry. Uh, no, it's so easy for me to lose my train of thought when I'm in pain. What the hell was I talking about? Um, oh, yeah, he looks like Martin. So my theory is that so I think he spoke to the priest in his head. We already know that he can communicate telepathically. He spoke to. That's another thing that we can say about him. Actually, that's factual because we saw
Mhm.
him speak to Sarah telepathically. So
Oh, yep.
I so and since he appeared in a vision to Tabitha in Camden, why not have the ability to speak to the priest in his head, masquerading as the voice of God, letting him know there's going to be a woman coming there. You need to guide her. She'll have a lunchbox. Tell her to open it. So she goes in the right direction. And um, so I think that's what happened, and I based that not just pulling it out of the air. I base it also on their father Caudry's story of how he got there because he was about to jump off a bridge, and a voice. He said, "For the first time in my life, I heard the voice of God. Told me to get back in my car and drive. 2 hours later, I was here." I think that was the boy in white speaking to him in his head. This is again what makes him, in my opinion, morally ambiguous. I think he was bringing Caudry to town, luring him there because Caudry would be a force for good and a help to the town. But it's morally ambiguous because it's obviously hurting Caudry, bringing him to this hellhole, and he ends up dead, of course. But in the process, he was a beacon of hope for the people there, and Caudry, I think, was an important chess piece who needed to be in place for when Sarah was going to arrive. It's like a game of chess. I think the evil entity, they all have their moves planned out in advance. That like any game of chess. And the boy in white brought Caudry there, I think, to be a helpful force for hope, and also he was going to be the one his purpose was to make sure Sarah was kept alive, and Sarah was going to be pivotal in helping. So I think Sarah was brought by the man in yellow or the evil entity, whoever you want to call, whatever you want to call that. But um, Sarah was brought there as a chess piece to be used and manipulated. Caudry was brought there to, kind of take her off the board, bring her over to the good side, take her off the board. And now she's helping. So she switched sides, it's not a perfect metaphor, the whole chess thing, but it works very well in terms of trying to figure out the way this things could be working with these characters. And so I
Mhm.
think that voice Khatri heard was the boy in white speaking to him in his head. So I think he did the same thing again with that priest in Camden, and they'll probably never give us an answer as to what the deal was with that. So we'll be left to speculate. But that for me, that's what makes the most sense.
The Lord
Um,
as my Belgian Shepherd dog. I got that from Reddit. I don't know who posted it.
right. Um, and yet, so if he did speak to Khatri too, that makes that, yeah, obviously he's tricking him, making him think that God is speaking to him. That's just too uncanny. He's a priest. He said this is the first time he heard the voice of God, and tells him to drive, and he gets there of all places. So this is another example of doing something for the greater good, but it's causing harm at the same time. It's harming Khatri by bringing him there. So yeah, that's what I think is going on. I think he's responsible for bringing Boyd there too, as a matter of fact, and any other helpful player in the game. But uh,
I think quite possibly, yeah. Because we saw how he was manipulating Tabitha to get Henry and bring him back. So yeah, I think it's pretty likely that it's like you laid out, him and the man in yellow, they're bringing their own players in.
yeah, yeah, I think so. And I haven't watched all of Lost yet. Some people have told me that it sounds a lot like the two teams on Lost, bringing people there like a
Yeah,
game of chess.
like the boy in white is Jacob,
Hmm.
the man in white or something like that. It's been a while since I've seen Lost, but yeah, there was that kind of element to it.
Right. But I have to, yeah, I have to finish Lost. I have to make the time to finish it so I know what people are talking about. So, but I came up with that theory was just based on what I'm seeing in From. I don't know anything about how that played out on Lost yet. I haven't gotten that far. So yeah, it could be it could be a similar dynamic. It's possible.
I'll be back
Um,
in 3 minutes. I'm gonna let the Velociraptor out.
okay.
That's the dog.
I figured. Yeah. David says the boy in white would be like Jacob, and the man in black would be like the man in yellow. I have yet to be introduced to Jacob and the man in black, but I've heard mention of those characters on Lost. So I'll be really curious to see what the deal is with that as I get further into it. I think once Severance wraps up for the season, I'll finally have time to finish. Um, well, thanks, Martin. I haven't gotten to any of that stuff on Lost yet. So when people told me that, oh, that's too much like Lost, well, I, I wouldn't know. I haven't watched it far enough to know that. But thank you. Yeah, just yeah, don't try not to spoil it for me. But I already know. I know vague things about it. It's not enough to spoil anything. I know that there are basically two sides and whatnot. It's unavoidable in the From community. There's a lot of Lost fans, so I can't be mad at spoilers for a show that's 20 years old. But when it's my live stream, it would be nice not to have crazy spoilers drop in the chat. That I would appreciate for sure. Um, yeah, Amy, I have the same problem. I don't have someone to watch Lost with, so I watch it by myself. It's not as fun. And also, we missed the boat on getting to theorycraft on that. It must have been so much fun when it was airing and getting to come up with theories and discuss the show like we're doing with From. But there's no point in doing that because like this would be a show I would be all over making theories about, but there's no point because it's already over and there's nobody to talk to about my theories. I'm not going to do a live like, hey, I've got all these theories on Lost, and everyone would just be like, but we can't tell you anything. We already know we know how it ends. We know the whole show, so it wouldn't make any sense. So it's too bad I can't enjoy it on the same level as I would with From, because I totally would. I'd be all over it. Um, oh no, God, I gotta plug in my laptop. Charging issues tonight. Um, Martin, I've kept them spoilers to myself for so damn long, waiting for you to finish Lost. It's okay. There hasn't been much. I didn't see much in here that I haven't already seen, Martin. There really wasn't much. The whole Jacob and the Man in Black thing. I already have heard those names dropped and analogies to from characters, so that's okay. I've seen that stuff before. I don't know any details, so I don't. Please, nobody tell me the details. But yeah. Um, oh, you watch Lost with me, Martin? That'd be cool. Um, it's not as fun to watch by myself. So I could I could watch it in the watch party channel sometime if anyone wants to watch. If you want to watch, then you're more than welcome to. I think when Severance ends, that's when I'm finally going to really commit to finishing the show. I started season 5. I'm like 2 episodes into season 5 now. So it won't be too much longer. I'm really eager to keep going with it now. I'm getting impatient to find out what the hell is going on with Jacob. But anyway, um yeah, Dieter, we need to wrap it up soon. We definitely need to wrap it up soon. Pain is getting worse. I'm not able to hang in as long as I used to on these lives. I used to do like 7 or 8 hour lives on a really regular basis, pretty much every week, and I wasn't left in as severe pain as I am now. So I don't know. I think maybe I've been doing this for so long that it's the cumulative effect is taking its toll on me, and now I
I
feel
was
a lot
wondering that.
worse sooner. It's not good. But anyway, um, purely theoretical, no evidence as of yet, just a theory for maximum frumish fuckery, but it would perhaps explain some things, sort of. Okay, Michael, what was that theory? Um, like Abby had nightmares as a child, which were resurfacing memories, but she thought it was all just dreams, hence her susceptibility to the voices lying to her as an adult about it being a dream. Yeah, that's possible, Michael. It's possible. Anyway, um,
And I'm back.
so okay. Okay, so what else do we have to get through? With the
Now we're
boy
just
in white.
discussing theories until we get tired, I guess. I
Okay,
got
cool.
a list of them that I can throw out there to, for us to discuss.
Okay, cool.
So let's see here. There's a theory that Victor's mother probably died saving the boy in white. I don't know about that one. That one I give a low score. Boy in white guides people to safety, warns people away from dangerous areas, just like the lighthouse. Yeah, that's not really much of a theory.
Mm-hmm. What was the first one again?
That he was a child. About the mother. Oh, that Victor's mother probably died saving the boy in white.
Oh, okay.
That
Eh,
she probably saved him somehow. That one I don't think is probable.
Probably not, I would say, but who knows? It's possible. The amazing thing about what I love about the boy in white is there's still so much mystique. There's so many theories that would be viable because there's very little we definitively know, and I like it. I want it to stay that way. I'm not one of those people clamoring for the boy in white to be explained right away. I like to keep the speculation going.
Hmm. There's one that
Anyway.
the boy in white is the higher power, like he's running this, wanting them to have a chance, but practicing the end of the world.
Wait,
That's
wait,
that
wait,
he's
say
a
that again?
higher
Sorry.
power, that he's like the higher power slash evil running the whole game, wanting them to have a chance, but practicing for the end of the world.
Okay.
Like he's gonna bring doom to the rest of the world after.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those theories that he's really a bad guy and he's the master evil.
Yeah.
I don't know about that one. It's a possibility. I do kind of think the idea is kind of fun that they're trying to the evil's trying to break out and that the evil could break out and take over the rest of the world. That could be fun if that ended up happening. If they were planning on more seasons and then having to deal with it after it spreads from the town. But I don't think it's going to go that way. I think it's going to be a tighter story.
Right. I like that notion too, that there is an evil entity that's trapped and wants to get out into the rest of the world, and the boy in white. I like there's a theory too that like the boy in white is kind of like the jailer of that entity and keeping it trapped in there, and
I like that.
I like that. That's a good one. Yeah.
There's a theory that he's an escaped Ankui kid. His clothing doesn't seem to match the timeline. I feel like he might have been part of a later sacrifice cycle or an attempt at it because of his clothing, unless he's updated his clothing at some point, or the Ankui kids were just really dressed down. But I feel like this might tie. Yeah, I don't know. It is possible the Ankui kids were just like dressed in rags, but their style of rags seems older than his style of clothing still.
Right. Oh, definitely. I think so. Uh, I
But he seems to
mean,
know everything. So even if he's from a later generation, he
yes,
still could probably know everything that happened in the past from however he knows everything.
yes. Mm. Yeah, he's got some knowledge of what hasn't even happened yet, too. So,
We already discussed theory that he might choose people to arrive there. There's possibility that he's also choosing sacrifices for the place. That
hmm
kind of ties into the evil theory.
yeah, I think that he's choosing people to come there, but which would make him seem evil, but choosing people who can be helpful, like Boyd, Mr. Fish and Loaves. I find it so uncanny that Mr. Fish and Loaves of all people winds up there. I mean, the most adaptable,
Right?
self-sacrificing person who's got 30 years of experience going to some of the worst hellholes on earth, dealing with using these scant resources, that they had, and then boom, he retires and winds up here. This kind of hellhole where they desperately needed someone to organize them and help them make use of the most limited of resources. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think that a helpful entity brought him there. It just doesn't. It's uncanny. It's not that different from how uncanny it is how Kashri got there, and so I think there's a helpful entity that brought them there, and I personally would say the boy in white, again, making him morally ambiguous because obviously Boyd is suffering. His whole family. Look what he lost. He had to shoot his own wife. So I don't I definitely wouldn't call the boy in white a purely good entity if he's doing that. it's it's ambiguous at best. So anyway.
Here's another
Um,
iteration of the boy in white somehow escaped the child sacrifice and has caused havoc ever since. I think it is a possibility that he's a boy who escaped a child sacrifice. Which timeline, though, I'm not sure. I think that's kind of left up to question.
yeah,
Um, Another
could
theory that
be.
he is Victor.
Yeah, that
Um,
yeah, 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 Tony Teflon thinks that he is Victor, that he's basically I think he maybe thinks that like he's a projection of Victor's mind, which is, an absolutely viable theory. It's
I
possible,
thought that for a bit.
right? Like a deeply traumatized child with an imaginary friend, in the aftermath of a massacre, seeing this little boy, conjuring him up to keep him company. So, um, Tony also
And
thinks the boy in white is evil as hell, though. I've had a debate with him on that.
there is
um,
that possibility that they keep that dread in our mind because we don't really trust the place. and they don't
Yes,
want us to.
we had a friendly debate one night during one of Tony's lives a couple of months ago, because it wasn't even supposed to be, the live wasn't even supposed to be about the boy in white, but the subject came up, and I mentioned my theory in the chat, and people were asking me to call in and explain my theory, so I did. So we just had a little friendly back and forth. We're friends. It's all love. Tony's awesome and makes great theories. And so, we had a fun little discussion, and he said his argument for why the boy in white is evil, and I said mine for why he's ambiguously good, morally ambiguous and helping. So yeah, and honestly, it could still go either way. His theory is still completely viable. He could be a projection of Victor, absolutely. When he first said it, I didn't understand though, because he just, he didn't go into detail explaining it. I hadn't been following his channel for that long, so I was confused. I didn't understand the concept, but now I completely get it. That yeah, he could be a projection of Victor's mind. That's possible. So uh, I
Right,
miss
because
Tony's lives. I wish he'd come
doesn't he have
back.
a theory? Doesn't he have a theory
Huh?
that Victor is like? Doesn't he have a theory that Victor is a big bad?
He does. I think he thinks that Victor is like responsible for a whole lot of, I don't know if maybe the big bad, but I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, I think. Well, I mean, he thinks the boy in white is evil, and Victor is basically the boy in white. So yeah. Um.
I don't think
Anyway,
Victor. I
huh?
don't think they intended I don't think they originally intended Victor to play as big a role as he does, and they
Right.
already knew kind of like how this was going to end. So I don't think that Victor is really the big player that we think he is. They've just kind of been using him as a story and plot device since Scott is such a great actor, and he's
Yes.
been great at carrying that character. So I think that they've kind of written him into a larger role than he was originally intended, and then he really is supposed to be playing in the story. Um, so I don't think that he is going to be the boy in white or the man in yellow. I
Right.
could be wrong because they do make changes, but I don't think so.
Right. Victor was not supposed to survive season 1 originally, so it's it's likely that that he's not, pulling the strings. He's not that, he's not like a puppet master kind of thing. Like what is there's a character that he's compared to sometimes from a movie, and oh, I forget now the name of the guy because I'm tired. It's like there's a guy who oh, it's right on the tip of my tongue. You would never expect that he was responsible for anything, that he was I think he's nonverbal, and and then you find out at the end that he was the villain. Oh, I can't remember. But anyway, I hope I hope Tony comes back and does lives again soon. I miss
Me
seeing his
too.
lives.
Yeah, I miss him.
Yeah. Hasn't been around. I DM'd him to say he should do another Severance live, but he's only done one so far. Well, he's done two actually. Another one was a simulcast with other channels. Anyway, Martin said, "What about the radio? Is that controlled by the boy in white or the man in yellow? Because celebrate good times seems evil, but what if it's the only way the boy in white could speak to the boy in white could speak to other residents, and he just means the lyrics? That's
My
possible,
theory
Martin.
is my theory is yes. So both.
Both, both of them. I could see it. I could see it because, um, in some cases, it seems like the songs the jukebox play could be helpful, and in other cases, it seems evil. So both of them could be alternately controlling it, and maybe even Spirits of the Dead too. If I Had a Boat song that Boyd heard, that could be from a good or an evil source, because it could have been a helpful entity, maybe the spirit of Abby, but I personally think it was an evil entity that was trying to lure him out there so he would get the worms and bring them back to town, bring the cicada entity back to town. That's what it wanted. It told Sarah in her head, it was laughing at Boyd for bringing it to town. So I think that song that came on the radio, that was from the evil entity Man in Yellow, pick your pick, but the bad side was sending that If I Had a Boat song on the radio. And then you have like Blue by Joni Mitchell played when Tabitha and Jim were sitting at a table, and that's their song, and it immediately changed their entire mood, and they started communicating in a healthier way. It seemed like maybe a helpful entity was intervening in that case. So I agree, Doc. I think it's both interchangeably. So, and celebrate good times. I don't care what anybody says. That was evil. I know
That
you could
was
say
bad. That was so low.
that was some expert level trolling by the evil entity, if you ask me. Yeah, you could interpret it as remember the good times. That's what Kenny's mom used to tell him and stuff like that, and celebrate the life of his mother who had just passed. But come on, the vibe is all wrong. He had
I
just
had an
gotten the
angry
news.
emotional reaction too. It
Yeah,
was just not cool.
no. I'm not gonna lie though, it was kind of hilarious because it was
Yeah, it
so
was perfect.
unexpected. It was some dark comedy. It was really dark, but it was hilarious. The evil entity has a sense of humor, if you ask me. A good one. Um,
There's a
good
theory
night,
that
Amy.
good night,
Sorry, go
Amy.
ahead.
There's of course theory that everything in From is one giant messed up game. Boy in White is a key player, possibly existing in multiple forms or working with agents against a dark entity, or that he's
Okay.
a good monster of this twisted place fighting against a dark entity.
Okay.
There's theory that
Yeah.
the Boy in White's true monstrous form is a giant white monster as depicted in Victor's drawings.
Mm. Oh. Oh, yeah, I think I know what that's talking about. That's referring to that big white stick figure painted on a big chunk of cardboard in his room that is frequently highlighted. That's I think that's an important one in his room. That's supposed to be a focal point because it's highlighted a lot. And in season 3, Henry was standing in front of it, looking at it. So is that maybe supposed to be a representation of the boy in white? It's a stick figure in white, painted in white. So maybe, yeah, makes sense.
That'd be scary and cool. I would like that. I love it when things get scary.
Yeah.
Especially when they introduce more monsters. I love monsters. Um,
Oh, yes.
there's a theory that the boy
Um,
in white draws power from hope, which is why he saved Boyd.
okay. Okay. And Boyd is like the living embodiment of the town's hope, so that would make sense, to protect Boyd.
Hmm,
Um, Another thing I will say too, while I'm thinking of it, about him directing Boyd and Sarah into the tree, actually, it could have been a situation where if he had stayed out there, he would have died. So it was maybe the boy in white knew that there was no avoiding it where Boyd was going to wind up. He may not have been in control of where Boyd went. It could have been that
yeah,
1860, what is it, 1864 piece of paper in his pocket that he got from a bottle. That may have been what sent him to that location, a dream state of the past. That's what I think that was, a dream state, but in a past Fromville. And maybe the boy in white couldn't control his destination, but it was either send them into the tree or Boyd was just going to die out there in the middle of that raging storm with the spider bites making him sick.
could be.
So, mm,
I said could be.
yeah, could be. Um, I know that was a big argument though for why Boyd thinks that he's evil because I mean Boyd why Tony thinks that he's evil because of the Boyd situation. But yeah, you know, there's just so much we don't know. So you could make arguments that are just as strong for either side, really. For me, season 3 just gave me a lot of basis to go with the morally ambiguous helping argument. But that's me.
There's one thing here that if the boy in white brought Tabitha back to Fromville with Henry and like sent for them, that he might have also told the monsters to set the trap for the ambulance. As part of the boy in white is evil theory. There's a theory
Oh,
that he can insert dreams into the minds of people, so not just appear in the dreams, but he can insert the dreams into the minds of people.
okay.
Huh.
I like that. That's interesting.
It's intriguing. Possibly. I mean, if he can appear in people's dreams, then he can probably manipulate their dreams a bit. We see
Yeah,
dream
see it.
manipulation with the kimono lady, right? With the kimono dragon there. So yeah, it's possible that he has a power like that too, because we've seen that sort of ability be used by monsters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could see that. I like that theory. See, some of these I actually hadn't heard, and I've been deep in the weeds with the theory crafting community for almost a year now. Next month will be my 1 year anniversary since joining the Frumily, and so I've heard a lot of theories, but some of these I've never actually heard about Boy in White. It's interesting stuff.
This particular list is I just asked Rock to give me a list of theories. I'll ask it to research and then give me a list of theories. So some of these it might have even just made up,
Yeah, could be, but
but some of them are good.
some of them are good. Yeah, I like it. Got a limited amount of records. I tried, Kenny. Sorry, Boy in White. Yeah, that's the best you could do with the, yeah, after playing Celebrate Good Times. Yeah, the Boy in White after playing that song and seeing Kenny smash the plays. Oh, is it something I said? Yeah, that was petty. Yeah, that was some petty shit. Seriously. Oh my God. Oh man. Oh, Martin is on fire here. This thing he said a few minutes ago too. I've got visions of Doug, man in yellow, walking in on Boy in White, or Abby taking over his radio station and like, get the fuck out, and chases them. I can totally hear Doug saying that in his voice and everything.
Yeah,
Yeah, that would be really on character, in character for Doug personally, yeah, when his own inner man in yellow comes out. Yeah, it was great.
there's one that the boy in white is possibly a guardian angel that the Ankui kids summoned when they put their hope into the tree's roots.
Ooh,
There's one, oh, Scarlet might like this. The boy in white is a spider monster, possibly tied to
oh,
the grandmother spider idea, based on spider imagery and the idea that only children/innocent people can see him. But we haven't
that's
seen much more about
interesting.
the spiders, so I don't really know. I feel like it's hard to go. Are they going? I don't know if they're going to pay off the spiders again. They might. They probably will because they've been good at about paying off things that we have questioned. But for some
Yeah,
reason, I feel like I have some doubts that they're going to go back to the spiders. I could be wrong.
I no, I'm with you on that. Scarlet doesn't like that. She's like she's very much Team Spider, but I just don't think we're gonna get. I definitely don't think we're getting giant spiders. I just don't see it
I
happening.
know. I would love it though.
I bet you would. Yeah, I just don't see it happening. It just doesn't really. It wouldn't make sense for me in the context of the show to have giant spiders all of a sudden. I was thinking in season 3 we might get some kind of new monster, like a new type of creature, which I'm sure you would have liked also, Doc. But
Yeah, Taryn thought it was going to be Bigfoot. Taryn
yes,
Matharu. He was theorizing that it was gonna
Yes.
be Bigfoot.
Yes. And when they showed Miranda's paintings, we saw some things in there that made it seem like maybe we were going to get a new monster. There was one fascinating one that it looked like it had just one eye, like a cyclops, and it was very colorful. This big giant thing with like green teeth that looked like the green pointy trees we see in a lot of the drawings.
Yeah,
And
we
I
see
don't
like
think
a
that was an
tree
accident.
monster. We see
Yes.
like drawings of tree monsters or like monsters made out of roots. Or a
Yeah,
giant monster made out of roots. I think it's more symbolic, but I'd love to see
definitely.
a tree monster too.
Yeah, so yeah. When I saw the paintings, I thought, maybe out of the cabins, and especially with the activity going on out there, the knocking and the footsteps, and when they knocked over the totems, I thought, okay, maybe we're gonna get a new kind of creature or monster. And that painting was really cool. It had like the green teeth that looked like trees and yellow bile coming out of its mouth, and it looks like it's about to eat some children that are being roasted over a fire. But I think that was completely symbolic.
Yeah,
And right, you know,
I
like
think there's a lot of that in the paintings. I think a lot of the paintings are symbolic, and then there are some in there that are not as symbolic, that are a little bit more direct. And they
yeah,
don't really want us to know. We don't really want to know, which are which yet.
right, absolutely. You know, like the Ankui kids, those are real. We've seen those. The Puritans in there, they were probably past residents of the town. But the monster thing, yeah, that had to be symbolic. I mean, the green tree teeth and the yellow bile, and the fact that it's about to eat some children. Children are sacrificed. Now we know that children were sacrificed. It's absolute symbolism. It's perfect. And
I
so,
think the big bad is
mm,
tied to the trees.
yeah, yeah, like so. I think after seeing season 3, I don't expect to see any other new monsters. I really don't. I think this is it. I don't think we're getting any other kind of monster or creature. Other than the man in
Uh,
yellow.
I think they'll throw some in
But
to spice things up. I think there'll be one or two more, kind of like
it
the
could be.
kimono lady.
I mean, well, yeah, like there could be entities like that, but in terms of like some kind
Yeah,
of crazy monster, like the nightmare creatures that transform, that sort of thing, I don't think we're gonna see stuff like that. We've got the man in yellow. That's a new type of monster for sure. And maybe there might be a final boss monster who's above him. But that
I think so.
probably wouldn't turn up till much later, I think.
Right.
Like toward the end. Yeah.
And there
Um,
here, the boy in white is the man in yellow, using a child form as a decoy to mislead people and prevent progress, revealing his true self when Frumville is threatened.
mm,
I don't know about that last
okay.
part, but the theory that the boy in white is the man in yellow, using the child form as a decoy. Yep, I've seen that one around,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think that they're the same person at the same time. If they are the same person, I think that if they're the same person, that they're separated by time somehow and
Yeah.
kind of like fighting against themselves.
Should be a really interesting twist if that turns out to be true. Yeah, if they're the same person, like battling themselves, just at different ages, thanks to time travel, that's now possible. So, yeah, that would be a cool twist.
The boy
Definitely.
in white's cryptic behavior might be to prevent the man in yellow from learning exactly their progress and his plans or whatever.
Okay.
So
Okay.
his cryptic behavior could be to throw off the man in yellow. That's why he can't be like super direct. That actually kind of makes sense if they are two opposing forces that the boy in white can't completely give away his hand. He has to play things strategically.
Right. That makes sense to me. Absolutely.
Here's
Yeah.
one. Here's a wonky one. Well, I don't know. The boy in white might be related to Victor's father, Henry, possibly Henry's child spirit that he grew away from, or Henry's brother who died young due to an accident caused by him.
That's a
There's no
weird
evidence
one.
in the show.
Yeah, that's taking a lot of logical leaps and just pulling stuff out of the air, I think.
Yeah, I
Um,
think so.
I mean, people are free to do that. It's like obviously you can conceive of any kind of theory you want, but I think it's important for me. I try to base theories on evidence from the show. Granted, there isn't there isn't a lot of evidence for the boy in white. It's not like there was a lot of hard evidence one way or the other, but there's enough to develop theories that are more evidence based in the show. Definitely, especially after season 3, we got more to help with that. In season 2, it was way more ambiguous because there was hardly any boy in white featured at all. We just didn't, and we didn't know what the outcome would be of him pushing Tabitha out of the lighthouse. See, that was the deciding factor for me, seeing what the outcome was and how helpful it ended up being. I think, but so that's what changed my mind. Also, a big factor in my argument that why I thought the boy in white was not good, why I thought he was evil, is because, see, before season 3, I thought, well, he's known the way out all along, and he left Victor alone in a town full of dead bodies at 10 years old. Why didn't he lead him to the exit like he did to Tabitha? But then we got an answer, basically. I think we got a pretty, we can pretty much, I mean, not a clear answer, but season 3 showed us I don't think just anybody can get in the tree and make it to the lighthouse. Look what happened when Dale tried it. I think only chosen ones in Tabitha and Miranda's role can do that. So I don't think the boy in white had any ability to get Victor out of there. So he just kept him company and helped him survive.
I saw an interesting theory regarding the massacre from Victor's past and the trees. That the theory was that the people somehow caught wind that the trees were magical and they could go through them and end up somewhere else, and all the town did go through the trees, and that's how they ended up all dead.
Huh.
I
Interesting.
don't know if there's
That's
much evidence for that, but the theory was it seemed kind of fun to me. I could
like
just
that.
imagine a bunch of people going through the trees and then they all just fall out of the sky, and that's why the bodies
That's
are just
horrible.
strewn around.
They'll just fall out of the sky.
Well, that
I-
rock fell out of the sky. I mean, it kind of makes sense.
Right, welcome back.
Yeah,
welcome back.
Friday always like, okay, there's two things. Friday night and snowstorm always means my network's going to drop for some reason.
Oh,
Oh, you're getting snow.
Oh.
We're finally getting nice weather.
Oh, yeah, we're getting snow. Spring snow.
oh, fun. Well, at least your network held up pretty well while Doug was here, so that was good.
It's always around 2 or 3 in the morning, too. I think there's kind of some kind of way I can tell it's going to drop.
Yeah,
You know,
it's always Friday nights. Yeah,
yeah, 2 or 3 in the morning. It's happened every time at 2 or 3 in the morning.
it's weird.
So I don't know. Maybe they do maintenance or something at that time and it just drops for a little bit. An hour.
Yeah.
Usually about an hour. It's weird.
Yeah, I figured it was something related to that. But yeah, so we just so Doc is just taking us through some boy in white theories that he researched or located online.
Mhm.
Some of it I think might be just AI generated, but it's got some good
yeah.
ones. We have
Mhm.
another boy in white is parallel dimensions Victor, or reincarnated version of Victor. I would think maybe an earlier incarnation of Victor
Yeah.
as a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
The boy in white is the part of Victor that remembers what happened. Oh, here's one that I have severe doubts for. The boy in white is Victor's son from the future. Oh, come on. We know we know that man's
Oh,
dying
no.
a virgin.
No, come on now. Yeah, I don't see that happening.
It isn't going to be Kenny who dies a virgin. It's going to be Victor. We all know it.
Yes,
That man ain't ever gotten any.
no, he's a man child. It's not gonna happen. Yeah, yeah, that one I just can't. I can't fathom that possibility. No, nope. Sorry, Victor. I don't honestly. I don't think Victor would have any desire to do that anyway. Because he's in his mind, he's like a prepubescent boy. So I don't. Yeah, I don't think Victor would even care. To be honest, I don't think he has any interest in that sort of thing. So
The only potential pairing I could see would be him and Sarah, and that I have a hard time seeing because of the age difference.
oh,
I know
that
there's
would
like
be.
that. The maturity difference would be like the opposite direction of the age difference too.
Yeah, they're more like brother and sister to me. It
Yeah,
screams brother sister vibes.
It's probably what
that's what I
Sarah's
see too.
used to.
Oh my God.
Like her and Nathan, she's like, "Oh yeah, I
It's a
feel
weird
a brother
relationship.
sister vibe, if you know what I mean."
Yeah,
Victor
her and
Rough.
Nathan had this weird vibe.
wink.
They really did have a weird vibe. Yeah. So it wouldn't be that strange for her then. Not for Sarah. It's already
Maybe
got
they were throwing
incesty
a
vibe.
wink and a nod to Lost there.
Is there a
Maybe
brother and sister that are a little bit too close on that show?
Oh,
Yeah, they're the
oh,
step siblings.
Oh yeah.
The
Oh,
the
kind of
pretty
a Cruel
boy.
Intentions kind of vibe.
Yeah, they were the step siblings that had the thing on Lost. There was the pretty boy and the blonde kind of mean girl.
Hmm. Yeah, so it's
I
like
can't
Cruel
remember their names.
Intentions.
Yeah, it was probably inspired by it.
okay. It's another movie I've never seen, by the way.
Oh,
Um,
that was kind of like a '90s classic with Sarah Michelle Gellar. They made
Mhm.
they made a show about it recently, and Tristan likes it, my fiance.
yeah.
But he's never
Um,
seen the original either, which I kind of find funny.
Mhm.
yeah. Um, yeah, Ryan Phillippe was in that, and I forget who else. And Sarah Michelle Gellar, and there was another major actress in that too. I forget who she was, but um, I
Reese
have a
Wither? Reese,
miles
it was
long
Reese
list.
Witherspoon in it? Reese Witherspoon in it?
Yeah, that's probably where they met. I think Reese Witherspoon was
Mhm.
married to Ryan Phillippe. She was, but
Yeah.
then I think he was. I think he cheated on her or something. So
Oh.
anyway, um,
Here's one. The boy in white is the spirit of Thomas Matthews, Jim and Tabitha's deceased infant
Mhm.
son, who has aged into a childlike form due to the town's manipulation of time.
Mm.
That's a big no-go for me.
yeah, I don't like the Thomas theories. I don't think that Thomas is going to show up in any point. Like, I don't think Thomas is alive in another dimension.
Yeah, I don't
I
think
don't think
so.
Thomas is really just off on a quest or anything like that. I think Thomas, I look at it the same way that Doug does. The fact that they lost a child is thematically on point because Tabitha's mission was destined to be saving the children. So thematically, it fits. She lost a child herself. She's going to be that much more motivated to this mission of saving the children. And so I think it just amounts to that. And that's why Thomas keeps coming up again. It's just a recurring theme, the loss of a child. That's all. That's about, in my opinion, anyway. But anyway, I mean, all
I
theories are
agree.
welcome. Some of the Thomas theories are interesting. They're all interesting,
Mhm.
but I don't think he's, I don't think we're gonna, the show's already complex enough. Are we really gonna
Mhm.
introduce alternate universes, alternate
Yeah.
dimensions?
It's gonna be like
too?
a fringe thing where there's an alternate Thomas that never died.
Yeah, and
That,
it's too, I love that kind of
Yeah,
stuff, but
yeah.
it's too much for this show. We've already got
yeah,
enough to
it's too
We got
much.
some
do.
story walking already. You got some story walking. You don't really need
Exactly.
alternate universes.
Yeah,
Right?
there's only so much you can do. It's just there's already a complex backstory to the whole
We already got
place and a mythos.
right. We got this pocket dimension, plus we got story walking within it,
Mm-hmm.
and then we have the like dream realm that
Yeah.
the cicada infected people get stuck in. Sometimes I don't know. That whole thing's weird.
Mm-hmm.
There's a theory that the boy in white is a fairy or otherworldly entity tied to the town's otherworld nature, potentially in conflict with darker forces like the man in yellow. So I feel like the whole like fairy or otherworldly entity idea would fit in with the setting. However, I feel like they're trying to tell human stories. So a major character like the boy in white, I feel like he's going to have a more human grounded story, but I could be wrong.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I think it's more based in, you know, human stories. And now that we know the backstory of how the monsters were created, I don't think fairies would really come into play. It doesn't. I think they created their own mythology with this show. Fairies are like that's a separate kind of mythology. I think they created their own thing. We have a backstory to the town now, so just my opinion, but yeah.
Someone had posited the theory that the boy in white is connected to the Jasper doll, forming a dual role, good cop, bad cop relationship, or possibly being a manifestation. I don't really see that.
Hmm.
Which
Yeah.
one's good cop? Which one's bad cop?
I guess boy in white is the cop.
I don't know. I
Because
kind of like
the
to see
doll's
this. I
scarier.
like to see the spin-off show.
Yeah, I might watch that.
They both fight crime.
Oh, here's the one I like. The boy in white is a younger form of the man in yellow, manipulating events from both
Mhm.
sides.
Yeah.
I've
I
heard
like
that. The white gets tarnished yellow through time. As a metaphor.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like white things too tend to yellow with age, like paper.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like that theory.
But we
Here's
all
the
know
theory
it's
that-
Ethan.
We all know it's Ethan.
Don't tell Doug.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he listens.
Could be. Very well could be. That's another strong possibility. I just hope not. That'd make me sad.
I know. I don't want it to be Ethan. I don't want Man in Yellow to be Ethan.
But they
But
have seeded the possibility. There's a little bit of foreshadowing in there that could be hinting in that direction or in other directions. So it's possible.
it's what we're seeing. Sorry, Doug, if you're listening to this on the replay. It's not just because he's wearing yellow. We
Right.
went through the rewatch and we saw other things. If it were just about yellow, then that would be dumb. You know.
I think I think the either Ethan being the boy, Ethan being the man in yellow is probably the strongest actual possibility, but the theory I like the most is the boy in white being the man in yellow.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I like that one too. I hope that they don't reveal much at all until the end regarding the boy in white, but they better answer that in the end. They better tell us. I want to know. I want answers on that. Don't leave it ambiguous.
I agree. That needs to be like answered like towards like at the very end, like one of the either the second to last or the last episode, but they need to answer it.
They probably will.
Definitely.
I think
they will. Yeah. It's you get the sense right away that he's going to be an important figure, introducing him in such a memorable way so early. So I think he's definitely central to the whole game of it. And I do mean game because it does operate like a game. And so they're going to hold that reveal, I think, to the end as to like what created this entity, what is it, what is he, who is he. I'm sure we won't get everything spelled out for us, but at least give us some kind of origin story. In the end, that's what I want.
There's a theory that the boy in white is an ageless protector of the town, searching for a replacement among the characters like Ethan or Victor. I mean, that's a possibility. I think evidence is leading us in some other directions.
So like, wait, ageless, he's an
Protector.
ageless what?
Protector of the town.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, so that would say
Kind
like
of in
he's
some
not,
ways.
so like not human, but or like a person who
Right.
became immortal or something like that.
Right, he's just some sort of ageless protector. It doesn't say like any origin before that.
Yeah. What? Michael said that's just lost. What?
Yeah.
Maybe I probably don't get the reference because I haven't finished Lost.
There's one that the boy in white is a time-traveling version of Ethan sent back to assist his family. So kind of opposite of Ethan is the man in yellow. Ethan is the boy in white.
Okay. That's an interesting theory. My problem with that though is if that's the case, why does he look the way he does? He doesn't look anything like Ethan. So I don't know. Like I could see if he were an entity who was like it, if he were an adult, well then easily, yeah. That's why we think Man in Yellow could potentially be Ethan because we don't know what a kid's gonna look like when they grow up. So I'd be more inclined to think Ethan turns into Man in Yellow versus Ethan is the boy in white. I don't even know how that would work. Like he goes back to try to save his family. Yeah, I don't know. That one I'm not getting, but interesting.
Yeah. It's one that the boy in white is a natural counterforce to the nocturnal smiley creatures. There's another one that is kind of the opposite, that the boy in white is a chaotic neutral trickster figure, helping and hindering at his own amusement or to maintain balance. Then there's one that instead of the boy in white being, oh, I'll stop there for a second.
The trickster thing, yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that before. The mythological figure of the trickster, and kind of like with that devilish kind of nature, like you know, like not a force for good, just kind of having his own fun with the whole thing, and I think it operates like a game, but the boy in white is not doing this to have fun.
Yeah, I
It's
don't see it as he's trying to have fun.
no, even though
Because he seems to get frustrated.
yes, even though he looked like he was having a blast after the massacre on the merry-go-round, I really think that was just for Victor's benefit to distract him from all the bodies. Like, look at me, look
Right.
over there. Trying to reassure him. And but other than that, he seems like he's getting increasingly frustrated though. Like he's not enjoying this. He looked pissed off when he was talking to Victor. Like he's tired of this shit. Now Victor's trying to chop down the faraway tree, and he's just so sick of this.
Right.
And if you right, yeah, he looked pissed, and then
He
he
did.
just stomped off. He's like, don't cut down that tree. He stomps off. And if you look at the painting, that's one thing we didn't touch on. The painting of the boy in white that Miranda did. That's been in the opening credits from the very first episode of From, and everybody thought it was a man. That he was really masquerading as a man, a man masquerading as a boy. Especially since Sarah said, "I don't think he's really a boy." And I thought he was a man. Most of us thought he was a man. And not everybody, but most. He looks like a man. But then Jack Bender debunked that in an interview a couple of months ago. And he said that he just draws kids that way. That's just the way he paints kids. When he painted his daughters as children, they always came out looking more like their mother. The features just look more like adults. And he said that was intended to be a boy. So and if you look at it in the painting, he doesn't look like he's having fun, and he doesn't look evil. He has a depressed look on his face. His eyes look resigned and depressed from what he's having to do and deal with. And he looks like he could potentially be holding a knife in his left hand, but I interpreted that to mean that he's been forced to do harm for the greater good. So he looks depressed. He doesn't look evil or having fun in his painting. He looks depressed and he's holding that knife. And it's like, if let's say he's bringing helpful people there, well, he's harming them by bringing them there, but it's serving the greater good. So it makes sense to me. And then contrast that to the Man in Yellow painting. The Man in Yellow painting has a sinister face, really sinister, evil-looking eyes, and it's completely different, the vibe that you get. And so we could take a lot from that contrast, I think.
Mm.
Yeah.
Here's another odd one. The
Mhm.
boy in white is a supernatural guardian of the faraway trees, guiding residents or preventing misuse. I guess that the theory is mainly that he's mainly a supernatural entity tied to the trees to protect the trees. And I guess the rest of his
Okay.
involvement in this case would be just out of his own good wishes. I really doubt that
Right.
one. It doesn't give enough stakes. It doesn't
Yeah.
tie him enough to everything that's actually going
Yeah.
on.
I agree. I think that's too limited.
Yeah,
He's not just I think he might be able to control the destination of the faraway trees in some cases, and in other cases, maybe the Man in Yellow controls them, kind of like the jukeboxes. They might
yes.
have, right? Yeah. So that could explain why Boyd wound up in an unsafe place and Sarah wound up in a safe place. Maybe the Man in Yellow intervened. That's another thing that could have happened.
Like here's
Oh, I
another one
found
that
the
doesn't. Oh, good.
yeah. I found the painting too, just to pull it up so we can look at it because I mean we've all seen it a million times, but just to illustrate what I was just saying. This is the one from Miranda's basement, of course. But look at his face. Does that look like an evil face? That looks like a depressed face. Look
Yeah,
at
he
his
looks
eyes.
sad.
Yeah. Look at his eyes. I know he has a crow looking thing for a mouth. And those who think that the crows are evil think that means he's evil. However, while I do think that the crows symbolize the big bad, I think the crows symbolize the big bad and rats symbolize the people, as evidenced by the rats eating the crow down in the maze of the tunnels. I think the fact that there's a crow over his mouth could symbolize that maybe that symbolizes how he's trapped there too, and he's also a victim of the big bad. It's covering his mouth. And he's surrounded by the trees on all sides, like he's stuck there too. And he looks depressed. His eyes look sad. He has what looks like a knife in his left hand. Like there's something there. You can see his fist. His fist is enclosed, and there's something here. It looks like it may be a knife. And his other hand is clenched, like he's really tense and anxious. And so I mean, I just think that's evocative of an entity that's had no choice but to do harm and doesn't want to have to serve this role, but he's resigned to having to do it. And that's why his face looks like this, in my opinion. Yeah,
Grim resignation.
right. And it kind of does look like a man. I mean, he looks tall, but that's just how Jack draws kids, according to Jack Bender. And I believe him. I don't think he's lying about it personally. I think he meant it. Like, he was being honest. But yeah, that was a cool reveal when we finally got to see Miranda painted this, because this was in the opening credits from the beginning. And she saw this vision. So that's another thing. She saw a vision of him before she ever even got to town. So she saw a vision of him too before she got there. Anyway, and then the man in yellow, compare that to his painting. His face is sinister as hell. His eyes, it's all in the eyes. The eyes are the window to the soul. Look at those eyes. That's evil right there.
And that red
So
around him, like an association with blood.
yes. Oh yeah. That's evocative of evil. The boy in white painting doesn't give me that sense at all. But we shall
Right.
see. So
The man in yellow one just screams murderer.
right? Yeah, it does. Yeah. Look at him. Everyone saw this and knew like this guy is trouble. He's gonna be the villain. He's gonna be a huge villain on the show, and sure enough, he is. Anyway, but what was
He's a
the
huge
you had,
friend to our show.
yes, he is. Lucky for us. I can't believe we got so fortunate to have Doug with us so often, and the fact that he enjoys being here with us. I never would have expected that in a million years. When I interviewed him the first time, I interviewed him in a pre-recorded way because I was afraid to do it live. I didn't have much experience being on camera, and I was too anxious. So we pre-recorded it, and then he offered to come on the live stream. So I thought it would just be a one-time deal. I never expected what ensued. That was wow. It's really been amazing. Uh, he's one of us. But anyway, that's it. So that's
Yeah, I feel like we've actually built a friendship with him.
we
It's
we
kind of
totally
awesome.
have. Yes. He would say the same, that he definitely feels the same. It's not one-sided. He he likes being a part of our community. I call him our special guest every time because he is our special guest, but he's a member of our community now. He's one of us. So, and we're lucky. We're so lucky to have him.
I want to address him as man in yellow in front of the channel, Doug Hughes, from now on.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, I feel like I don't know what else to call him now because that fits better because special guest, I mean, he is still a special guest, but he's part of our community now. He is just one of us, and he wants to be. He doesn't want to be viewed as like, you know, he doesn't like it when people, freak
We
out
call him a
over him.
co-host.
Yeah, we call him special guest co-host, because you can have more than one co-host. So yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
he doesn't really like it when people just freak out. I mean, he's nice about it, but he prefers to be treated like a normal person and not like, oh my God, we got a celebrity here with us. And he just wants to hang out with us. So I think that's really cool.
But me, on the other hand, I'm a normal person, but I expect everyone to freak out like I'm famous when they meet me.
You're not famous? I thought you were famous on your planet, on your home
Yes,
planet.
but not here yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm not famous on my home planet. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, no. But I'm famous in a lot of other dimensions that I've caused some
Oh, okay.
chaos in because I'm supposed to be going out and taking over planets, but it's
Mhm.
just so much more fun to go and waste my social credits causing havoc in random ways, like switching all the colors of the traffic lights and
Hmm.
different things. Because I mean, come on, it's just so much more entertaining.
Yes. Um,
But it doesn't get me a high rating here on
No.
Planet X. I'm not
Yeah.
very I'm not in very high esteem, but it's okay. I'm having a good time.
What is your highest form of entertainment on your planet?
Taking over other planets.
Oh, okay. So world domination then is the
Yep,
gig.
world's domination.
Okay, I see. I get you.
Oh yeah, we've got streams dedicated to it.
Hmm.
nice. So did you have before I pulled the picture up, I think you were going to read another theory, right, Doc? You had
Oh
something
yeah,
else
this
you were
one
about to say.
there's another one that's tied to like magical stuff to the place. There's one that he's a manifestation of talisman's protective energy, symbolizing innocence and safety. That one I don't really see. I feel like that's way too limiting.
Say that again. Repeat what you said. I was like looking at the chat. Say that again.
Oh, no worries. It's that the boy in white is a manifestation of the talisman's protective energy.
Okay.
And that he symbolizes innocence and
Mhm.
safety.
Okay.
But I don't feel like he's tied to the talismans.
Mhm.
We'd see him out there like doing like some Gandalf type combat against the nightmare creatures.
Yeah.
Because he's at the
Yeah, I
massacre when he's at the massacre when they don't have the talismans. I do believe.
Right. And when the monsters go and knock on someone's door and they have a talisman, the boy in white doesn't just show up and like kick them in the crotch or something. Like,
I'd like to see that show though.
that would be funny.
It's karate chops him in the balls.
Karate Kid in white.
Oh boy. Yeah, I guess you probably, when I was gone, you probably talked about him shape shifting into the dog. Was that one?
No,
Actually,
we haven't
no.
gotten to that one yet.
Oh, sorry.
But
I read
no,
ahead.
no, that's a good one to bring up because God knows when I'm going to find that one here, if it's even in here. But that is one that I've thought about, and I'm pretty sure I've seen other people talk about.
Then we just call the child Gus because Boy calls the dog Gus. So his name
Right.
would be Gus.
I was thinking next week maybe to like keep things like a little bit like easy for us to prep for the one after. I was thinking because I think you want to do crows, right?
Yeah, I sent a little thumbnail, crow and raven picture. It's pretty. Someone
And
wants
so
to thumbnail it eventually.
I was thinking maybe to give us plenty more time to prep and not
Yeah.
stress too much.
Yes,
For the next one,
indeed.
we can do kind of like a continuation of the boy in white, and we'll talk about the dogs.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I like
So we'll
that.
focus on dogs.
Sure.
I like that. And I can bring up, I wish I had thought of it earlier to bring up more images. I have loads of images of the boy in white, so I can bring those up more the next time as we talk more about it too. I don't know why I didn't think, I guess I didn't think of it because of my pain level, but yeah, next time I can bring up images. That's a good idea, just to keep it low stress. And but yeah, I love Scarlet. I love your idea of looking into the crow and raven symbolism, stuff like that.
I do too.
Yeah, definitely want to put that on the schedule to
If we could
dive into.
Do you think we could get Doug to read a bit of the Raven?
Oh, yeah, maybe. He's done other readings for us, so I don't see why not. Yeah, that would be. It's great hearing him do monologues and recite lines from plays he's been in. Oh, I just love it.
He's
He
so good
gives
at
us
it.
mini. Oh my God, yeah, he gives us mini performances. It's amazing. Oh, and he doesn't have to do that. I appreciate that he's willing to. Everyone just pops it up and loves it. We love the monologues, and I got that blues harmonica performance that he did one week. Holy shit. That was amazing. You never know what you're gonna get. It's awesome.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go to bed now. I just wanted to say I'm falling asleep.
Yeah, it's getting late. I've got plenty of energy,
I gotta
but
get up early. So
Yeah,
thanks for all that you are, both of you.
Thank you, Scarlet. Thank you so much.
The chat, all of you guys in the chat. Man in Yellow and friend of the channel, Doug Hughes. Thank you if you're still listening.
Yes, and Scarlet will be doing the Yellow Jackets live with Jamie on Sunday night. You want to talk about that first?
Yeah, Dieter, if you could be kind enough to put the Sci-Fi Vision link in the chat. I don't know if he's in here or not. Me and Jamie Ruby from Sci-Fi Vision do a very, very thought-provoking and long breakdown and theorizing of Yellow Jackets. We'll be doing did Ty do that episode, which I do believe is episode 5? I'm not 100%. And we have a friend with us too. We will be doing that at 10:30 EST along with Cyborg Queen Media. Multi-broadcast. Be there or be square.
Nice.
Okay, got the link here.
Cyborg Queen. That's cool.
Yeah, and
Oh,
then the
you-
following
you
week,
got
we're
it.
gonna have one of the actresses that plays Aquila on to interview. Before our watch party, it's gonna be a extravaganza, an all-night Yellow Jackets Fest.
Wow. Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dieter. Okay, I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Night, Scarlet. Thank you for
Good night,
being awesome.
Scarlet.
Arrivederci.
Good night.
Right.
Oh my
So
God. Scarlet is incredibly awesome. I've been chatting with her on Discord. She's had, oh my God, she's introduced me to so much awesome horror stuff, like, and so many great ideas for a program that I want to kind of put together. But anyway, I'm
that's
digressing.
awesome. That's great. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, no, you have loads of awesome ideas that I want to,
Oh, thank you.
get involved in that conversation with too. Once I'm a little less overwhelmed, but absolutely love it. I love it. You're so creative. Both of you are have such creative minds, so of course you would click well. Like, yeah, it just fits. So anyway, let's see. So do we have, was that all of the theories or are there others?
That's not, we're almost at the end here. If we want to go through the rest of them, I guess. Let's see.
Just give me a minute. I'll be, you can, while you
Yeah, sure.
continue, I'll be right back. I gotta run to the bathroom.
All right, no worries. All right, so here's one that the boy in white is the child of the man in yellow. Actually, that could be that. Who knows if the man in yellow had a kid that he was trying to sacrifice, and that was the boy in white. That is a possibility. That could tie into a story that we haven't gotten to yet. Um, the boy in white, some kind of spirit or angel. The boy in white is a ghost of a child who was sacrificed at an older age. As in, they didn't quite make the threshold to be an Ankui child. That doesn't, no, I don't think so. That doesn't seem to fit. Let's see. Boy in white is the ghost of Tabitha and Jade's child from a previous cycle who was sacrificed. Could be, but we were shown that they also had the Ankui girl was their child. So I don't know. They might give them multiple incarnations of children because we already have Ethan and Julie, but that's not Tabitha and Jade's. So I'm not sure. Boy in white is the only good thing in the town trying to help people escape. That is probably true. That does seem to be the case. If there is something good in the town trying to help the kids, will help people escape and help the children be freed, then yeah, it probably is just the boy in white and maybe the dog Gus. And they could be the same creature. The boy in white and the dog could be the same entity. Or they could just be, friends or tied together somehow. I don't know. Boy in white died after. Okay. So the boy in white died after arriving in town, but not by the monsters, allowing him to appear at will. That his spirit was untarnished because he was killed in the town, but not by the monsters. So it gave him more power.
Hmm.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't know. I just mentally struggle with that one.
Hmm. He's like from the 1978 timeline.
Well, it doesn't say specifically. It's just the idea that he died in town, but wasn't killed by the monsters. And that, if, I guess, the idea is if you're a child and you're killed in town, but not by the monsters, that your spirit's untarnished. So you don't become an Ankui child or a monster. I don't know. I just,
Okay.
that doesn't doesn't give enough explanation. I don't know, I don't like that one.
Yeah. Yeah, it needs more of an explanation and evidence for that one. But I mean, honestly, there's not much evidence to point to his origin story or anything like that. That where the evidence comes in would be like whether the nature of his motivation. That's the thing that I think there's enough evidence to speculate. There's enough evidence to form solid theories on whether he's good, evil, morally ambiguous, trying to help, or something else related to his motivations. That's what we have hard evidence on. What we don't is what his origin would be. And so since we don't have hard evidence, hey, I mean, it's open season to just, try and theorize about that. Like, it's still fun to theorize. It's not our fault
Oh,
the show
yeah.
hasn't given us hard evidence yet to do that with, but it's still fun to try and speculate. The hard thing is trying to
Also, too,
understand where he came from. Yeah.
And we deep dive on this stuff. So like when we look at theories sometimes where we're coming up with thoughts about the show, we already have a lot more to go on than people who are just sitting there watching the show, because we're nerding out about this stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely. We're ultra informed viewers because we're dissecting all of the details. So that's very true, indeed.
There's one that the boy in white is the literal devil taking the form of a child to manipulate people. I don't think we're going
wow.
to get any direct Christian ties like that. I don't think he's going to be literally the devil if he is an
Nah.
evil character.
No, there are Christian references in the show, undeniably. Of course, there are
There are a
biblical
lot of
references.
different,
Yes,
but there are a
all
lot of
over
different
the place.
mythologies shown in the show.
Exactly. There's a lot of mythology from different cultures. There are a lot of biblical references. So, but I agree with you that it's not going to be a literal religious explanation. He's not going to literally be the devil. I agree.
Boy in white is the keeper of the tower, protecting residents from evil forces. So this is kind of like the lighthouse. He's a manifestation of the lighthouse theory.
Okay.
So there's theory
that
that the boy in white is a manifestation of the lighthouse or a keeper of the lighthouse, protecting residents from evil forces.
Well, I mean, he did guide Tabitha up to the top of the lighthouse, so it could be maybe his base of operations or something, like
Could be.
connected to it.
It's definitely a symbolic connection, I think, there. I don't know that it's like a literal connection, but there, other than, he points people that way and stuff, but that would actually kind of make sense if he does reside there, or if he escapes to there, if he's a physical person. Maybe that's a safe spot. I don't know. Boy in
Sorry, I
white
had to-
only appears. Oh, good.
I had to I had to mute to say something to my mom, but
Oh, no
go
worries.
on.
The boy in white appears before those who are more likely to believe him, such as children and those open to the supernatural. So the idea is that the boy in white is selective in who he appears to, because he really only wants to appear to those who are more likely to believe him.
Well,
That actually kind of
makes
makes
sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's just tactful.
Like children and women, Tabitha, who's a mother, Sarah, a young woman, and Victor, who's a man child, can still see him, and Ethan. So that makes sense. Like he hasn't appeared to Jade in this cycle. So maybe that's part of his tactic that changed. He appeared to Christopher, but not Jade. Now he's only appearing to people who are likely to believe him. Christopher didn't believe him and probably snapped as a result and said everything here lies. So that actually, though, that theory makes total sense. And some of these theories are not mutually exclusive.
Exactly.
So that one can be true along with others, like the theory that I have, that can 100% be true. Several theories about him can be true at the same time.
Oh yeah, I sense a lot of elements of truth to a lot of these.
Hmm. Absolutely. Um, I
The
definitely
last,
think he's not going to be appearing to Jade. And I don't think that would have
well,
gone well.
not initially, maybe now.
Maybe now that he's had the revelation already, now it might be okay. But initially, no, he wasn't going to repeat that after how badly it went with Christopher. But now Jade's had the epiphany. He's got all his memories back. So I think, well, that's definitely a step Christopher never got to. So now he could. Now he could appear, and Jade would not take it badly. I think, you know, I think that's. I don't think anyone has reached. I doubt anyone has ever come this far before, as Jade and Tabitha. I mean, yeah, Jade and Tabitha did.
Yeah, that's the sense I get too.
Mm-hmm. Um, okay.
I only have two more theories here. They're both very similar. Um, One is that the boy in white is symbolic of the Norse mythological creature Milingar? I'm not familiar with that one. The phantasmal
Yeah.
incarnation of the soul of an improperly buried child. I could see
Oh,
mythological connections to that. I don't think it'll be direct, um, but I could see some inspiration.
yeah. I could see that. The show draws from multiple mythologies, so that doesn't seem too out there for me. Um, a child who wasn't properly buried. Um, yeah, like, he could have been a resident of the town at some point, died, and this is the manifestation of him left over. And but somehow he's been endowed with powers that a spirit wouldn't normally have. Who knows? Maybe it was the hope of the children that gave him these powers. I mean, apparently the hope of the Ankui kids is what created the bottle tree. So maybe it gave the boy in white power, in a way that he wouldn't have otherwise. Because clearly, he has powers of selective visibility, like we said, and power to project himself into people's dreams, and possibly visions on the street with Tabitha, stuff like that.
Right, he does
So,
seem to be tied to the idea of hope and the forces of hope. Um, and whether or not that's in a good way or bad way is yet to be seen. I think it's in a good way.
I think so too. I I think I think he's on the side of the children, saving the children. I mean, he's one of them. He's
Yep.
appearing as a child, and so I think that's what he wants, and that's why he said, "Don't chop down that tree," because that tree, we know that now that the tree represents the hope of the children. It was created by the children, in some magical sense. Like, um, that's what created that bottle faraway tree. He said, "Don't chop it down." To me, that's evidence right there that he's on the side of the children and wants them to be saved, whatever that may mean. Saving their souls, freeing them from the place that they're trapped in, maybe.
And we know
Some
from,
people. Mhm.
oh, good.
I was just going to
Sorry.
say, some people think they can still be literally saved through time travel and stopping the sacrifice. So I personally don't, but that's a possibility. But what were you going to say?
Uh, oh, that we know from interviews that the creators of the show really like the idea of hope prevailing in the end. And so that gives me a, an idea that a stronger sense that the boy in white might actually be a good character because we need some sort of hope, some sort of light in the dark. And
Mm-hmm.
it can't all be bad and bleak. So I feel like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we do have to have some sort of character that represents that force, and I feel like that has to be the boy in white, obviously, from what we've been given.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they want to maintain a creepy atmosphere, and keep us guessing, and
Mm-hmm.
also to maintain that sense that can we trust anything in this town, and maintain that sense of paranoia. And there if they
Yes.
gave us the answers about the boy in white and made him seem so innocent and actually like directly like show it, yeah, oh yeah, undeniably he's a good guy, then that takes away so much of the the terror and the paranoia associated with the town. We can't
Yes.
have that good power be so unambiguous, I don't think. It would ruin the show.
100%. Yes. And there are some who argue, and I understand the argument that, you know, that people think that people who think he's a good entity just think that because he looks like an innocent little boy all in white, so he must be good. But it's the show tricking us. Like, no, he's evil. But I would argue that he doesn't look innocent at all. Remember when he first appears, it's again, like I said, it's just like something out of a horror movie. I mean, how like anybody who's watched that scene the first time they watched it, the most obvious thing that you could think is he's evil. They're not going to want to go with the obvious route. You're seeing this creepy kid outside the window waving at Ethan, watching him, and doing the shush motion with creepy music in the background. So that's the creepy kid horror trope that's been done many times. And that would be, to me, that's the misdirect, not the fact that he's
Yep.
dressed all in white. No, the misdirect is the creepy kid trope. That's where the that's I think where the misconception comes in. And my first instinct was immediately he's evil. Well, we shouldn't just go with the obvious right there. Nothing is as it seems, and it's just been done too many times. The evil little demon seed child, the
I
way he
agree.
was presented to us, I thought for sure he was evil when I first saw him because that's what we were supposed to think initially. But I do think it's a misdirect. Um, and man, Robert Saunders, he worked so hard to try to convince me of that. I just needed to see more evidence. Season 3 gave me that. Um, Made it less ambiguous for me that, well, I think Boy in White is morally ambiguous, but that fact became less ambiguous to me based on the events of season 3 that he's playing a helpful role. And if anyone has seen the German series Dark does a really interesting thing, and I think it's similar to what they're doing with From, where the two sides battling each other they're not one is pure good, one is pure evil. It's not that kind of a situation. It's actually a time loop that's going on, and I won't spoil too much for people who haven't watched it, but I'll just say one side is trying to make it stop, the other side is trying to make it continue. And I think that's what we're dealing with here. And neither side in Dark was purely good or purely evil. The Boy in White is not purely good. There's just no way. I think he's caused harm for the greater good. It's the trolley problem that keeps coming up in the show again and again. Sometimes you have to cause harm to a small group of people to serve the benefit of a larger group, to protect the larger group. So that's what I think at this point. Uh, my views evolve based on what I see in the show. So, season 3 changed my mind, and I agree with you that it would be too simplistic to make it obvious to us. So they want us to be still questioning it, making him ambiguous. Sometimes he seems like he's helping, other times he's presented as sinister. Um, and that they need to keep that going so that it's not clear, like, oh, okay, this is the good team. Plus, if they made one side purely good and one side purely evil, that's just an overly simplistic binary.
Yeah.
In real life, it's always more complex than that.
Plus, we know
So
Jeff doesn't like to write those kinds of characters.
no, yeah, I like and if you compare it to Lost, I don't know about the two sides yet that are fighting each other, if there's complexity there. But I do know that the characters on the show were, no one was purely good or purely evil. They, they were flawed. Everyone has their flaws, and in some cases they were doing harmful things for what they thought were good reasons, that they were justified and they were helping. So, John Griffin is way too skilled of a writer to make this too simplistic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Grant is in the chat here. Hell no, he is so evil. He did the spooky first
That was
episode,
spooky, and I loved it.
but that's why it's too obvious. That's my thing. It's too obvious. That's not the only reason. I already listed all the ways I think he's helped. So as much as I love creepy kid tropes, I don't think they're doing that with this. I think they just want us to think that they are. That's all. But hey, we could debate this forever. I mean, we just don't have enough evidence to to be sure of a lot of things about him. Hey, Ricardo, great chat with the man in yellow. Thank you. Wait, what? Seeing you was a huge plus. You are a brunette as I pictured. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I only go on camera when we have a special guest because otherwise it's just a pain. I'd rather just chill and be off camera, but if we have a special guest, if Doug is on, then I turn the camera on. So I appreciate it, and thanks for popping in. Michael said something interesting, a few things. Seems like Jim and Tabby had 2 kids, technically 3, but 1 died. Yes. Miranda and Henry had 2 kids. Seems reasonable to think maybe there's a parity with the original parents and they had 2 as well. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. And he also said, wouldn't you just become a trapped voice like Abby? Yeah, I think people who die there become trapped, spirits that are trapped there. I definitely think that. Like, we haven't seen any of the voices, they're just voices, so why would we be able to see? Yeah, that's a good point, Michael. If, we haven't seen any of the voices, they're just voices, why would we be able to see the boy in white if he's just another dead person like the others? That's because I don't think he is. I think it's possible that maybe that the hope of the Ankui kids, in addition to creating the bottle tree, may have endowed the spirit of the boy in white with powers. If it can create a portal like the faraway tree, if those kids could do that, then they could probably endow a deceased child with special abilities and be able to make him be visible and a powerful entity. I think it's possible, but that's how I would explain that, because I've thought of that before too. If he's the spirit of someone who died there, then why is he visible and the others seem to just be voices? So you make a good point there. Yeah. Unless the voices are people the monsters killed that are somehow prisoner-like, heard but not seen. That's another possibility, Michael. Yes, another possibility. Martin's big into the Norse mythology. Yeah, there's definitely influences of Norse mythology on the show for sure. Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Yeah, Martin. Yeah, I know Lost is really good for rewatching. I've heard that when you rewatch it, you pick up on a whole lot more the second time. I've got to get through my first watch in the first place, but eventually I will. Gosh, still 44 people. Thank you so much. Please hit the like button if you haven't already, and subscribe if you're not subscribed. I would appreciate it. And hit the notification bell, because sometimes I'm running late, so it'll notify you when we go live and when I drop a video. Anyway, was that the last theory, or did you have another one, Doc?
There was one more. But before I get to that, I wanted to say I think that for my theory that the boy in white could be the man in yellow separated in time. Well, it's not really my
Yeah.
theory. That I think the telling thing will be if we see a transitional state between boy in white and man in yellow. So if we see like the boy in white more than just aging, but also tarnishing, I think that could be a sign.
Mm.
Like if we get any scenes like that in season 4.
Mm. Interesting. Yeah. Maybe his clothes start getting tinged with a tiny hint of yellow.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
can
think
see
that'd be
that.
pretty telling. Might be a little too obvious though, so I don't know if they'll actually do that.
Yeah, it might be a little bit too obvious. True. But yeah, it's a great theory, you know? I like it. I like it.
The last theory on the
Go
list
on.
was the boy in white is, oh, good.
No, I should say go on.
Oh, all right. The boy in white is a trickster, fae, or is Loki.
Mm.
I think we kind of already addressed similar themes with similar theories.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be Loki. I don't think it's going to be a trickster fae either. Um, yeah, I definitely don't think they're going to have any actual gods or goddesses or real mythological figures like that, like no deities. I don't think we're going to have any deities show up here.
I don't either. No. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I think that they're pulling from different mythologies as influences, but I don't think it's going to be a literal deity from a specific mythology. So I don't think he's going to be like an entity from any particular mythology, like a trickster or something like that, or like Loki, you know. But you know, the kimono lady, she was likely pulled from Japanese mythology.
Oh, definitely.
So there's that. That's so
I feel
they're
like that was
pulling from all different ones. Mm-hmm.
I feel like the kimono dragon, well, the kimono lady was the most like direct pull from mythology that they've given us so far.
Yes. Yeah, I think so too.
I'm
Um,
curious as to after our long conversation tonight, what people in the chat think. Uh, what do you think? What's your theory with the boy in white? Just really quick.
yeah, and let me see if anybody else voted in the poll. I'll check on that
Oh, yep.
too.
I think that had some movement.
Okay, let's see. We started it late, so we didn't get a ton of votes, but let's see. It's still going too. People can still vote in it if you haven't already. Just reloading the page so I can see the updated poll. Here we go. So 40% say morally ambiguous and trying to help. Which is what I think personally. 35% said he is a good entity. 20% said evil. 5% said morally ambiguous with his own agenda. I'm surprised actually that the two options indicating that he's helping at least in some way are winning by a landslide. That means
Mm,
let's see, 75% think he's at least trying to help. You know, so positive thing. And 20% said evil. I was thinking most would, you know, be more leaning in the evil direction. So interesting stuff. Yeah. Yeah, let us know your thoughts in the chat if you have any more that you want to add about the boy in white. Bill
yep,
Chill
they're already coming in.
said the boy in white is a manifestation of the place. Okay. Yep, I can
I
see
can see
that.
it.
Yep.
I think that was
Also,
one of my
hey, Bill,
earlier ideas one of my earlier ones that I was like kind of like leaning towards was that yeah, he was a manifestation of the place. But now I'm not so sure, but it's a good possibility.
mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I would say that's a good possibility. Mr. Grant Gregory thinks he's a red herring or something else. That's possible too.
Hmm.
I mean, I think the notion that he's evil, or that that like he's a creepy
Grant, you
little
want to hop
kid
on
who's
and expand?
yeah, feel free if you want to, of course. Red herring for something else. I mean, I think the idea that he's evil was a red herring. I don't know. Or I don't know if you call it that, but let's see. Michael said, I still feel like the slow walkers are equivalent to Inuit. Kujarat seems like the closest match in terms of behaviors, looks, shape-shifting, reverting to monstrous form before attacking. And they could have drawn that from mythology for sure. Absolutely. Martin said, I have the same theory that we all just worked out together about the boy in white. He is good. Okay. All right then. And yep, so Martin agrees with me here that it's boy in white versus man in yellow. And I don't think man in yellow is good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
That,
I agree.
yeah. That actually kind of helps too. Like if they are separate entities, now that we've seen the man in yellow, if they're separate, if they're not the same entity, then boy in white by process of elimination would be the good one, or they're the same entity like you think it's a possibility, and the boy in white is the younger version who hasn't turned evil yet. So that's another possibility too. Yeah, and Martin's got the chess piece here. I definitely think it's boy in white versus man in yellow, basically playing a game of chess by bringing people to town to use as chess pieces for specific purposes. That was my main point in my series. One of them on the man in yellow and one of them on the boy in white. So definitely agree with that. I mean, he could have just given Jim a lozenge, but instead he took the most evil way of clearing his throat. Nice, Michael. Yeah, man in yellow did. Yes, he certainly did. Gosh, how are the numbers now higher than they've been for like the highest in the entire stream? 49 people. That's amazing. Please,
Doug's been
please
promoting the
like,
show.
yeah. Please like the stream. Yes, please. Thank you for pointing that out, Scott. Please like the stream and subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Enable notifications. Sometimes I run late, so it'll notify you when we go live. We'll have Doug on again soon. I'm sure. Most likely next week. I'm almost positive next week will work. I don't know which day yet, but we'll let you know. And 44 likes. Yeah, nice. Nice. I appreciate that. Everybody hitting the like button. And so I'm going to be releasing a Severance video coming up, hopefully in the next few days on episode 8. I don't think this one's going to take me as long because it was the shortest episode of Severance ever, literally. So I think I can easily get that out in a few days' time and do a deep dive, put that out. And Monday night we'll have our Severance live the goal is 10:15 p.m. Eastern. Knowing me, I'll probably have some kind of technical difficulty, but that's the goal. And I think Mr. Grant Gregory is going to join us again to talk more Severance. And what else? Well, our next From Live. Oh, hey, Fletch. Good morning. Our next From Live is going to be Wednesday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern next week. And I think the goal is going to be to do our rewatch of season 2, episode 2, because I had to cancel it this week. Wasn't feeling well enough to do it. So we're going to try it next week. We'll dive into the second episode of From season 2 and just go scene by scene as we do and have a good time with that. What else? Oh, good. Yes, Grant will be joining the Severance live on Monday. Great, looking forward to it. And to anybody joining late or just listening and not in the chat, highly recommend checking out the replay, because we had another awesome conversation with Doug. He told more terrific stories. We had another great conversation about and about his career in theater and various hilarious stories, and treated us to a monologue and some hilarious dirty limericks. You never would have expected that one, but again, Doug Hughes joins us, and you never know what you're going to get, so it's always a good time. And no two of the lives are the same, really, because yeah, he's got a lot of tricks he can up his sleeve that he can pull out at any given time. We got blues harmonica one week. We got a Shakespearean sonnet. He is a man of many talents, and we truly appreciate him being a part of our community and joining lives as often as he does. So hopefully he can continue doing that as long as possible. He is going to be going on a trip at the very end of March for, I think it might be 2 weeks, I forget. So we'll have to, we'll have to miss him for a couple of weeks, but he'll come back and join us again, and eventually we'll have to lose him for longer because of shooting From, but I think he'll come back to us. We hope. That's the hope.
I
And
do wonder if after he gets the new scripts, even if he has time, I don't think that he's going to be able to come on to the show, just because he knows like too much about everything that about season 4 before it comes out. So I don't think they're probably not going to let him on here. I don't know for sure, but I do wonder if maybe if we promise to not discuss From and do shows with him that are just completely not related to From at all, if maybe he would still be able to come on.
yeah. Well, it's funny you bring that up, because I actually just talked to him about this within the last few days. Hold on a second, I have to get a drink of my water. Parched. 1 second. When you talk for this many hours, my God, get really dry mouth. I actually just talked to him about this, and he said that once he gets scripts and he knows more about season 4, he just won't be able to talk about those things. That's all. He just won't be able to talk about From.
Okay, cool.
And that's fine. We have a ton of other things that we can talk about with him. Now, if the showrunners tell him not to do it at all, then of course he won't do it at all. But we'll have to wait and see what they say. But according to him, as of now, he doesn't see a problem with it as long as we don't discuss From at that point, which is perfectly fine with me. I mean,
Right.
everyone, right.
So showrunners, if you're listening, we will be completely respectful. Feel free to send us rules too if you need.
Yes, because I think a big part of it is that we've built a base of. Oh shoot! Hold on a second. I gotta plug in my laptop. We've built up trust with him. He trusts, I've spent a lot of time talking to him both on the live streams and off. So there's trust there. I told him, you never have to worry that I'm going to try to pump him for information, or anyone on these streams is going to try to pump him for information ever. Like right now, he doesn't even have any information to give. He doesn't know anything. So there's nothing to do. But even when he does know things, I would never do that. I would never try to put his job in jeopardy and try to get, hints or, sneaky tricks to try to get information out of him or something like that. I would never do that. this job is like, it's the role of a lifetime for him. And I would never want to do anything to jeopardize that. So he knows that. And so as long as MGM doesn't, like, who knows? Anything can happen. There could be some surprise that he's not anticipating, and MGM could ask him not to do them, and then he just won't. But as long as he's allowed to, we just won't discuss From with him. And I'm totally fine with that because everyone
There's so much
stays.
to discuss with him.
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah. Everyone stays engaged too, no matter what we talk about with him. I mean, we were talking about food and random stuff. Like, even that's entertaining. People asking him random food questions, and he's got a story for practically everything. So there's no shortage of things to talk about. We can continue discussing his plays that he's written. Maybe after deadline, we can, try and read another of his plays and discuss that. It could be another thing down the road. Or, he has a million theater stories from his many years in doing that. So as
Could we
long as
do
there
a
isn't
show?
huh?
Could we do a show completely dedicated to all the antics so far of Mini Man in Yellow, guided by Doug Hughes?
I would be here for that.
I think that'd be
Oh
awesome
yeah.
because he's done a lot of bits already with that. It'd be fun if he could like come on and just talk through all of them. Like, I don't know if he can share like the images that he's taken and stuff and do his own like little narrations. I think that would be awesome.
Oh hell yeah. That would be great. I love Mini Man in Yellow's antics as his hijinks. So yes, we could do that. He's gonna be he said he's taking him, of course, to the set of From and taking pictures, whatever they allow him to do. He'll take pictures of Mini Man in Yellow on the set, so we can be treated to that. During that period, he won't be able to do live streams while he's shooting the show, but we can follow whatever pictures he's allowed to share. He clears it with the showrunners, and he's got to make sure it's allowed. I love it when cast members are filming the show. Sometimes they do put a few behind the scenes photos on social media, and they just make sure it's okay. So he'll clear it with MGM, and if it's allowed, he's going to bring Mini Man in Yellow and just take pictures right on the set of From, which would be hilarious. And prior to that, well, before he gets too busy with that, as long as they allow it, we'll just talk about all the other stuff we love to talk to him about, and people still show up and enjoy it regardless. So yeah. I wonder, it's already March. I think he said if they start shooting in June, then he may hear something by the end of April about when they're going to need him there and what his role is going to entail, maybe by the end of April. So that might be the time frame after that when he won't be able to discuss From anymore. So that's totally fine. Oh, hey, Papa Socks. Nice to see you. Thank you for popping in and hitting the like. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Michael, just make some accounts like at Mini Man in Yellow and hashtag at Mini Man in Yellow. We got to get it trending. And then it would be good promo for the show, and MGM should allow it. It's good promo. Just got to get that trending.
They should make a little show with Grant Gregory.
Yes. Yes. Grant said that he was going to use AI to edit Mini Man Yellow into the background of scenes of From that have already, the old episodes.
Oh my God, I love it.
That's great.
So long as Doug's okay with it.
Oh yeah, Doug said, Grant was on here with Doug when Grant suggested it, and Doug thought that was a great idea, and he doesn't think the show will have a problem with that, with Grant doing that. So
right, it's parody.
Oh yeah. Oh God, yeah, we need more of those. They're a pain in the ass to do. He already did one on Instagram. I don't know if you saw it, Michael, but you might have. You probably did, but because you mentioned it, but he did one stop motion little video of Mini Man in Yellow just diving headfirst into a plate of cookies like he's eating them. Oh wow, yeah, he did it, Michael. If you check out his Instagram, he actually did that. And he said it was a pain in the ass to do, so he's not going to do a lot of those, but yeah, it was great. Um, it's a lot of effort and work, though. You have to take a bunch of pictures and then edit them together. I wouldn't have the patience.
Yeah, stop motion is crazy work. I have a lot of respect for stop motion animators, but oh my God, that's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I just want
It's
to give a shout out really quick now that we're talking about stop motion animation. David Allen, one of the best stop motion animators, passed away in like the 90s, but he had a project that had been left unfinished. They had done all the filming in the 90s, and then he passed away. He didn't get to finish the stop motion, but he did a good amount of it. They recently finished the project. They got the backing and funding from Charles Band of Full Moon Features, and they completed the project. It's called Primevals, and it's out now on Amazon and on the Full Moon Features app. And it's kind of like a time capsule because it was all filmed in the 90s, but it was a project that started in the 70s with the stop motion and everything else. And it was an unfinished work for decades. And now it's finally out there for people to watch.
Oh, that's awesome. Wow. Yeah, that's good. Because that
Kind of
takes
like a
so much
Land Before Time
painstaking
thing.
work. Uh-huh. That's so great that it's available for people to watch. It takes so much painstaking work that it should be seen by people. Hell yeah. Um, I've got I'll show the reel. Hold on a second. I'll just show the reel. I pulled it up. Where is it? Of Mini Man in Yellow. Here it is.
All right, I'll be back in a minute. And remember what I said. These are for company. Hands off or got it?
That was it. And that even that short little bit takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work.
I believe it.
Yeah. Yeah. Liz Saunders commented, "Love this. May I please reshare on my Instagram?" It's so good. His Mini Man in Yellow antics. I just love it. And then in the aftermath of that, he posted this and said, "I told you to stay away from the damn cookies." He's taped to a dartboard now in this one. I love it. Yeah. He's gonna have a great time with him on the set of From, just getting up to all kinds of uh mischief. Whatever they allow him to do will be great. He took him on a trip with him. He takes him on bike rides. He's got him watching football. This one was good. He was on his bike. He stuffed him in his shirt for that one. He even has his own hat and sunglasses. Doug has such a great sense of humor. I just love his sense of humor. He's hilarious, and humor is medicine. So I need that kind of thing in my life. Anyway, that's Mini Man in Yellow. He's been a little he hasn't been doing as many Mini Men in Yellow things because his condo is getting renovated lately. So, but he's gonna get back to it. Mini Men in Yellow is not done. He's gonna keep at it. So, um, what was I gonna say? So I just want to remind everybody, we're gonna be doing a stream, probably around the middle of March. dedicated to Deadline, Doug's play with Marcia Kash, and the link to that is in the description of the video. If you're listening on the replay, it's right there. You can find it. You can read 32 pages of it for free online, and if you like it, you can buy an e-copy or order a physical copy. I loved it. I was hooked. I wanted to keep reading, and then you can come share your thoughts. He loves to hear feedback on his work. We'll let you know when that stream is going to happen. We have to figure out when Marcia, his partner, will, his writing partner, will be available. So we'll keep you posted. And let's see. Yeah, we had 50 at one point. That's awesome. Yes, thank you so much. Like Scott here said, thank you so very much, everybody that's showed up to watch and joined us tonight and contributed to the conversation and brought questions
Yes,
and
thank you.
feedback for Doug. Yeah. Like, thank you for participating in in our boy and white conversation. That's one of my favorite topics of conversation with From. I just love it.
I
I'm
thought you would
obsessed with
enjoy
boy
that
and
one.
white. Yeah, I think you probably picked up on it by now. That's one of my obsessions when it comes to the show. So I enjoy this a lot. So I really appreciate it. Thank you for all the work you put in, Doc, to preparing for that. I had a week from hell, so I appreciate that you just could take the lead on that. I really enjoyed the discussion. And everybody that participated in the chat, thank you. Doc, sorry, where did I cut you off? Were you going to say something?
Oh, I was going to give special thanks to MG Merkin for his contribution
Mhm.
via Discord, as well as AGL81. That's David, right?
That's David. Yep.
And what's the other one? And Zipnata.
And Zipnata. Yeah. Zipnata is awesome too. Yes. Zipnata is from Newfoundland. I just found that out this week. She was talking about that. I think Zipnata is a she, but I don't actually know. So I'm just guessing. But yes. Thank you to everyone who participated in the discussion, and special thanks to those three who shared theories in the Discord. We're going to keep doing themes like this with From Academy Fridays and try to get people to participate. We love it to have, we love to hear everybody's ideas and get a conversation going in the off season, and yeah, just kind of create a think tank around this show, and it's something to keep us occupied and get our From fix while we wait on season 4. So anyway, thank you again to everybody that brought questions and comments for Scott I'm looking at Scott's name. That's why I said Scott. For Doug. You can tell I'm tired. For Doug, because Doug loves to hear your questions, your comments, your feedback, and so I really appreciate it. We had a great turnout tonight. We had a higher turnout than usual. I really appreciated that for Doug's sake. It's awesome. So, and everyone listening on the replay gang, thank you to you guys as well. I notice you. Believe me, I see the views for these streams go up. So I know there's an awesome replay gang, and I appreciate you guys just as much. Thank you. You can find all of Doug's links in the description of the video, including where to get his play Deadline, and um, and where to get his first 5 plays on Concord Theatrical's website. All those links are in the description of the video, plus his website, so you can learn more about Doug. And what else? Let's see. So
The Discord.
the next. Sorry, what?
Join the Discord. Join the Discord.
Yes, join the Discord, please. If you're not in the
And you,
Discord,
oh, and you can contribute stuff to the show via Discord.
yes, you can contribute your ideas, and we'll discuss them during our From Academy Friday theme weeks. And so, yeah, if you're not in the Discord, let me find a link and drop it. But also, if you're listening on the replay, you can find the link to the Discord in the description of the video as well. And we've got some great conversations going in there. It's not like, our watch parties are nice. I actually like that our watch parties are more intimate. It's not overly chaotic. So, it's like if anybody that wants to unmute, you can unmute. And like we have our Severance watch parties every Thursday. My cat's about to step on the keyboard. Boo, get out of here. Sorry. Every Thursday night. So we have 2 more weeks of Severance, and we're going to be doing 2 more watch parties Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern, and again an encore at 10 p.m. Eastern, and then a voice chat, which is always a great time. And next week, Doug is most likely, I mean, unless something comes up that keeps him from doing it, Doug is planning on joining us for our next 2 Severance watch parties. So that's always a good time. I'm going to drop the link in the chat, and you can find it in the description, of course. So we're also going to continue doing our rewatch parties for From. Next week, I don't think we're going to need one. I mean, I guess we could do another rewatch of episode 2, but we did a watch party this week for episode 2 of season 2. And then I had to cancel the live for health reasons, but next week we're going to cover that. So I guess we may not need to do a From watch party next week. Doug joins those as well. So if you're in the Discord, you can hang out with Doug and watch From and Severance and other stuff with him too, because he wants to do a watch party with us for Young Frankenstein in the near future. So,
Oh yeah.
right? So, hold on a sec.
Your camera went on for a second.
Yeah, I'm actually intending to turn it on, but I forgot my light. I'm just gonna turn it on for a minute while we get ready to sign off here. So yeah, join the Discord. Doug's gonna be doing more, participating in more watch parties with us. He's making himself at home in there. I'm psyched about.
Do you
What
think that we could
else?
get a dedicated Discord? I don't know what they
Where's
call
it
the
back?
little subheadings, but for the FROMACADEMY topics. This way people can contribute to a specific one for the topic. This way we can have it.
Absolutely.
This way it doesn't clutter the other from. You call it a channel? Is that what they're called?
They're called channels. Yeah. Why is my
Oh, okay.
screen black? Why is my camera
Like my
black? What
soul.
the hell? I have it plugged in. Don't tell me
It's
it's
the man in
broken
yellow.
already.
He's messing with your camera.
Oh my god. My tech issues never end. For once I thought I had something that worked really well and I haven't had any problems with it. Seriously? The hell? It's never done this before. Anyway, yes, absolutely. I'll ask Dieter. He can whip up a channel, we'll have a channel specifically for From Academy Friday theme weeks, and so people can just keep it more organized, discuss in there, and we'll look at it and we'll discuss your ideas on the live. So that's a great idea, Doc. Actually, glad you suggested that.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know what the hell's wrong with my camera, but hopefully it's not broken already. I'm good.
Oh no. Oh, and then we lost you. Oh, this is a surprise. Well, hello, everyone. Good evening. So please post your theories on how I should take over the world in the chat below. What are the best methods that you know of? I will take all of your advice into consideration. Doesn't mean I will execute it. I mean, I like to screw around a lot. So don't expect my attempts at taking over the world to succeed, but give me some ideas on things I can do to screw with worlds and other dimensions. So now I can't really target a lot of the stuff that I can do. So it ends up in other dimensions and not yours, not mine. It's kind of
Yeah.
random. I didn't have a whole lot of commodity credits to spend, so the device I have is kind of lackluster, but it's still fun. Welcome back,
Nice.
Julie. Sorry, nothing to hear here.
It's okay. I don't know what's happening with my device tonight, but I just have no shortage of tech problems always. Oh my God. But so when I shut my camera off, it disconnected me from the stream for a second, but it's all good. Uh, Okay. So, anyway, let's see. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. So I want to say a special thank you to Dieter for uh gifting me an incredible cameo from Sean Majumder, who plays Father Kotri. I'm gonna play that before we sign off. Um, and also, wait a minute, I'm looking at my email. Was that you that sent me? It was you that sent me a Cash App, right? Was that you, Doc?
Yeah. Yep. 10 for
Oh,
you, 10 for
I just
Dieter.
thank you so much. I just checked.
Yeah, of
I'm making a
course.
habit now. I'm making a habit now of checking my email while I'm on stream because I tend to see them after the fact, and then and then that's not good. So I want to notice it while it's there. Thank you so much. That was very kind of you. I
Yeah, of
appreciate
course.
it. And also, I believe it's Just Me who also Just Me sent me a $15 Cash App. I think it's Cash App. No, it's Venmo. $15 Venmo. Thank you so much to Just Me. I know you're not here right now. I wish I had thought of it when she was here, but maybe she'll listen on the replay and I'll catch her next time. We'll mention it. Thank you so very much. I am trying to get a better device. You hear me with my tech problems nonstop. So all of this will eventually go toward getting a better laptop so I can produce better content and have less tech issues and be less late for you guys. Try to be more on time. So it's much appreciated. Um, Also, there was Mark Yablonsky sent me a Venmo 4 days ago as well. Um, so he's not here either. Maybe he'll hear this on the replay though. I did send him a message, but I just wanted to shout him out. He sent me $50 in a Venmo, and I was like, "Holy shit! Wow,
Woo!
that, that's
Yay!
that's incredibly generous." Yeah. So I really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Everything. I mean, every little bit helps. Whether it's $1 or $5, whatever it is, all of it helps. It all adds up, and I appreciate it. I am working on trying to get the channel monetized. I'm eligible for it, but I'm having some issues, which I won't bore you with. Um, but in the meantime, yeah, that I appreciate that. Also, Dieter has set up a PayPal for me, and I know somebody. Oh, who was it who donated to Martin? It was Martin who donated to that. A very generous donation. So very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. And yeah, so Dieter's back. So, so next week, I guess we're gonna do a continuation of the Boy in White theme for From Academy Friday and dive into that a bit
The
more.
dogs, too.
And the dogs, the Boy in White and the dogs. Yes, definitely, because I think they're definitely connected 100%. So it fits. Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Martin. So much. And um Dieter was so generous getting me this cameo from the incredible Sean Majumder. I absolutely love him and his performance as Kotri. He's amazing. One of my favorite on the show, easily. Just love the guy. He sent me it's quite long, so I'll wrap up the live with that. I'll play it again more toward the beginning of our next From Live, but I'll close with that. And thank you again, Doc. Truly appreciate you.
Thank you,
Thanks
Julie,
for
for
being
having me.
here.
And thank
Oh,
you,
a
everyone.
pleasure.
Have a great night.
Oh, it's a pleasure to have you. Absolutely. And yeah, anyone can buy these cameos. So yeah, show our From actors some support. They do an amazing job. All of them, like they really go the extra mile and are so kind with these things. It's they put in extra effort to make it special. So highly recommend if you need a gift idea for somebody, definitely check out the cameos of these actors that are on there. There's Scott McCord, Pega's on there apparently, who plays Fatima. Um, Avery, who plays Sarah. There's Hannah, who plays Julie. Of course, David Alpe as Jade, and I know Khatri. So yeah, he Dieter sent Sean a message about some of what I'm dealing with my pain condition. So when you hear him talking about my messed up legs, that's what he's referring to, and he did a great job, making me laugh through my pain and at my pain, which is not an easy thing to do because I'm in pain constantly. It never completely goes away. It's a 24/7 thing and it's severe. It gets to severe levels every day. But Dieter told Sean about this and so he referenced it in the video and he made me laugh about it, which is it's therapeutic, laughter is good medicine. It's when you can laugh even through a bad situation, it's really helpful and it's a healing thing. I absolutely love it, and he's hilarious. And by the way, he did this cameo as Khatri himself, like so. I'm gonna see if I can load it up here. Hold on a sec. Um, yeah, he did it as Khatri in character, but every now and then he would slip out of character and say something more as Sean. But just give me a second. And let's see. Where is it? I've got too many too many things going on here in my DMs, so I had to search for it again. Hold on. So keep an eye out for my deep dive into Severance episode 8, which was basically the Cobell show. And I was so glad to see the return of Cobell, but it was gut-wrenchingly sad. So to be honest, I'm not really looking forward to making this deep dive and diving into it on Monday. I mean, I love those streams, but this episode was a bummer. It was a downer for me. You know what? I have it on my Instagram. I think I'll just play it from there because it's taking me too long to find it. So hold on. I'll just pull it up on that. See, it's saved on my Chromebook, but I'm not on my Chromebook right now. So I will show you on my Instagram. That's easy enough. So anyway, thank you so much to everybody once again. We'll see you, hopefully some of you guys, if you are still on the Severance train with us, or any of you that are, Monday night around 10:15 p.m. Eastern is the goal. But make sure you're subscribed and have notifications enabled because I do have tech issues a lot and tend to run late. So anyway, I found it, so I'm gonna just share my screen and that'll be I'll play that and oh, Doc dropped off. Golden Child. No, I haven't actually watched Paradise. What the hell? Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. Hopefully you guys can hear me now. My device died. My device died. Just give me a minute. I'll get it back on. Hopefully you can hear me. Yeah. God, I was just talking about tech issues too. This is what I'm dealing with all the time. Hold on, just give me a minute. Oh, okay. I'll get my Chromebook back up and running, or my laptop rather. Luckily, I could get right back on my phone quickly because my live would just be empty. Gotta love it. Never ends. Me and my eternal battle with technology. Paradise, is that a recent show? I'll have to look that up. Julie and Julie B. Yep. I cloned myself. Oh, jeez. Okay, I'm switching back to my laptop now. It's on. Jesus Christ. Okay, and hold on, just give me a minute. Hate this. Okay, I got my charger, so I can switch back to my laptop. Hold on. Bear with me, guys. I just want to thank everyone so much for your support and spending time with me and hanging out. This has been the highlight of my week. Honestly, it's been a really difficult week, even worse than usual. So while I'm booting up my laptop, I'll just say thank you so much. This has been lovely. Everyone on the panel tonight. Of course, Doug, Scarlet, Grant, and Doc. Thank you so much. And everybody in the chat. Now there are two of me again. Okay, Okay, is that working? Yes. Okay. Yes. Now it's just me. Oh, Jesus Christ.